This young man in our manhwa was originally Shidian, the one known as the Majestic Demon Lord, but because he trusted the wrong person, during a critical tribulation, he was betrayed by his own confidant, who colluded with the five great sects to ambush him when his power was at its weakest. In a daze, Mo Fan was parrying two huge maces from an immortal named Tian Lan, but then a stinging slap woke him from his dream. Mo Fan opened his eyes in confusion, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of very handful melons. The important thing was that the girl in front of him was covering her chest with both hands, her face as red as a tomato, with tears and snot streaming down, looking as if she had just been assaulted by a hooligan. This whole situation felt like a dramatic manhwa plot. Mo Fan was still not fully awake. Looking at her state, he let out a sound of worldly understanding. It seemed the maces he was desperately gripping in his dream were actually the twin peaks on Ruo Ying's chest. "You? What the hell are you doing?" Tears welled up in Ruo Ying's eyes, but Mo Fan replied without a hint of shame. "To be touched by this venerable one is a blessing you've cultivated for several lifetimes to obtain." However, as soon as he spoke, his treacherous pants decided to fall down on their own. This was completely unintentional, but to a young maiden like Ruo Ying, it was utterly indecent. She covered her eyes with her hands and let out another piercing scream. Because of their goddess's frantic cry, the disciples outside kicked the door down and stormed inside. As a result, they saw a wronged-looking Ruo Ying clutching her chest and sobbing silently, while Mo Fan was calmly pulling up his pants. Looking at this scene, even an idiot could understand what had just happened. "You bastard, how dare you? Do this to our goddess, get him, boys." The three of them charged at once. Mo Fan was extremely casual as he dodged all of their attacks. "You worthless nobodies dare to attack this venerable one." He didn't just dodge once. Throughout the fight, he completely avoided every single one of his opponent's attacks. This kind of effortless dodging is a staple in action manhwa. If not for his lost cultivation, Mo Fan probably wouldn't have just dodged but would have cursed their bones to ash. Fortunately, even though his cultivation was gone, his lightness skill was still excellent. When Ruo Ying saw Mo Fan's movement technique, it was as light as a cloud. She was utterly astonished, wondering when he had secretly practiced. "Damn it, this commoner still dares to act so arrogant in front of me." The guy who seemed to be the leader of the three lackeys was so angry, his whole body trembled. He then pulled something that looked like an egg out of his pocket. Then he aimed this egg at the fleeing Mo Fan and shouted, "Go! 4 snakes! Bite him for me!" This time, Mo Fan couldn't dodge and was bitten by the 4 snakes on his back, arms, and legs, collapsing instantly. Seeing this, Ruo Ying panicked and rushed over. "Lu Yu, are you crazy? Using the goo-swelling snake pouch on Mo Fan, are you trying to poison him to death?" It turns out this guy's name is Lu Yu, a bad name for a bad person with a bad character. He pretended to be urgent and said to Ruo Ying, "Don't worry, he won't die, but I'm sure he's gone mad. I'll hold him off while you go find our master." Ruo Ying felt that what he said made sense. Urged on by Lu Yu, Ruo Ying quickly ran off. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was already paralyzed by the snake venom, with no way to call her back. After Ruo Ying was far away, Lu Yu and his 2 lackeys revealed a devilish grin. "Humph. Now let's see who can save you." With that said, he then grabbed Mo Fan's hair, yanking it backward. "You fell 20 jang down a cliff, and you're still not dead. My father wasn't wrong. The lives of peasants are indeed tougher than a dog's. But don't you worry, right now I'll send you to meet your maker." Mo Fan's whole body ached from the poison of the 4-maiden miasma serpent, but he wanted to live, and he was determined to live. He glanced over and saw Lu Yu eyeing that orb, looking like he was about to land another blow. Mo Fan instantly used a desperate move to save himself. Lu Yu and his cronies could only stare wide-eyed in astonishment as Mo Fan, who was on death's door, suddenly stood up firmly. His eyes were filled with ferocity. As soon as he was steady, he launched a punch that sent one of the 3 guys flying. Mo Fan growled softly, like a wild beast, with just a bunch of wet behind the ears brats daring to treat the Supreme Demon Lord like this. It seems that when the old tiger doesn't show its claws, they mistake him for a sick kitten. Mo Fan's current appearance, like something out of a horror manhwa, was just like a monster's, his body covered in demonic aura. Lu Yu and his cronies were so terrified they kept backing away, thinking he had turned into a monster. Mo Fan had no intention of letting them go. With a voice full of hatred, he snarled, "I said all of you are going to die." With that, he attacked the next guy, instantly felling him. Now, only Lu Yu was left standing in this intense manhwa scene, but looking at Mo Fan, he suddenly wasn't afraid anymore and burst out laughing. He had been wondering why the boy was so hard to end, but it seemed he was secretly practicing the demonic arts. Lu Yu was ecstatic, as he had found a justifiable reason to cleanse the sect for his master and eliminate this long-standing thorn in his side. "Once I take your life, Master will definitely reward me. Ha ha." Lu, you cackled as he unleashed the four-maiden miasma serpent once more. The four green snakes from the artifact shot out again, but this time, Mo Fan didn't just stand there and take the abuse. He even took the initiative to bite through the energy manifestation of the miasma serpents, becoming immune to their venom. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Lu Yu knew he stood no chance. If he couldn't win the fight, he had to flee. So, he turned tail and ran, crying and screaming, "Monster! Is anyone there? Somebody, come save me." After just 2 steps, Lu Yu tripped and fell face first. Seeing Mo Fan rushing toward him, he was so scared he nearly bit his own tongue. "Stay away! Don't you come near me!" Lu Yu pleaded, half shooing him away and half begging. "I'll give you money. I'll give you lots of money. Don't kill me. I'm begging you. Don't kill me." Mo Fan even noticed the guy's pants were soaked. This same person who was so arrogant before was now so scared he'd wet himself. Truly pathetic. Just as Mo Fan was about to strike, at that exact moment, he was suppressed by the Yi Tian demon subduing formation, a classic manhwa trope that renders the hero powerless. The owner of the formation was Gu Weiming, who was also the master of these brats. Lu Yu was overjoyed to see him. Just moments ago, he was scared speechless, but now he was rattling off accusations against Mo Fan, saying he had fallen to demonic corruption. He claimed Mo Fan must be killed without mercy to protect the people. "Silence!" Gu Weiming yelled. "For better or worse, he is still your martial brother." With that said, he told Ruo Ying to take Lu Yu away, leaving him to handle the situation. As he was dragged off by her, Lu Yu was still rambling, telling his master not to go soft. If they didn't eliminate Mo Fan now, he would become a future disaster, would be unpredictable. Although Gu Weiming had used a suppression formation on Mo Fan, he was actually breaking out in a cold sweat. He couldn't even recognize his own disciple anymore, looking like a monster straight out of a horror manhwa, if not for the sneak attack just now. Gu Weiming feared that even he wouldn't be able to suppress Mo Fan. He really didn't want to take the boy's life, but now, he didn't know how else to handle the situation. Mo Fan was constantly growling and screaming. Gu Weiming then discovered something was wrong. In a classic manhwa trope, he was trying to break the suppression formation by continuously releasing demonic energy, and if this continued, his physical body would explode. Immediately, Gu Weiming waved his hand and withdrew the formation. Mo Fan was ecstatic to see the formation withdrawn and immediately lunged at Gu Weiming, biting straight into his right arm. Gu Weiming was in so much pain he could barely breathe, but he still managed to chant an incantation. "Heavenly mystery purifies, earthly filth. Retreat." As he finished, he slammed his other hand into Mo Fan's face, nearly expelling all the demonic energy from his body out of him. Only then did Mo Fan realize that Gu Weiming had intentionally lured him closer. To think that the great #1 demon, Lord Di Shixian, would be utterly defeated twice by a cultivator. Mo Fan felt like the most pathetic protagonist in any manhwa. He fell backward, his entire body in too much pain to struggle anymore. Gu Weiming let out a sigh of relief, having finally suppressed the demonic presence in his disciple. He was afraid that if he had just been 1 second slower, Mo Fan would have exploded and died. A truly gruesome end for any manhwa character. However, to accomplish this, Gu Weiming had also been severely injured. On his right arm, where Mo Fan had bitten him, demonic energy still lingered. He originally intended to take advantage of this opportunity to attack again and take Gu Weiming's life, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Mo Fan couldn't muster his demonic energy again. Your body is severely depleted. If you try to forcefully channel demonic energy again, your meridians will snap piece by piece, and you'll definitely kick the bucket. Gu Weiming reminded him amicably. Mo Fan gritted, his teeth cursing furiously in his mind. Damn it, he was the great #1 demon lord reincarnated, yet he had the misfortune to be reborn in this weak body, a common plot in many reincarnation manhwa. Now he couldn't get his revenge, and his identity as a demonic cultivator had been exposed. Mo Fan thought that this time he would surely be tortured and humiliated to death by those cultivators who loved to preach about righteousness. But unexpectedly, Gu Weiming then sighed and said, "I, your master, know that among all the disciples you are the one with the least talent, but I also know you work harder than any of those other kids, because you are the most simple-minded. They bully you, but you can't just fall into the demonic path because of that." Then, Gu Weiming brought up the most recent example, the demon lord Di Shixian, who was recently eliminated by the 5 great sects, completely. It's safe to say that in this manhwa world, those who walk the demonic path never have a good ending. If the Yufeng sect found out that Mo Fan was also secretly a demonic cultivator, then even if Gu Weiming put his own life on the line, he couldn't save him. Right now, while the matter hasn't been exposed, he hoped that Mo Fan still knew the way back. As for Lu Yu and the others, Gu Weiming could order them to keep it an absolute secret and not reveal it to anyone. But as for Mo Fan, he was also not allowed to continue using demonic cultivation techniques. He also promised to help him slowly purge the demonic nature within his body, offering a path to redemption in this manhwa. So benevolent that Mo Fan thought the old man had gone senile. He was a demon, and the old man was a righteous cultivator. Yet, he still helped him. Since that was the case, he might as well go with the flow and hide within this sect, waiting until he recovered his vital energy to turn this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Thinking this, Mo Fan reached out and took Gu Weiming's hand. He was ready to play the part of his obedient disciple, a common trope in this manhwa genre. It's just that the life of a junior cultivator like Mo Fan wasn't easy at all. He possessed the arrogant soul of the demon lord Daishidian, yet now he had to spend every day meditating and cultivating the righteous arts of the very people who had taken his life in his previous existence. This manhwa protagonist, Mo Fan, swore that he would soon recover his power, crush these people, and then rip out their guts and wear them as a necklace for revenge. While he was lost in thoughts of revenge, a hard nut suddenly hit Mo Fan straight in the head. "Kid, instead of focusing on your training, what are you muttering about?" Annoyed, Mo Fan turned his head. It was Lu Yu's gang again. Their old habits die hard, as they started to bully him. The plot of this manhwa thickens because Gu Weiming had claimed to have completely purged the demonic energy from Mo Fan's body, so they felt safe to walk all over him like this. "Look at that sour face of yours. You don't look like a member of a righteous sect at all. People say your face reflects your heart, and looking at you, I see that saying is true." The minion of Lu. You said, making him chuckle with satisfaction. "Don't say that. Everyone wants to be born a little better looking. This kid must be resenting his ugly parents right now." Ha ha ha. Mo Fan couldn't channel his demonic energy anymore, but that didn't mean he had to endure this humiliation from them. When he was wreaking havoc across the world, they weren't even born yet, but now they dared to insult him like this. In a classic manhwa setup, Mo Fan immediately lunged forward and landed a painful punch on Lu Yu. But unfortunately, this body was too weak, and he ended up getting beaten back by the group. Mo Fan held his head tightly with both hands, continuously taking a flurry of punches and kicks, and had long grown used to the feeling of aching pain. Mo Fan only hated that this body was too weak, a frustrating moment in any manhwa for a powerful soul. In the end, it was Ruo Ying who had to appear and intervene for it to stop. "Mo Fan's body has just recovered. For you to bully him like this, have you lost all your humanity?" she scolded as she pushed them away. Lu Yu's gang stopped getting physical and started getting verbal, insulting Mo Fan as a useless guy who could only rely on a woman for protection his whole life. After Ruo Ying pushed Lu Yu's group away, she hurried to help Mo Fan up but was coldly shrugged off by him, because Mo Fan really didn't want to hear insults about him clinging to a woman's skirt at all. The entire manhwa scene was quite tense. Mo Fan wearily stood up, then limped away. On his way, he acted as if he didn't see the judgmental stares directed at him, but before he had taken even 10 steps, suddenly, Mo Fan's arm was grabbed. "I'm the class monitor. It's my responsibility to look after you. Come with me to the infirmary." Ruo Ying was extremely stubborn. Mo Fan struggled violently, even threatening to hit her if she didn't let go, but Ruo Ying was still determined to drag him to get treated. As for Lu Yu's group, his two minions were a little worried because Mo Fan's personality had suddenly changed 180 degrees. They were also afraid that he would remember that they were the ones who threw him off a cliff and then ran to their master to tattle. But Lu Yu, like any good manhwa antagonist, was not worried. He was very calm, certain that Mo Fan no longer remembered anything about the incident at the cliffside, otherwise he would have exposed them long ago. "No need to rush. We'll slowly toy with him until he's dead, but we also have to watch him very carefully. Absolutely. We cannot let him reveal the existence of that thing." After arriving at the infirmary, Ruo Ying personally bandaged Mo Fan, grumbling and scolding him as she worked. Ruo Ying actually hated that Lu Yu's gang beat him up, but the fact that Mo Fan fought back only made them more interested, leading them to bully him even more. So Ruo Ying still advised him to endure it patiently for a while, and eventually they would stop paying attention to him. Mo Fan wasn't having any of it, but he was curious about one thing, so he asked Ruo Ying, "Just now, everyone else was afraid of me, or if not that, they just gathered around to watch the commotion. Why aren't you afraid of me? Don't tell me you like me or something." When Mo Fan asked that last question, Ruo Ying's normally calm face turned bright red once again. She was so angry that she was speechless, then decided to answer by punching Mo Fan 3 times before storming off. Getting beaten by Lu Yu's gang was already painful, and now Ruo Ying had added to it. Mo Fan felt like his waist was about to snap in two. Women truly are the most dangerous creatures in this world, a classic manhwa trope. Mo Fan left the infirmary, dragging his aching body back to the dormitory. But 2 tall guys were now blocking the doorway, clearly looking to start trouble with him. "Move, Mo Fan," said irritably. "Not moving." From today on, you're not allowed to sleep in the dormitory anymore, the other guy retorted. To prevent you from using your evil demonic cultivation techniques on us while we're asleep, Mo Fan didn't even deign to look at these guys, let alone ambush them. He didn't want to argue, he just wanted to go back to the dormitory and get some sleep, but they absolutely would not let him pass. Oh my, looks like student Mo Fan wants to teach someone a lesson again. What should we do? Is he going to beat us up right here? The tension in this manhwa scene was palpable as Mo Fan heard a voice he couldn't be more familiar with. It was Lu Yu, casually sitting nearby and gnawing on a chicken leg, looking extremely punchable. Around him were other disciples, each one menacingly holding a weapon, looking very wary of Mo Fan. Lu Yu threatened that if he tried to force his way in, they would all team up against him, a common plot point in this type of manhwa, and then tattle to the master to get him expelled from the sect. It seemed the rumor about Mo Fan secretly practicing the demonic path had already spread. It made sense, as Lu Yu wasn't the type to keep a secret. Therefore, all the male disciples were now united in kicking him out of the dormitory. Mo Fan had no other choice but to compromise. Lu Yu had even already gathered his belongings into a bundle. He threw it in front of Mo Fan with a provocative tone. No need to thank me. Here's your dinner too. Don't go hungry. The villain's taunts in this manhwa are just infuriating. Recently, there have been some petty thefts in the training hall, and the thief hasn't been caught yet, so you'd better not just barge into another room to sleep. It's best if you stay in the courtyard. That way you can prove you have nothing to do with that thief. Mo Fan acted as if he didn't hear a word Lu Yu said. He reached out to pick up the bundle with his belongings, only to discover, and it was soaking wet. It seemed the bastard had dunked the entire bundle in water before throwing it to him. This level of petty bullying is a staple in many manhwa stories. Mo Fan still had to force himself to remain calm. He wasn't strong enough yet, and it wasn't the time to pick a fight. If he really got into it with this group, ganged up on, he might not even see tomorrow's sunrise. What Mo Fan needed to do now was be patient, and then quickly recover his strength and return all this humiliation tenfold to those who deserved it. The next morning, the young Taoist disciples woke up very early, because today's class was taught by an extremely strict old man. He even had the nickname Yaksha King, and just hearing the name told you how formidable he was. Boss, isn't that Yaksha King guy and your father sworn brothers who've been through life and death together? Why do we even have to go to class? Let's just sleep in. One of Lu Yu's lackeys, woken up by the alarm gong, was yawning non-stop. You think my father would agree? If I dared to skip class, that old Yaksha King would definitely go snitch to my father. Lu, you also didn't want to go to class at all, but still reluctantly got up, grabbing an apple to munch on as he prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly noticed something. After being kicked out of the dorm yesterday, Mo Fan had actually slept under a tree, and even slept so soundly that he was still snoring loudly. Lu Yu felt that his personality had changed so drastically. It was like a plot twist in a manhwa. Before, Mo Fan had never been late or skipped class, but now he was even ignoring the Yaksha King's lesson, daring to not care. Lu Yu's lackeys saw this too and were about to wake Mo Fan up, but he stopped them. If Mo Fan was sleeping so soundly, he really wanted to see how long he could keep it up. So, they decided to ignore him and hurried to class. Who would have thought, after Lu Yu's group left, Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes. In reality, he had been awake for a while, just pretending to be asleep to trick them into leaving. Finally, some peace and quiet. Now was the time when no one was paying attention to him. Mo Fan wanted to take this opportunity to find a quiet place to train. With that in mind, Mo Fan stepped onto a cart, preparing to climb over the wall, but his body really wouldn't obey him. Just climbing a wall that wasn't very high left him panting heavily. More importantly, before Mo Fan even reached the top, his neck was suddenly caught by a leather whip and yanked back hard. Mo Fan was immediately pulled backward, gritting his teeth in pain. The students who saw this roared with laughter, absolutely delighted. And the mastermind behind this childish prank, like a villain from a cheap manhwa, could be none other than Lu Yu. Seeing Mo Fan fall headfirst to the ground, he said, "Well, well, my good boy. Mo Fan, that's quite a grand bow. I don't have any gift money for you, though." Mo Fan was so furious he couldn't keep his cool. This bastard really had a talent for pushing his buttons. He tore the leather whip from his neck, then grabbed it, yanked it back, and charged toward Lu Yu. "You bastard, I'll kill you today." His rage was like that of a manhwa protagonist. "Ooh, a mad dog is coming for a bite." Lu Yu was still laughing loudly. And indeed, in this situation, he wasn't afraid of Mo Fan at all, because the Yaksha King was right beside him, a classic trope you would see in a manhwa. Sure enough, before Mo Fan could even touch a single hair on Lu Yu's head, his left shoulder was struck by something sharp. How audacious! The old man standing next to him yelled. Mo Fan looked closely and saw that it was a sword. His opponent had just used a sword control technique to attack him. "Mo Fan, not only did you skip my class today, but you also tried to attack a fellow student. Are you trying to stage a rebellion?" Mo Fan snorted coldly. "Old man, even though you're a teacher, you don't seem to know right from wrong. If you'd just open your eyes, you'd see you can see who started the trouble." Yet he still stubbornly defends that bastard Lu Duo. Over on this side, Lu Duo even badmouthed Mo Fan to King Yaksha, saying he intentionally skipped class because he had mastered the sword kinesis art, feeling that the king couldn't teach him anything worthwhile anymore. Hearing this, King Yaksha was, as expected, so furious his hair stood on end like a character in a manhwa. He immediately demanded that Mo Fan compete with Lu Duo, whom he rated as having the best sword kinesis art skills in the class. "I really want to see what this arrogant brat is made of." Lu Duo immediately agreed and advanced towards Mo Fan. As for our protagonist, he started to panic. He had always practiced demonic cultivation and never used the sword kinesis art. Being forced to participate in this charade today, how could he possibly cope? "Junior brother Mo Fan, since the teacher has spoken, let's have a little spar, shall we? I hope junior brother will go easy on me." Lu Duo tossed a sword towards Mo Fan, looking incredibly smug. He bent down to pick up the sword. At least with a weapon, he could parry some blows. But before his hand could even touch the sword, on the other side, Lu Duo had already activated his sword kinesis art. The sword in his hand shot forward with incredible speed, successfully striking Mo Fan's right waist. Seeing that he couldn't defend himself, Lu Duo became even more smug. He continued to chant, controlling his sword to launch a continuous assault on his opponent. The other students who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp in amazement, because what Lu Duo had just displayed was an intermediate-level sword kinesis art, a popular technique in this genre of manhwa, while they had only learned the most basic part of sending the sword out and recalling it. King Yaksha must have shown him favoritism. "A high-level sect technique like that would never be taught to us," the students muttered. Returning to the match, everyone recognized that the power levels of the two were fundamentally unequal. This couldn't be called a competition. To be precise, Lu Duo was brutally overwhelming Mo Fan in a one-sided manhwa battle. Some worried that if this continued, Mo Fan would go berserk and enter a demonic state again. You don't get it at all. Lu Duo is deliberately trying to force Mo Fan to go berserk. A few perceptive people realized this whole manhwa-style duel was decided after just the first few moves, clearly showing who was strong and who was weak, yet King Yaksha still hadn't called a stop. He was obviously waiting for Lu Duo to force Mo Fan to release his demonic energy, at which point he would have the perfect excuse to attack and even use a killing move on him. By now, Mo Fan was so exhausted he was panting heavily. The way cultivators use the sword kinesis art was truly unique. With his current abilities, there was no way he could keep up with the sword's speed. Seeing Mo Fan's pale complexion, Lu Duo provoked him. "Ha ha ha, junior brother. At a time like this, you're still holding back on your senior brother? Well then, I'll just have to force you to show your true skills." With that, Lu Duo once again chanted an incantation, and the sword spun rapidly in midair, then shot straight towards Mo Fan. This time, if he really can't counter, I'm afraid he'll be pierced through the chest by that sword. Mo Fan's eyes widened as he watched the sword tip hurtling towards him. The other students didn't even dare to look, but at the very moment Lu Duo thought his sword would either pierce him or force him to once again enter a demonic state, his sword was blocked by Mo Fan's own sword, a true manhwa moment. And more importantly, he was controlling it using the exact same incantation Lu Duo had just chanted. It stings when simple mimicry actually works, doesn't it? "Just as you wished. Let's have a serious match, senior brother." As he said this, Mo Fan deliberately emphasized the title senior brother. The final senior brother was like a mockery to Lu Dudu. Jing Mo Fan's recent reversal of the situation was truly spectacular. The attention of the students in this manhwa began to shift towards him. Most of them could only make their swords fly up, and that's it. Yet Mo Fan was able to use an intermediate-level sword control technique to block a frontal attack from Lu Du. His control must be incredibly strong. The Yaksha King, despite showing no outward signs of surprise, was actually very astonished. He couldn't believe that someone in the world could control a sword just by watching and listening to others practice it. To master the art of sword control, besides the verbal incantations and mental techniques, one must also circulate true energy, train their divine sense, and align their mind's eye. These things all require many days of training and cannot be learned just by watching. Unless Mo Fan was a cultivation prodigy straight out of a manhwa, 1 in 10,000. Not letting Lu Du wait long, Mo Fan began controlling the sword again. His sudden proficiency in sword control made his opponent passive, instantly falling from a position of advantage to one of weakness. Looking at the two sword paths now, it was clear that Mo Fan had the upper hand, while Lu Du's attacks became more chaotic. However, in the end, Mo Fan's sword was cut in half by his opponents. He hadn't even considered this possibility. Lu Du, at that moment, finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, while his two lackeys behind him started cheering. "Young Master Lu is sure to win. Young Master Lu is sure to win. Young Master Lu is indeed extraordinary." This was the sword Lu Dudu had thrown him. So Mo Fan looked at it suspiciously, and sure enough, he discovered the problem. The sword didn't break because he was incompetent, but because the blade was made of soft lead, not iron. It was clear that Lu Dudu intended to play dirty from the start by intentionally throwing him this fragile sword. Mo Fan was utterly disappointed. What so-called righteous sect is this? A common trope in many a manhwa. They were all the same scheming people, resorting to any dirty trick to win, truly wolves in sheep's clothing. Fueled by his anger, he began to chant a mental mantra. For the first 1 or 2 seconds, absolutely nothing happened. But by the 3rd second, the weapons in the armory automatically burst out of the doors. There were swords, sabers, and even daggers, all of them following Mo Fan's command and levitating in front of Lu Dudu. This power-up is a highlight in the manhwa. Aren't you so great? Then go ahead and cut all of these down too, Mo Fan provoked. Lu Dudu was so scared, he almost fell backward. How could he have expected Mo Fan to be capable of this? Seeing him directing the pile of weapons straight at Lu Dudu, the students behind him scrambled to get away. While this scoundrel was so terrified, he collapsed, repeatedly crying for his mom and for help. Luckily for him, the Yaksha King appeared just in time, creating a barrier that blocked all the swords, preventing Lu Dudu from getting even a single scratch. He then declared the match was over and demanded that Mo Fan not harm anyone else. Mo Fan, everyone here is a fellow cultivator. You shouldn't escalate things like this. Stop now, the winner is already clear. Mo Fan felt utter contempt when he was getting beaten like a dog earlier. Where was this man? And now he suddenly cares about a disciple getting hurt? The smile on Mo Fan's face gradually became inhuman, a classic manhwa villain origin moment. Continued to chant the incantation, and as a result, not long after, the weapons shattered the Yaksha King's barrier. He panicked at this point and hurriedly screamed, "Stop right now. Settle your grudge with Lu Yu on your own. I won't interfere anymore. Now just let me go. Can you?" While saying this, he was trying to stay calm, but in reality, he was trembling uncontrollably. As for Lu Yu, upon hearing this, he was on the verge of wailing. His 2 hands clutched the Yaksha King's robes, begging him not to abandon him. Mo Fan burst out laughing. The dogs are turning on each other, are they? But negotiations are useless. Both of you will die here today. Just as he was about to make his move, he heard someone shout his name. "Mo Fan, don't be impudent. Do you want to disrespect your master and betray the sect?" Then, a hidden weapon flew past his face. Mo Fan turned to see Gu Weiming and Ruo Ying. "Master is already here. You should have stopped." But just then, Lu Yu screamed, "Master, save me." Mo Fan has fallen to the demonic path again, like a villain in a manhwa. You have to hand it to him. This guy really has a talent for saying exactly the right thing to drive Mo Fan crazy. Isn't what you just use our Taoist sect's sword control technique? Or to put it another way, does anyone who defeats him automatically use the demonic path? On the side, Gu Weiming was still advising him to lower his swords first, but Mo Fan didn't listen. His hands formed a hand seal, then brought them down. A barrage of blades rushed forward, surrounding the Yaksha King and Lu Yu to form a cocoon. From within, 2 desperate cries for help echoed out. Gu Weiming grew anxious, just watching. "Mo Fan, you are truly stubborn." He was so provoked that the veins on his forehead were twitching. "Be quiet and watch carefully." "I didn't harm them at all," Mo Fan replied. Afterwards, the commotion from Lu Yu's side ceased. When Mo Fan recalled his weapons, indeed, both he and the Yaksha King were unharmed. It was just that their clothes had been shredded to pieces, leaving them in a state that could only be described with one word: humiliated. "I won't dare again. From now on, I won't dare again." The Yaksha King no longer had any of a teacher's arrogance. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already cried himself hoarse. Gu Weiming was momentarily speechless. Ruo Ying, on the other hand, was gaping in astonishment. Because just now, Mo Fan had simultaneously controlled dozens of swords, yet he managed to control them to only tear their outer clothes. There wasn't even a single scratch on their skin. His power, like that of a top-tier manhwa protagonist, was truly profound, and the whole incident was started by him and the Yaksha King. In the end, he was still dragged back by Gu Weiming for punishment. "Disciple Mo Fan, you dared to strike lethally at your senior brother and act unscrupulously towards your teacher. Do you know your crime?" He made Mo Fan kneel in the ancestral hall, a classic manhwa punishment scene, and then listed his crimes. But no matter what was said, Mo Fan remained defiant. "Himph, whatever, I was wrong. Do what you want, just stop with the pointless words." Ruo Ying, at the side, kept pleading with Gu Weiming to punish him lightly. After all, this was his first time committing such a grave offense. However, when the rod in Gu Weiming's hand came down, it was very light. One could almost say it just tapped Mo Fan's head rather than striking him. He looked up in surprise and saw the old man let out a long sigh and say, "Mo Fan, you fought back because you could no longer endure the bullying. Although you are at fault, it is forgivable. Thus, your punishment is 3. His master, Gu Weiming, felt that his negligent supervision had caused his disciple to suffer. Seeing this situation suddenly escalate like this, Ruo Ying became extremely anxious, but Weiming's mind was made up. Even a favorite student like her couldn't stop him. The ruler in his hand was passed to Mo Fan. It was very clear that Gu Weiming wanted him to personally carry out this punishment on himself. Mo Fan looked at the ruler in his hand, seemingly bewildered, but his mouth was as cheeky as ever. If you think a few strikes with this tiny ruler can quell your anger, then go ahead and decide on a punishment for me, your master. As long as it can appease you, I will absolutely not go back on my word. Gu Weiming was still very indulgent toward Mo Fan, making him a bit embarrassed and afraid that the others would notice his awkward expression. Mo Fan immediately threw the fat ruler back, saying he couldn't be bothered to argue with old men and just wanted to go home and sleep. It was obvious. He couldn't bring himself to hit the man, yet he still acted tough like a classic manhwa protagonist. Gu Weiming saw through this, while Ruo Ying was so furious her feathers were ruffled, thinking Mo Fan was disrespecting his elder. Mo Fan, have you ever learned the sword kinesis art before? Gu Weiming suddenly asked. But Mo Fan immediately denied it. In his entire past life, he cultivated the demonic path and didn't know the first thing about the theory of the sword kinesis art, so how could he claim to have learned it before? Back then, that fool Lu Yu recited the incantation so loudly that I simply memorized and practiced it on the spot, Mo Fan replied. Gu Weiming truly couldn't believe his ears. Just like the Yaksha king, he felt that mastering the sword kinesis art based solely on an incantation was impossible, especially since the power of the sword kinesis art he had just displayed, a feat worthy of any action manhwa, far surpassed that of the strongest sword kinesis master in the academy. His own 30 years of experience couldn't even compare to half of what a kid like Mo Fan, who learned it on the fly, could do, unless you are a cultivation prodigy, a 1 in 10,000 talent, Gu Weiming said with a nod, repeating the exact same words as the Yaksha king from earlier, but with a completely different attitude. While his words were meant as a compliment to Mo Fan, they landed like a heavy stone on his head. Was this a joke? In his past life, he was the #1 demonic sovereign, dedicating his entire existence to demonic cultivation, yet in this life, he was being labeled a cultivation prodigy. For anyone else, this would be a great compliment, but for Mo Fan, who had the soul of a demonic emperor, this was the greatest insult. The irony in this manhwa was almost too much to bear. Mo Fan now truly wanted to give Gu Weiming a good thrashing, while the master himself remained completely oblivious, too busy rejoicing over the sudden discovery of his disciple's extraordinary talent. From now on, your master will be sure to teach you more. But before that, there's an important matter I need you to help me with. Stop, 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 Mo Fan yelled, taking a step back with each word. What in the world do you want to say? According to Weiming, the association had assigned their academy an annual mission this year. As for who should complete this mission, he was still struggling to decide. But since Mo Fan had just demonstrated such an excellent performance with the sword kinesis art, Gu Weiming now wanted him to complete the mission alongside Ruo Ying. The plot of this manhwa was moving quickly. He started by saying he needed help, but this was clearly an assignment. Mo Fan had no chance to refuse, especially since he hadn't even fully processed the information Gu Weiming gave him when the hall's doors suddenly burst open, a dramatic entrance straight out of a manhwa. A disciple, looking flustered and out of breath, rushed in to announce that the special envoy from the Guangyang Cultivation Association had arrived and was now right at the door. Gu Weiming, it was a bit confusing. He had clearly just returned from the association, so how could the envoy arrive right after he stepped through the door? Lu Yu, whose father is the vice president of the Quan Duong Taoist Association. Could he be here to settle the score with Mo Fan? Ruo Ying whispered a reminder. All right then, let's go out and greet them first. People from the association. The people from Quan Duong were acting arrogantly and causing a scene right at the entrance, demanding that Gu Weiming come out to greet them personally. Not long after, he and Ruo Ying stepped outside. Your Excellency, your presence honors us. Gu Weiming failed to greet you from afar. I hope you can forgive me. Gu Weiming's words seemed humble, but his demeanor was incredibly confident and calm, as if he were showing that the other party couldn't intimidate him. He then invited the Quan Duong envoy inside to talk, but the man coldly refused, saying he was just here to deliver a message and would leave immediately. Vice President Liu said he gave you the wrong document earlier. This is the real mission for the Zifeng Taoist Hall this year, a classic twist in this kind of manhwa. With that, he handed Gu Weiming a different document. The moment he saw it, his expression changed instantly because it was a grade A mission. Originally, they had only received a grade C mission, the easiest of the 3 grades C, B, and A, but now it had been changed to the highest level mission. Your Excellency, isn't there some mistake here? Our Zifeng Taoist Hall is just a small hall. For so many years, the most difficult mission we've ever received was only a second level 1. Why has it become a first level 1 this year? Ruo Ying couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "How arrogant," the other party shouted. "A little girl like you dares to question the association's decision. Are you trying to rebel? Let me tell you, whatever mission the association assigns, you must accept it. If you can complete it, fine, but if you can't, then just wait for your Taoist hall to be shut down." This dramatic manhwa-like scene at the entrance attracted many disciples who came out to watch, and they all saw Gu Weiming being mercilessly berated by the Quan Duong envoy. The crowd began to whisper amongst themselves, saying that this year their hall was done for, and that the people from the association were clearly here to cause trouble. How are we supposed to compete with the 5 great sects now? We're just a tiny academy. How can we possibly complete a great mission? This is clearly an attempt to push us into a corner. But you heard him. If we dare to refuse, the association will not only punish Teacher Gu, but also shut down the Taoist hall. Mo Fan was also in the crowd at that time and witnessed everything that happened. Gu Weiming had begun to humble himself and plead with the man. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept the mission, but that he truly lacked the strength. In the Taoist hall, all the talented disciples had been sent to the Xiao Ying hall for apprenticeships, and the ones who remained clearly weren't strong enough to handle this mission. He bowed his head low, begging the Quan Duong envoy to take back the document, admitting their strength was insufficient. "Why is it then that I heard you have a good disciple, one who even seriously injured young Master Lu? Don't stand there and lie to me." That envoy aggressively shoved Gu Weiming's hand away, a scene straight out of a revenge manhwa, nearly making him stumble backward. Gu Weiming quickly explained that what happened to Lu Yu was just the result of disciples from the same sect sparring with each other and nothing more, and that no injuries were caused. But just then, in a classic manhwa setup, Lu Yu walked out from the Taoist hall, looking extremely pathetic, with his head and hands bandaged, needing to lean on someone to move, and he was even crying his eyes out. Uncle Lu, you have to get justice for me," he screamed. Seeing this, the special envoy quickly dismounted his horse. "Oh my dear young Master Lu, how did you get injured so badly?" Seeing his state, both Gu Weiming and Ruo Ying were so shocked their jaws dropped. Lu Du was clearly faking it, as Mo Fan had only torn his clothes earlier and hadn't injured him at all. But that special envoy would rather believe Lu Du's word alone than listen to 100 excuses from outsiders, so he assumed Gu Weiming was trying to cover for the person who had harmed him. "When Mo Fan assaulted me, all the brothers here saw it. Does anyone here dare say I wasn't beaten to a pulp? Huh?" Lu Du shouted. And just as expected, no one in the crowd dared to make a sound. Lu Du was a young master from a prestigious family, and his father was the vice president of the Cultivation Association. So of course they wouldn't dare to offend him. Only Ruo Ying dared to argue with this guy. She had disliked him for a long time, and now seeing him so shamelessly twist the truth, she became even more furious, while Gu Weiming could only sigh. "Teacher Gu, technically, the association isn't supposed to interfere in the internal affairs of the dojo, but now that young Master Lu has come to me with this accusation, I can no longer stand by and do nothing." The special envoy hissed, then demanded that Gu Weiming bring Mo Fan to him for questioning. Gu Weiming still wanted to protect the boy, so he insisted from start to finish that this was just a sparring session between disciples and not worth making a big deal about. He even volunteered to take the punishment on his disciples' behalf. But Gu Weiming's plan fell apart when Mo Fan, like a true manhwa protagonist, boldly stepped out from the crowd of apprentices and started running his sassy mouth. "I wonder what mutt is barking nonsense at our doorstep." I could hear it from a mile away, gossiping like a gaggle of old hens. The remaining disciples were scared to death by his words. The other party was a special envoy from the Cultivation Association, someone who could take a life as easily as flipping a coin, someone even Gu Weiming had to defer to, yet he had voluntarily appeared and spoken so arrogantly in this intense manhwa showdown, like that. The moment Lu Du saw his face, he immediately tattled to the special envoy that this was the one who had beaten him. The envoy nodded, then ordered his subordinate to seize Mo Fan. However, just as the man stepped forward, he was blocked by Ruo Ying. "I am his class leader. If you want to touch a member of my class, you'll have to go through me first." This is a classic line in any action manhwa. "Alright, that's enough. I don't need a girl to protect me." Mo Fan put his hands behind his head and casually stepped forward. At this point, Gu Weiming couldn't take it anymore and told Ruo Ying to step aside. He finally wanted to see who would actually dare to cause trouble in his dojo, because according to the association's regulations, any outsider who interferes in the internal affairs of a dojo must forfeit their life. "Sir, Gu Weiming really looks like he's about to go berserk, and if that happens, I'm afraid we'll have no way out." The special envoy's subordinate whispered a reminder to him, but even without the warning, seeing Gu Weiming's expression, the special envoy was already stammering, scared out of his wits. "Gu Weiming, you've got guts. Since you want to talk regulations, then will you accept this mission or not?" He changed his tone to a threatening one, saying that if Gu Weiming refused the mission, he would definitely report back to the association, a classic power play in the world of manhwa. Dojo would be reduced to a pile of rubble by tomorrow. But before Gu Weiming could even respond, Mo Fan had already confidently picked up the mission scroll from the ground. Isn't it just a great mission? Seeing you get all worked up like this, do you think everyone at our Zifeng Taoist Hall is useless? Mo Fan once again left the apprentices stunned, a classic manhwa protagonist move. Just how difficult is a grade A mission? Yet he dared to speak so nonchalantly. They thought Mo Fan didn't know his own limits. He'd been acting like a lunatic lately. Mo Fan heard them but didn't give a damn about their criticism. Standing before the crowd, he loudly declared, "This mission, I'll take it. Got it?" As if waiting for Mo Fan to say just that, the special envoy laughed loudly, then jumped on his horse and rode away. Gu Weiming wanted to help him retract the decision, but it was too late. The envoy set a deadline of 10 days, after which he would return to check, and if the mission wasn't completed, the entire Taoist hall would be destroyed. Such big talk, and he thinks riding a horse can hide his pig-like nature. Mo Fan was still cursing after him, though the envoy probably didn't hear it, but Lu Yu heard it clearly. Still acting so arrogant, he revealed a malicious expression. "Because of you, the entire Zifeng Taoist hall is about to be buried. You're truly a jinx." His criticism that Mo Fan had implicated the Taoist hall also incited many other apprentices, and one person's scolding soon became two. In the end, the whole crowd erupted, everyone joining in to curse him, believing their cultivation careers, a central theme in this manhwa, were about to be ruined by Mo Fan and shattered. "Get lost. No one welcomes you here. You think you're so great for defeating the Night Yaksha King, huh? What an idiot. You've ruined my cultivation path. I'll make sure you don't get away in one piece." Mo Fan listened until his head hurt, then sternly uttered two words, "Shut up." And surprisingly, the crowd actually fell silent, but the most scared one was still Lu Yu. He looked at Mo Fan's expression, terrified that he would go berserk again and use his sword control technique to strip off all of his clothes. Afterwards, Gu Weiming stepped in to disperse the crowd, then summoned Mo Fan and Ruo Ying to go with him. As expected, Gu Weiming called them over to discuss the mission. At first, it was the easiest level of mission, and he felt confident in trusting it to these two. But now that it had become a grade A mission, Gu Weiming told them to assess the remaining apprentices, a common scene in many manhwa, to see if anyone had some talent who could go with them, as adding one more person would mean a slightly higher chance of success. "I can complete the mission by myself. Why drag more people into this and make it complicated?" Mo Fan shrugged. Gu Weiming didn't blame his disciple for being arrogant, but he had to be honest that even he wasn't certain he could perfectly complete a grade A mission. A challenge worthy of any manhwa, let alone a student who hadn't even relying solely on Mo Fan's strength. Gu Weiming felt that not only would this mission fail, but it would also cost him his life. His expression was extremely grave, a complete contrast to Mo Fan's provocatively calm demeanor. "I was the one who beat up Lu Yu, and that pig-like special envoy was brought here by him to target me. A classic manhwa villain scheme. A real man takes responsibility for his own actions, so naturally, I will take responsibility for this matter. It has nothing to do with any of you." Gu Weiming was so angered by him that he was speechless. Just then, Ruo Ying returned. She had just gone around looking for teammates, but everyone else was scared stiff, so no one agreed to join. It made sense. This was a grade A mission. Armor. Gu Weiming sighed heavily and said to just forget it. After all, he couldn't push incompetent people into a pit of fire. That would be telling them to go get reincarnated. With no other choice, Gu Weiming had to take back the mission scroll from Mo Fan's hands, saying he would go see the president of the Cultivators Association tomorrow to retract the mission, and that Mo Fan was not to go anywhere. Looking at Gu Weiming's stooped figure, Mo Fan thought to himself what a meddlesome old man he was. It seemed not all cultivators in this manhwa were as cowardly as he had thought. Gu Weiming was willing to risk his old life to protect his disciple, but hiding behind others wasn't Mo Fan's style. He had already glanced at the mission in the scroll, and had decided to go handle it himself that night. However, just as he climbed over the wall that evening, Mo Fan was caught by Ruo Ying. This girl was truly sharp, like a classic manhwa heroine, having already guessed that Mo Fan would disobey his master and sneak out to do the mission, so she was already waiting here. Seeing her determined expression, Mo Fan tried to tactfully persuade her. "All right, I'll go back now." He planned to return and then find another chance to sneak out. But unexpectedly, Ruo Ying had a different move, completely unlike her usual obedient and rigid self. She figured that even if Gu Weiming went to see the president tomorrow, it wouldn't change anything. Meanwhile, as the senior disciple, she had a responsibility to share her master's burdens. Therefore, Ruo Ying seriously declared, "So I will complete this mission with you." At first, Mo Fan thought she was just acting on a whim. He never expected Ruo Ying to stubbornly follow him for such a long way. They walked from midnight until sunrise, and she was still full of energy, like she was the protagonist of her own action manhwa. He, on the other hand, was starving and pulled into a roadside eatery, ordering 2 steamers of buns and 2 bowls of porridge. 2 steamers? Are you trying to eat yourself sick? I'll only have 1 bun. Ruo Ying protested. "Oh, Then let's make that 2 steamers of buns and 1 extra bun, Mo Fan told the owner. Ruo Ying sat down sullenly, eating while warning him that she would only pay for her own share. The owner saw the 2 youngsters bickering and assumed they were a couple. She then asked, "You two look so young, did you just get married?" When the owner finished her sentence, Ruo Ying immediately spat a mouthful of soy milk into the face of Mo Fan, who was sitting opposite her. Who would want to marry him? Her face turned bright red as she stammered in denial. Knowing Ruo Ying was embarrassed, Mo Fan found an excuse to change the subject. He started asking about the Cultivators Association. In his past life, he hadn't paid attention to these people, but now that he'd encountered them, he was genuinely curious about their background and why they were so arrogant, a common trope in a cultivation manhwa. You really must have hit your head when you fell off that mountain to dare to provoke people from the association. Then, Ruo Ying began to explain that in this martial world, a setting often seen in a manhwa, besides the 5 great sects Gyuan, Wuji, Chengdi, Luoting, and Yufeng, there were still thousands of other cultivation sects. To avoid competition among these sects, the 5 great sects established an association under their unified authority. The 5 great sects were already very powerful, and recently they even joined forces to successfully eliminate the #1 demon lord, Shidian, so their influence soared. Now, no one in the world dared to defy them, a classic power dynamic in this manhwa. The 5 sects currently hold the greatest power in this cultivation world. After hearing this, Mo Fan unconsciously clenched the bun in his hand. It all came back to the 5 great sects. It seemed his feud with them, a central plot point in this manhwa, had just deepened. Therefore, she said, what the world truly fears is not the association, but the 5 great sects behind it. Ruo Ying continued. In particular, she emphasized the newly appointed president, Mu Daishi, who is said to be the most important figure of the 5 great sects right now. The moment Mo Fan heard this name, it was as if a jolt of electricity ran through him. Ruo Ying saw his expression and thought he didn't know the man, so she carefully reminded him, "You've even forgotten about him. Without him, how could the demon lord Shidian have been so easily controlled by the 5 sects? Now that the demon clan is scattered, and the people can live in peace, it's largely thanks to his efforts. How could Mo Fan possibly forget this man? Wasn't that the glory-seeking bastard who betrayed him? This time, after being reborn, one of Mo Fan's most important goals in this manhwa is to flay him alive and grind his bones, ensuring he can never reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes. By the way, we've been talking for a while. Why won't you tell me what the mission is?" Ruo Ying asked again. "It's because I want to ditch you, you got it," Mo Fan replied. Joking aside, the document actually says the mission is to go to Mount Fu Xian to retrieve the purple gold dragon bone. As soon as Ruo Ying heard Mo Fan say this, her face turned ashen. Because Mount Fu Xian is still teeming with remnants of the demon clan, a place no one dares to approach. Even masters from the 5 great sects who go there might not return alive, let alone the 2 of them. When Ruo Ying voiced this concern, a smile suddenly appeared on Mo Fan's face. What? Doesn't this mean all of his underlings from his past life are hiding on Mount Fu Xian? This manhwa plot was unfolding perfectly. Thinking of this, Mo Fan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Ruo Ying thought he had gone mad from fear. "Hey, what the hell are you laughing at? Are you even listening to me? The members of the demon clan are cunning and sinister. Just the 2 of us can't possibly deal with them," Ruo Ying said impatiently, now truly wanting to turn back and return to the sect hall. But Mo Fan paid no attention to her words, as he suddenly noticed a child who had appeared out of nowhere, now standing by their dining table and staring intently at him. They locked eyes for about 10 seconds, after which the child suddenly grabbed the steamer basket with his remaining few buns and took off running. Mo Fan instinctively shot up and gave chase. "You little brat, you dare steal my breakfast. Give me back my steamed buns." The shop owner saw this and panicked, because one of those steamer baskets was worth a whole 10 coins. Ruo Ying also hurriedly got up to follow, not forgetting to reassure the owner first. "Ma'am, don't worry, we'll definitely catch him and bring it back." Mo Fan and Ruo Ying hastily chased after the little boy. They kept shouting, "You little brat, I'll beat you to death when I catch you. Little friend, stop running." The cornered kid then jumped into a bush. Mo Fan huffed, walking over to where the kid was hiding. Still trying to hide? He directly grabbed and lifted him up. "Get out here." He mercilessly threw the kid's entire body out into the open, a ruthless move for any manhwa protagonist. "You run pretty fast for someone with short legs. Huh, let's see you run now. You dare to steal my things? Are you looking for death?" Ruo Ying was searching for the dropped steamer basket nearby. Suddenly, she froze, in utter disbelief. At the same time, the little thief desperately lunged towards Mo Fan. He stubbornly bit down hard on his hand, causing Mo Fan to yell in anger. "You little brat, you steal my food and now you dare to bite me too?" As he was raising his fist, Ruo Ying stopped him. "Wait." Mo Fan was confused. What's wrong with teaching them a little lesson? She gently pushed aside the bushes, revealing children inside greedily eating the steamed buns that the little boy had stolen. This scene, straight out of a tragic manhwa, stunned Shi Tian. After asking, he learned that all these children had been abandoned. They weren't related by blood. The boy was only 9 years old, and the others were younger. He stole food so that these younger siblings could eat, while he hadn't eaten anything himself. Ruo Ying brought the children back to the old woman. We are disciples of the Zifeng Dao Hall. We're currently on a mission and can't take them back with us. Could we trouble you to look after these kids for a couple of days? When we return, we'll take them to the Dao Hall. She tactfully handed the woman a silver ingot. You're also getting on in years, so they can help you out. This is for their food. Please accept it. The woman was shocked to see such a large amount of silver. This is too much. It's more than enough for a year. I can't take it. Ruo Ying replied, It's all right. It's just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. After settling the matter, Shi Tian urged her, Let's go. Stop standing there passing it back and forth. Ruo Ying happily bade them farewell. On the way, she wouldn't stop chattering. You're so strange. It was clearly your idea to leave them at the inn, so why do you look like you owe someone money? Besides, with your personality, I thought you'd give them a beating. Why did you suddenly become so soft-hearted? Not only did you not mind being bitten, you even made such thoughtful arrangements. Shi Tian, being exposed by her, snapped irritably. None of your business. Ruo Ying looked at him with curiosity. I've suddenly discovered you're actually quite kind, he replied helplessly. You talk too much. Just watch where you're going. Annoyed by his attitude, Ruo Ying huffed. I can't be bothered to argue with you anymore. Meanwhile, Shi Tian was preoccupied with a question. Why? The children of the human race and my demon clan have always been like fire and water. Perhaps it's just because they are like me. Seeing him lost in thought, Ruo Ying prompted, Hey, let's get a move on. He said he understood. All their actions had been monitored by you and his uncle. Lu Dong spoke up. Well done. You have the leisure to save some random beggars. It looks like you're just out for a stroll. You replied smugly. I told you so. He never took the association seriously. When he fails the mission, he'll just make up excuses. Uncle, don't go soft on him. This little brat needs to be taught a stern lesson. The two of them had stopped at their destination. Ruo Ying reported, Ahead of us is Tushan Mountain. It's teeming with demons and evil spirits, like a classic manhwa setting. Any living creature that enters the mountain is said to never return, and even immortals flying overhead would be dragged down by the demons and eaten alive. Hearing this dramatic manhwa tale, Shi Tian broke into a cold sweat internally. What kind of idiot made that up? Eaten alive? Aren't they afraid of getting a stomachache? He was stunned to see Ruo Ying had already drawn her sword. What are you doing? She said seriously. You don't have a sword, so stick close to me. I'll protect you. My father got this sword from Dazong City. A grandmaster enchanted it, giving it the power to exorcise evil, a classic manhwa trope. Shi Tian casually reminded her, Put it away for now. It'll take at least half a day to reach the area with demons. Around here, there are only rabbits and pheasants. She asked again, Do you know where the purple gold dragon bone is? He replied, Wherever there are more monsters, there you will find treasure. That's a classic rule in any adventure manhwa. So, we're still a long way from finding the monster's lair. He thought to himself. The purple gold dragon bone is a precious medicinal ingredient. It can temper one's meridians and bones. The document didn't specify how much to bring back, which is perfect. I can also keep a little for my own training. Dealing with those demon clans won't be a problem then. The tricky part is how to get. I have to get away from Ruo Ying. I can't let her find out I'm working with the demon clan. I'll have to find a chance to knock her out. Shetian pointed to a nearby tree and said, I'll climb the tree to see which way we should go. You wait here for a moment. Ruo Ying was surprised. Climb a tree? Okay, he had his own plan. First, he'd get out of sight, then knock her out from behind. In the meantime, I'll go get the purple gold dragon bone, and then say we were attacked by the demon clan, but I fought them off. No one will ever know the truth. My genius is worthy of a manhwa protagonist. Xue Tian quickly hid in the bushes, leaving a bewildered Ruo Ying behind. Mo Fan, where are you? She started to become worried. If you can hear me, answer me. Xu Tian flashed a wicked smile. He hid in the bushes, a club ready in his hand, but in the blink of an eye, there was no one in front of him. His eyes widened. Where did she go? Xue Tian hurriedly rushed out. He yelled, Ruo Ying, where are you? Come out. The area remained silent with no reply, only the sound of the wind whistling past. He imagined a dark manhwa scene of demons capturing her. No way. Could she have already been killed? Ruo Ying had been kidnapped by Yu. Lu Dong asked Yu, what's the point of knocking her out? Isn't the target that little brat? Ruo Ying was slung over his shoulder as he replied, This girl's name is Ruo Ying. Her father is the Wangyang City Lord. She will be very useful during this time. Tell me, who do you think will be in trouble now? Lu Dong was startled after hearing this. She's the city lord's daughter? Yu boasted smugly. It took me a lot of effort to find out that information. The old man heard this and sneered. Not bad. If anything happens to the young lady, everyone at the Purple Windao Hall will be buried with her. And that brat Mo Fan certainly won't escape death by 1,000 cuts. The important thing is, how do we pin this on them? Yu's plan was, what if we say Mo Fan was the one who knocked Ruo Ying out and then assaulted her? Don't you think that's an explosive enough plot for any manhwa? Yu placed Ruo Ying on the ground, his face turning red as he thought about what he was about to do. Uncle, I'm feeling a little nervous. The older man said pretentiously, you're still young and inexperienced. Step aside and let your uncle show you how it's done. The two of them started to argue. Wasn't I supposed to do it first? You rotten brat, I'm your elder. Have you no manners? Have you ever heard the tale of Kong Rong yielding the pair before? A cracking sound from behind caught their attention, while Shui Tian was anxiously chasing after her. This is big trouble. The demon clan is dangerous and extremely vigilant right now. A classic manhwa setup. We must have been followed when we entered the mountain. If Ruo Ying was captured, if she wasn't killed, then she was. Suddenly, a strangely shaped object shot towards him. Shu Tian luckily dodged the surprise attack. A gloating voice rang out from behind. Hey, jackpot, dinner just fell from the sky. A group of demons, looking like they jumped straight out of a monster manhwa, appeared and blocked his path. Their leader, Niu, said excitedly, this kind of Taoist with soft skin and tender meat is the most delicious. Hey kid, are you scared out of your wits? Listen up, Shui Tian cut him off. Did you guys capture a girl? The demon blurted out, yeah, that's right, and 2 other Taoists too. After saying that, Niu realized he'd slipped up and roared, who gave you permission to question me? Do you believe I'll mince you to bits, you stinking Taoist? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, why did I answer him without thinking? It's like some manhwa mind control skill. I'm the second in command of. Fushan Mountain is being suppressed by a Taoist priest again. Shui Tian was surprised and thought to himself, a Taoist priest? Where did they come from? Then he asked them, where are they? Take me there quickly. Hearing this, Niu grew even angrier. Coming into my territory and still daring to shout like that. Kid, do you think you're some mighty demon lord? You want to order us to take you somewhere? Do you take us? For fools? I might as well kill you first and just bring your corpse. Shui Tian decided that these demon tribe members seemed not very bright, so it would be better not to reveal his identity to them. I have to find a way to protect Ruo Ying first. I'll meet their boss later. How can I get them to willingly take me there now? He suggested. Hey, you want to kill me right now? I won't be as delicious then. Niu asked foolishly. Huh, why? Shui Tian tempted them. You should cook me right after killing me. This is a classic trope in this kind of manhwa. First, use a stone mallet to tenderize the meat, then slice it, score it decoratively, and add soy sauce, Shaoxing wine. Slice ginger and scallions. Marinate it for about an hour, coat it in egg and flour, then heat oil in a pan. Fry it until the surface is golden and crispy. At that point, you just need to take one bite. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, rich but not greasy, with juices flooding your mouth. The flavor will linger in your mouth forever. After he finished speaking, the entire group of demons was drooling with desire. Niu ordered, go get Lu Yi. Lu Yi, bring those 3 back to the cave, but absolutely do not kill them. We have to share them while the meat is still fresh. His underling immediately replied, yes sir, and shot off like an arrow. The one who stayed behind knelt before him in admiration. You really know your stuff, bro. Were you a chef before you started cultivating? He answered hesitantly. Yeah, a little. This kind of hidden talent is a highlight in this manhwa. In his heart, he silently pitied him. Poor kid, you can't even get a hot meal? I just made that up on the spot, and you're already drooling like this. Niu ordered them to bring the meal back to the cave, and the underling shouted, yes sir, as he was being carried back on a demon's shoulder. He took the opportunity to gather some information. Who's in charge of Fushan Mountain now? The demon laughed when he heard that. Just hearing the name of our great master would scare you Taoist priests to death. His reputation in this manhwa is truly fearsome. He is one of the 300 former guards of the demon lord, Mo Yachi Liao. Niu, annoyed by his chattiness, said, why are you telling him all this? If he gets scared to death after hearing our great king's name, the meat won't be as tasty. The other demon, sheepishly, replied, oh, it just slipped out. Shu Tian thought to himself, it's little Qi Liao, huh, this will be easy then. Niu was so happy that he shouted before even entering the cave, big brother, I've brought back food. When Shu Tian saw the cave, he assessed it, so the cave is right ahead. What a tiny little hole. I can't believe Qi Liao is living in a place like this after I died. This manhwa really shows his fall from grace. A voice echoed from within the cave, have you brought the 3 people back yet? He also heard Ruo Ying's scolding voice. You are a shameless disciple. You met the demon tribe and didn't even fight. Instead, you just stood there, sucking up to them, disgracing our sect. You are the scum of our righteous faction. You, with a bruised face, angrily retorted, "Shut up, what would a hussy like you know? I originally came to pay my respects because I admire the valiant demon lord of Fu Xian Mountain. How could I possibly be disrespectful to the demon lord?" Qi Liao, losing patience with their bickering, spoke up, "If you dare spout any more nonsense, I'll chop you into mincemeat." You put on a sycophantic expression and replied, I wouldn't dare. Shu Tian was the previous demon lord, and the demon tribe cannot go a single day without a master. Lord Qi Liao is unparalleled in valor and, following the will of the people, has become the current demon lord. This junior, Du, will be the first to support you. Lu Dong also chimed in, "Ah, I support you too." Du's acting was so over the top that he kowtowed to the ground to show his sincere respect. This junior feels as if I've known Lord Qi Liao for ages, despite this being our first meeting, just like a family member. Your majestic demeanor reminds me of my own distant father. Seeing you is like meeting my own kin. He was so ridiculous that he even gently lifted Qi Liao's booted heel. If you would not look down on me, please accept Du as your adopted son. From now on, Du will wholeheartedly serve you, my adoptive father. Ruo Ying couldn't stand to watch any longer, and shouted, "She wasn't wrong, you are disgusting." Qi Liao finally spoke, but seeing a Taoist priest like this, straight out of a manhwa, kneeling before me, I quite like it. Hearing that, Du slammed his head on the ground again. He pointed at Ruo Ying, who was tied up to the stone pillar, and said, "Adoptive father, I brought this girl as a gift for you. Please accept her." Ruo Ying was stunned by the betrayal. "What did you say?" Qi Liao glanced at her coldly. "I have no interest in women. Perhaps we should eat her instead." Du's voice trembled slightly. "Eat her?" Qi Liao's expression was dead serious, not looking like he was joking. Du tremblingly played along. "No, you're right. Eating her is also a good idea. Her skin is thin and her flesh is tender. She'll surely suit your palate, adoptive father." Yao also added, "Frying her would be even better." He cheerfully introduced Shui Tian, big brother. The young man here said that coating her in egg and deep frying her would be delicious, so we don't have to eat raw flesh anymore. Shui Tian forced a laugh, inwardly fuming. Damn it, with so many people around and this man was seen, how can I possibly reveal my identity? Ruo Ying saw him and grew worried. "Mo Fan, how did you get captured too?" He feigned innocence and said, "If I told you I was a chef now, you probably wouldn't believe me, would you?" The surrounding demons were furious. In these mountains, there aren't even mosquitoes, so where would you get cooking oil? Liar, you must take us for fools. All those cultivators are shameless liars. Chop him up and use his organs as a sacrifice to the heavens to avenge our demon lord. Ruo Ying tried to protect him. He's not from the Yufeng sect, he's just a stud, but she was cut off by a silencing spell. The one who cast the spell was Du. Seeing him secretly use the technique, she was enraged. "Du, you dare harm a fellow disciple in this manhwa-like betrayal." Shui Tian also pointed at him and accused him. "Well done, Du. You dare to seize the Tushan sword for yourself, and now you want to use the demons to kill. You me to tie up loose ends. Even in death, I will visit our master in a dream to expose your conspiracy." He thought to himself, "My identity. I cannot be revealed to Ruo Ying. I must find a way to speak with Qi Liao alone, just like in a tense manhwa chapter." After hearing this, Du was confused. Tushan's sword. What Tushan sword? Qi Liao's eyes lit up when he heard the name. "The Tushan sword is in your possession?" Yao's eyes also widened. "Kid, are you talking about Lord Shui Tian's ultimate demonic weapon, the Tushan sword?" He replied, "That's the one. My senior brother and I were entrusted by our master to bring that sword to Dizong City, but, unexpectedly, my senior brother gave in to greed and stole the sword for himself." Du is furious at being framed in this classic manhwa twist. You're spouting nonsense. I haven't even seen what this sword of yours looks like." Qi Liao was already gripping his neck tightly. A grim voice echoed. "A sound fit for any villain in a manhwa. I'll ask you only once. Where is the Tushan sword?" The pressure from Qi Liao's hand made him panic even more. I really don't know." He was lying. In a move that would end any manhwa chapter, Shui Tian was also pulled over, and the demon then watched in astonishment. "It's here, Lord Qi Liao's ultimate move, a technique straight out of a manhwa, the Immortal Hole technique. Once this move is unleashed, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would find it hard to escape within a 50-yard radius." His hand squeezed tightly around Shi Tian's neck. Both of their lives were in danger. Qi Liao asked in a menacing tone, "Which one of you is lying? Spit it out." Shi Tian exclaimed, "What I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you." He then formed a hand seal. Qi Liao was stunned when he saw it. You? Shi Tian looked at him calmly. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? After hearing this, he immediately threw Du to the ground and shouted, Today, I will definitely find the water flow stone. With that, he grabbed Shi Tian and left. You all wait here, I have to question him personally. His subordinates replied in unison. Yes, sir. Inside a private room, Qi Liao finally dared to ask, Who exactly are you? How do you know Lord Shi Tian's exclusive seal technique? Shi Tian, however, reminded him, Hey, put me down first. He dusted off his clothes with a cool demeanor and asked, Where are the other personal guards? Where have they all gone? Why are you the only one left on Fuxian Mountain, acting like a bandit? Seeing this familiar aura, Qi Liao became even more alarmed. Could it be that you are? Shi Tian gave a smile identical to the original Shi Tian's, a classic Manhwa reveal. I hope you've been well since we parted, Qi Liao. Upon hearing this, his eyes welled up with emotion, and he quickly knelt down, proclaiming, Your subordinate, Qi Liao, pays his respects to the Demon Lord. Qi Liao recounted that beast, Jiao Mu. He brought experts from the 5 sects to ambush the royal guard, killing countless of our brothers. Only a few managed to break through and escape. Then they massacred our entire demon clan, a truly dark turn for this Manhwa, with only a few women and children left alive, whom they took as slaves. Those lucky enough to escape all fled to the mountains, and those brothers out there are the fortunate ones who escaped the blades of the 5 sects. He continued with a heavy heart. I wanted to save as many people as possible, but I was useless. Shi Tian was filled with indignation upon hearing this. If the heavens have given me a chance to be reborn, I will definitely take back what belongs to us. Rest assured, whether it's the 5 sects or Jiao Mu, I will make them pay a debt of blood with blood. The demon clan will one day live openly and proudly on this earth, not at the mercy of others. Qi Liao showed his loyalty and asked for instructions. My lord, what are your orders? Qi Liao is willing to go through hell and high water and will not hesitate. Shi Tian calmly replied, No rush, although I have been reborn, and I still remember the cultivation techniques, my power has not yet returned. You all should lay low for now, wait until my power has recovered to 70 or 80%. As he said that, he pointed to the deepest part of the mountain cave and reported, My lord, it just so happens that I found a peerless spiritual medicine here in Fuxian Mountain, which might help you restore your cultivation, a classic Manhwa power-up item. Shi Tian was surprised to hear this. A spiritual medicine? Qi Liao revealed, It's this purple gold dragon bone. I heard from the earth spirits in the mountains that in ancient times, the bones of a flying dragon did not decay for tens of thousands of years after its death, transforming into the purple gold dragon bone. Legend says it has the effect of repairing spiritual veins, opening soul apertures, and condensing a golden core. We knew at a glance that it was but we didn't know how to use it, and eating it had no effect. My lord, you are wise and knowledgeable. Can you see if there's a way to unleash its power? Looking at the item before him, Shi Tian couldn't help but exclaim, This is my chance. It was all for this dragon bone set. I can't believe it's this massive. This dragon species, a legendary beast in many a manhwa, was said to have had thousands of years of cultivation when it was alive and was incredibly powerful. My current body is weak because of its frail tendons and meridians. If I can use this to refine myself, my constitution will definitely improve. He was thrilled at the thought. When she requested that I bring back the purple gold dragon bone, but he never specified how much, I'll just hand over one piece to complete the mission. That association won't be able to say a thing to me. Based on my current cultivation level, refining it with my true qi is impossible. However, if I can already use the sword control technique, perhaps the Taoist alchemy arts are also possible. If fate has led me to be reborn into a Taoist sect, then I must seize this opportunity to study Taoist techniques, a common path for protagonists in a cultivation manhwa. Not only will I be able to know my enemy and myself, but it can also help perfect my demonic arts, and then I will avenge the blood debt of my 10,000 compatriots. After thinking this, he ordered his guard, Qi Liao. Listen to my command. This venerable one will only bring one piece back to deceive those Taoist dogs. The rest of the dragon bone, you all will hide it outside Wangyang City. Wait for this venerable one to finish refining it, and I will distribute the essence of the dragon bone among our brothers. He replied, As you command. Then Qi Liao asked about another matter. My lord, what should we do with the 3 people outside? Should we kill them to avenge our compatriots? He secretly calculated that using Qi Liao to kill you was a good idea, but his father would definitely take it out on the innocent and cause chaos at the Taoist hall. After weighing the pros and cons regarding Yu's father, he had his answer. This venerable one still needs a quiet place to cultivate. I cannot afford more trouble. We can't kill them yet. I will take them away to avoid suspicion. Qi Liao, it's time to test your acting skills. Hearing this, he was confused. Outside, the demon clan members were carefully guarding the other 2 people. They pleaded endlessly. Big brothers, my meat is sour and rotten. It tastes really awful. Can you please not eat me? Ah, me too. I'm so old, my meat is old and tough. You won't be able to chew it. Both of them screamed when they saw Shi Tian being brought out in this terrifying manhwa scene. You bastard, you dare to trick me. Qi Liao threw him to the ground, locked all four of them up, and informed the brothers from the other caves. Tomorrow night, we'll feast on Taoist meat. The underlings all shouted, yes, long live the boss. You cried and begged, this is an injustice. Godfather, I didn't trick you. Why am I being eaten too? Qi Liao made up a random reason. I don't like your hairstyle, so I'll eat you first tomorrow. Drag them down and guard them strictly. The underlings obeyed, yes sir. As for you, he was still pleading. Even a tigress doesn't eat her own cub, Godfather. Father, Ruo Ying asked worriedly, Shi Tian, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He gestured for her to be quiet and then said, don't be afraid, I'll get you out of here tonight. Shi Tian and Ruo Ying were tied to a post, while the other two were hung upside down in a classic manhwa predicament. They groaned in discomfort. Ouch, ouch. Yu had a bone thrown straight at his face, making a fuss in the demon sex lair. Keep whining, I'll butcher you right now. He felt it was very unfair. On what grounds do those two get to sit while we're hung up like this? But they didn't care. Kid, if you keep screaming, do you believe I'll bleed you dry? Just then, their comrades walked by to remind them. Boss Qi Liao is calling you two for a drink. The other one asked happily. Really? The two of them immediately ran off cheerfully. The boss is still the best. He always shares the good stuff with us. Let's go, let's go. When the demons were gone, Ruo Ying finally dared to speak. You. Tell me, is there a way to get out of here? Any later and it might be too late. Tai Tian replied, Jingfeng Zhuyu Po Kling Cheng. After hearing this, you burst out laughing. Have you gone mad with fear? You want to use the sword control technique? Keep your dog eyes peeled and watch. There are no swords in here. Lu Dong also snorted with contempt. Idiot. Just then, a piece of firewood flew up from the fire pit. Seeing the log fly towards her, Ruo Ying was astonished. You can actually use the sword control technique to control a piece of firewood? Ti Tian glanced in a certain direction with a sarcastic look. Looks like someone's dog eyes are wide open now. Provoked, Yu tried to show off. That's just a cheap trick. Watch this. Jingfeng's Weiyu poke Lingsheng. But the bonfire didn't budge at all, and he was left speechless with embarrassment. Lu Dong criticized him bluntly. I can tell that you usually don't train diligently. Your skills are sloppy, and you cause trouble over the smallest things. This old man will have to handle it. His pride wounded, he yelled, if you're so great, then you do it. The older man, acting knowledgeable, said, when chanting an incantation, you must concentrate, and your voice must be deep. Watch your uncle show you how it's done. Jingfeng Zhuyu Pokling Sheng. A loud crack echoed, and countless pieces of firewood shot out wildly in every direction. You yelped in shock. Mother! Ruo Ying and Ti Tian had already freed themselves from their ropes perfectly. Ti Tian mocked them. After seeing such a performance from two masters, I feel much more at ease. Ruo Ying, let's go. The other two struggled desperately. You shamelessly pleaded with them. Don't go. Don't go. You two can't just watch people die and not help. It turns out he had a plan all along, having Qi Liao infuse the wood with a bit of demonic energy. This kind of clever twist is straight out of a manhwa. As a result, their sword control technique was indeed difficult to use. I just added a bit of the demon clan's mind arts, and even the sword control technique can be activated. I'll need to research this further when I get back. You pleaded desperately. Junior brother, don't go. Come and help me, and I'll reward you with 100 gold pieces when we get back. Tai Tian refused. Sorry, but I don't accept empty promises. Who knows if you'll go back on your word once we're back. This isn't some manhwa where promises are always kept. Either we make a deal, or you two are on your own. You was at a loss for words. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, you win. I have something tangible. I have a 1,000-year-old venerable cypress. Is that worth our 2 lives? Ruo Ying was astonished and exclaimed, how did you get that? The 1,000-year-old venerable cypress is a rare herb. It only grows in perilous locations and is used for alchemy. Tai Tian was also surprised. You just carry a treasure like that around? That's a top-tier item in any manhwa. You cut them off. There's no time for nonsense. Do you want it or not? He agreed. All right, but you have to answer my question first. Inwardly, he was thrilled. He had only planned to mess with him a little before saving him, but he never expected such a windfall. Suddenly, they heard Ti Tian ask, why did the two of you come here? Don't tell me you actually came to find your father. You froze upon hearing this, becoming so tense he hardly dared to breathe. He put on a false front and said, I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to complete the mission, which would implicate our sect. That's why I asked my uncle to come help. Right after we entered the mountain, we saw that Ruo Ying had been captured by the demon clan. The two of us rushed to her rescue, but we were outnumbered and couldn't win which is how we ended up in the demon clan's hands. That's the whole story. Tia Tian stared at him intently and replied, I see. I never knew senior brother cared about us so much. It's truly moving. You stammered. Of course. Ruo Ying said, his suspicions, although I couldn't clearly see who knocked me out, I'm sure it wasn't the demon clan. Shu Tian didn't want to waste time investigating further. Let's drop it. Now is not the time to argue about this. We'll talk after we get back. Let's continue our transaction. Where is that cypress branch? In your pocket, he prompted. Boots, it's in the boots. Stop touching my butt anymore. Following those instructions, Shu Tian quickly found what he was looking for. That's it, the golden branch with a soft glow. This kind of cypress thuja is incredibly rare in this world, like a legendary item from a manhwa. But Ying was also startled as she observed it. This is the first time I've ever heard about the specific appearance of a cypress thuja. How did you know? Shu Tian made up an excuse on the spot. I read it in a book. He thought to himself, back then, this venerable one almost consumed this thing during a critical period of my training. How could I not know what it looks like? You whispered to the person next to him. Juju, let's team up to kill him and take back the cypress thuja. The old man disagreed. Absolutely not. We're still in the demon clan's den. Let's get out first. Then we can act later. It won't be too late. This kid is skilled with a sword, and his strength seems to be nothing to scoff at. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him. If we fight then, we'll attract the demons, and all our efforts will be for nothing. Don't worry, I've already planned everything. As soon as we safely escape Mount Fuxian, I'll take care of him. You tried to suppress his anger. Fine. Let this scoundrel be smug for a little longer. This whole situation felt like a tense manhwa. Shui Tian was well aware of their intentions, and he also knew that. He knew the most important thing right now was to escape this place. But once something is in this venerable one's hands, don't even think about getting it back. Ruo Ying asked doubtfully, are we just going to go back like this? How will we face the association? We still haven't gotten the purple gold dragon bone? The four of them walked out of the cave in silence. You, walking behind, whispered to Juju, we've been walking for so long? We're still not out of the cave. Are we going the wrong way? Shu Tian was also getting a little impatient. I left it to Xiao Qi Liao. He can't have let us get the purple gold dragon bone so easily. That idiot probably hid it somewhere. If this keeps up, we'll be exposed. Suddenly, a beam of light caught the attention of Ruo Ying. Quick, let's see what that is. Two demons were guarding a chest containing the purple gold dragon bone. She recognized it immediately. The purple gold dragon bone. It must be the purple gold dragon bone. It looks like a legendary treasure from a manhwa. Shu Tian chimed in, we can complete the mission now. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens I can still count on Xiao Qi Liao. You reminded them irritably. What time is it to be thinking about the mission? With something so valuable, the demon clan will surely guard it closely. The most important thing now is to escape. Let's go. Wait until I get back and gather my subordinates, then we'll come back and wipe out the demons. It won't be too late to get the purple gold dragon bone then. Ruo Ying immediately retorted, no way, we must bring the dragon bone back today, otherwise we won't be able to protect the academy. You came to Mount Fuxian to complete the mission, didn't you? Seeing Ruo Ying gathering energy in her palm, Xia Tian asked suspiciously, what are you planning to do? Don't act recklessly. Her Qianfeng palm shot out, making the two demons alert, but they were hit before they could even react. The whole cave was filled with dust, a classic manhwa battle scene. Ruo Ying said cheerfully, I've been holding back for so long, it feels great to finally let loose. Lu Dong, standing outside, instructed them, once you get it, then let's go quickly. After causing such a big commotion, the demon clan could arrive at any moment. Meanwhile, Shi Tian proactively suggested, let me give you a hand. You was about to finish off the two just defeated demons. You detestable demons, you dared to torture me before. Now this great master will send you to hell. Shi Tian had already seen through his scheme, and just as the sword was coming down, it was blocked by another sword that appeared out of nowhere. He was startled to realize it was sword control. Looking behind him, so it was Shi Tian. Was that you? He coldly scolded him, you fool. You questioned, why are you helping the demon clan? I thought you were suspicious from the very beginning. Earlier, you were taken away alone by Qi Liao. Did you already submit to the demon clan? Ruo Ying, get away from him, he's a traitor. Shi Tian sighed and replied, you're unbelievably stupid. If I hadn't acted in time, you would have gotten us all killed. You didn't believe it, he shouted. What? Shi Tian looked at him with an imposing gaze like a demon lord from a manhwa. Where are we right now? In the demon clan's lair. Do you think just getting out of this cave means we're safe? This entire Fuxian mountain is the demon clan's territory, and we stole the dragon bone. When the demons find their treasure missing, they might just feel a little heartache and let it go, but you wanted to kill their people. Let me ask you, are you scared? What do you think the odds are they'll hunt you to the ends of the earth? These words, straight out of a grim manhwa, terrify you so much that he dropped his sword. Shi Tian continued to lecture him. Humph, I saved your life, and you suspect me? Truly no good deed goes unpunished. Ruo Ying also agreed. Mo Fan is right, we shouldn't touch them. Leaving here safely is the priority. You had no choice but to swallow his pride and change his tune. I am a righteous person. I'm not afraid of the demon clan. You guys stopped me this time. It's not that I didn't dare. Lu Dong urged him, let's go. It seems like someone from the demon clan is coming. Ruo Ying also commanded, go. He fearfully chased after them. Wait for me. In a corner of the cave, Qi Liao had appeared, his eyes filled with killing intent as he watched them, a classic Manhwa villain scene. Detestable humans, if you had dared to strike just now, I would have minced you into pieces. The group ran desperately through the mountains. Ruo Ying reminded them, once we get past the mountain range ahead, we'll be safe. Shi Tian quickly sensed the danger from behind, a common trope in this kind of manhwa. So you want to make a move? Too bad, trying to pull a fast one in front of this venerable one. You're not qualified. He tossed the dragon bone back to Ruo Ying and ran to a corner. I can't hold it anymore. I need to take care of some business. Wait for me a moment. She was also surprised, right now, seeing Shi Tian jump into the bushes. The other two exchanged a look, a classic betrayal set up in any manhwa. It seems that kids sensed we were about to make a move. The 1,000-year-old Yabai Zun has potent medicinal properties. It must be combined with many other herbs to activate its effects. For a kid with such weak cultivation, eating it would cause him to explode and die. Unless we give him a little push, he won't notice a thing. You recalled the past. The last time he went to pick the 1,000-year-old Yabai Zun for you, he fell off a cliff and didn't die, but lost his memory. I was going to let it go and spare him, but it's a pity he can't escape fate. In this manhwa, his destiny is to lose his life for this treasure. Lu Dong added, while we have the chance, I'll knock her out to avoid complications. You agreed, yes. Then we'll say the demon clan caught up, and Shi Tian died protecting us. If I die heroically, I can still be recognized as a demon-slaying hero. Ruo Ying urged impatiently, hurry up, don't waste any more time. Shi Tian was hiding behind a bush, the Yabai Zun already in his hand. Hearing Ruo Ying's call, he shouted back, got it. Shi Tian thought to himself, although in my past life I treated the Yabai Zun like a common meal, I had internal energy to refine it, a common power system in many a manhwa. But now, I only remember the cultivation method. I don't know if I can actually refine it. He decided to risk it without a moment's hesitation. He threw the Yabai Zun into his mouth, not overthinking it. Shi Tian tried his best to chew the Yabai Zun, and then he struggled to swallow it. Suddenly, Shi Tian's stomach bloated, and a bright light emanated from him. Shi Tian writhed on the ground in pain as a memory fragment surfaced in his mind, a dramatic scene straight out of a manhwa. That person had told Shi Tian, especially the newly appointed Grandmaster, Great Hero Jia Mu, if you obediently hand over the King Pill and the demonic weapon, you will be granted a painless death. The words of Qi Liao also replayed in his mind, like a tragic backstory from a manhwa. They slaughtered our entire demon clan. Only a few surviving women and children were captured and enslaved. The hatred, combined with the pain in his body, made him grit his teeth to endure it. Shi Tian's entire body began to radiate a strange power, just like a manhwa protagonist. He was determined in his heart, our demon clan will one day exist openly on this earth, no longer needing to hide. The three outside also sensed something was wrong. A strange fragrance wafted out, piquing their curiosity. Lu Dong guessed suspiciously, something's not right, I can feel a source of power being unleashed. Dudu also hesitated, could this kid be having diarrhea? Ruo Ying exclaimed in disbelief, was that from Mo Fan's spot? The sound of rustling footsteps caught their attention. He clutched his stomach and said shyly, so embarrassing, I couldn't hold it in and screamed. Dudu immediately made a move, raising his fist. You piece of trash, were you trying to lure the demon clan here on purpose? Shi Tian met his attack, their fists collided with a loud bang. Dudu's hand was gripped tightly by him, and he couldn't move. How can you? But Shi Tian spoke calmly. Looks like it'll be a bit harder to bully. Your junior brother from now on, senior brother. Ruo Ying was also surprised, based on Mo Fan's strength in this manhwa until now, he had never been able to beat Dudu, yet this time he blocked a punch. Should she stop the irrational Dudu, especially since things have come to this point? Should we return to Wangyang City first and figure things out? Meanwhile, he kept screaming, you scoundrel, you ate my 1,000-year-old Yabai Zun. Shi Tian adopted a completely unbothered attitude. I'm the one who's best. He replied, many thanks to senior brother for giving me such a precious herb. Tears streamed down Dudu's face as he lamented. It took me 2 years to find it, and I lost it just like that. Lu Dong also spoke up, you rotten kid. Just you wait, this isn't over. Shi Tian could feel his power had increased. It really was good stuff. It's been a long time since he last felt this sensation of overflowing power, a classic manhwa power-up. It had finally returned. Ruo Ying still trusted him. She figured he must have predicted Dudu would go back on his word, a classic Manhwa protagonist move, so he ate his Yabai Zun, right? Shi Tian casually replied, anyone could have seen what he was planning to do. She tossed the purple gold dragon bone back to him and said, congratulations, your cultivation has improved again. This dragon bone is too heavy, you take it. Wait, Shui Tian suddenly asked, I have a question. Can you explain it to me? Ruo Ying was always willing. What is it? He got straight to the point with a serious expression. How do you cultivators classify your ranks? This question stunned her. Us cultivators? My friend, you seem to have a lot of questions, don't you? Returning to the Taoist hall, Ruo Ying presented the purple gold dragon bone. This disciple has not failed her mission and has brought back the purple gold dragon bone. The first level mission of our Taoist hall for this year is now complete. Wei Ming looked at the treasure, so happy he was stammering. You all really did it. The other disciples also began to murmur in amazement. Heavens, they actually managed to bring back the purple gold dragon bone. Fushan Mountain is plagued by the demon clan. How could the two of them possibly have obtained it? This is the kind of impossible quest you'd see in a manhwa. The credit must surely go to the class president. That oaf Mo Fan doesn't even have the face to see the master. That's right, other than causing trouble and bragging, he's useless. Amazing that the Taoist hall is saved. The master also noticed, you've worked hard. Where is Mo Fan? Ruo Ying reported he went to the Tianyi Pavilion as soon as he got back. I feel like he's acting a bit strange. At the Tianyi Pavilion, this was the library of the Taoist hall. Inside, he was engrossed in reading a Taoist cultivation manual, a scene common in many a cultivation manhwa. From the experience, Taoist cultivation is divided into several levels: spirit gathering, foundation, establishment, core condensation, golden core, nascent soul, form transformation, body integration, and immortal ascension, while my demon clan has spirit awakening, soul opening, body tempering, bone forging, core gathering, illusory void, star cultivation, tribulation, transcendence, and demonic ascension. So, Taoist cultivation is about cultivating the mind, focusing on the three lives of all things. But where does the power come from? Perhaps it also relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so both demonic... The comparison chart of Taoist and demonic cultivation levels was meticulously analyzed by Shui Tian. He finally understood now. No wonder I can use the sword riding technique so easily. Those rotten Taoists always boast that Taoist cultivation is the orthodox path, while demonic cultivation is heresy, a classic manhwa conflict, but I scoff at that. For all I know, your Taoist cultivation methods were stolen from our demon clan. Shui Tian continued searching through other books, almost forgetting the important matter. Where is the method for refining the dragon bone? Just then, his master approached and reminded him, you can't just flip through the books like that. I heard you've never taken the initiative to come to the Tianyi Pavilion before, but this time, after achieving a great merit, instead of running off to brag like usual, you came here in the middle of the night to read, which makes your master truly curious. Shui Tian made an excuse. I just wanted to clarify a few things. The master asked him, do you know what I mean by naming this library Tianyi? Shui Tian guessed randomly. Does it mean number one under the heavens? Wei Ming immediately denied it. Not number one, but to unify as one. Although your master doesn't possess extraordinary abilities, I believe that all things in the world are born equal, regardless of whether they are strong or weak, rich or poor, and whether they are of the human race or the demon clan. They should coexist in harmony, uniting for the good of the world. These words, so different from the usual conflict-driven manhwa plots, made Shui Tian's face darken. What the hell? Damn. Coexist in harmony? How many drinks has this old man had to be spouting such nonsense? Could this old man be a spy sent by the demon clan to lower the educational standards of the Taoists for both humans and demons? Humans and demons have been like fire and water for hundreds of years. I can't believe someone thinks this way. Are you on the wrong medication? There. Seeing his silence, Wei Ming asked again, if you were to choose for yourself, without worrying about the judgments of others, would you cultivate the Tao or practice demonic arts? Shui Tian became even more wary. What the? After all that boasting, it turns out you were waiting for me here. This kind of deadly question, how could this venerable one possibly answer it wrong? He answered immediately, of course, it was cultivation. Dai Ming was disappointed after hearing this. Oh, is that so? I, as your master, thought you could make a more satisfactory choice. It seems I've made things difficult for you. Shi Tian didn't know what trick he was trying to pull now. He questioned him, don't tell me you want me to practice demonic cultivation. Don't forget you sealed my demonic arts before. Dai Ming went on another long spiel. Cultivating the righteous path doesn't represent good, and practicing demonic arts, a staple in many a manhwa, cannot be considered evil, but both paths lead to the same goal. What's important is whether the heart of each cultivator is good or evil. The demonic and righteous paths are not black and white, but are complementary. Although you secretly practice the demonic path, you have no inner demon. This trip to Fuxian Mountain, you put aside old grievances to save your senior brother? That is the best proof, he exclaimed in confusion. But inwardly, he didn't let down his guard. This old man is definitely up to something. Coming here in the middle of the night to fill my head with fantasies, he explained the past. I sealed your demonic arts before for your own good, but it's no longer necessary. Since you already know the basics of demonic cultivation, I advise you to try it. While Shi Tian was still suspicious, he heard him say, dual cultivation of demonic and righteous paths. A new day began, and Shi Tian was still thinking about Diu Min's words all night. This trope was as classic as any manhwa. The demonic clan's cultivation technique focuses on absorbing the spiritual energy of all things, from vast spiritual mountains to the deep waters below, strengthening oneself through the world's spiritual. The righteous path requires cultivating the nascent soul from within, comprehending heaven and earth, with all internal energy cultivated by oneself, without interruption. Your disposition is simple and pure. You can maintain that mindset without being tainted by demonic influence. I will lend you a hand, but don't let this matter get out, or it will bring a fatal disaster. You must remember, he still didn't understand his master's motive, daring to incite a disciple to practice the demonic path. That old man was truly hard to figure out. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Senior brother is back. Shi Tian also took notice. Senior brother? The senior brother had returned from outside and was paying respects to the master in the main hall. Qing Yang pays his respects. Disciple Qing Yang greets you, master. Demon asked with concern, was the journey tiring? The other disciples casually noticed, hey, has senior brother's aura gotten stronger again? Obviously, the place he went to is the largest of the 9 halls in the Yufeng sect, Shaoying Hall. I heard he's highly regarded by the hall master. In that case, senior brother was definitely accepted by Shaoying Hall. Not just that, his power progression is like the main character of a top-tier manhwa. I think it's a given that senior brother will enter the Yufeng sect's main hall. That's right, after all, senior brother reached the condensation stage at 19. He must have broken through to the golden core stage by now, right? I'm already 20 this year and haven't even passed the foundation establishment stage. I'm so jealous of senior brother. Shi Tian sensed it. Observing the flow of his true qi, he was still stuck at the condensation stage. This kind of power stagnation is a common plot point in a manhwa. A year has passed with no progress. He must feel terrible inside. But his strength is not weak. I only broke through to the condensation stage thanks to Yabaizun. Although we are at the same level, he is at the peak of the condensation stage. He could still wipe the floor with me. I can't let him figure me out. Just then, Diamond called him Mo Fan. He let out a huh, and another disciple reminded him, what are you spacing out for? The master is calling you. Shi Tian slowly walked over. Here I come, he thought to himself. I was overthinking it. It turns out I wasn't focused and was too hesitant. I need to be more humble. Diamond recounted to Thon Duong. You probably wouldn't believe that Mo Fan completed the level 1 mission the association assigned us this year. Ruo Ying chimed in to take credit. I went too. Why didn't master mention me? Meanwhile, Shi Tian was wondering, how should I act to seem a little more natural? Mo Fan must be his junior brother too, so there's no way to suck up to him. A bootlicking attempt from the noble demon clan was born. Senior brother, long time no see. You're getting more handsome by the day. Fan Duong completely ignored him. Master, I still have to return to the city with the hall master. I'll come back tonight to pay my respects. That attitude made Shi Tian's face darken. He just wanted to let one rip right in his face. Diamond asked in surprise, Hall Master Wu is also here? All right, you should go then. I'll visit him another day. Fan Duong clasped his hands in a salute. This disciple will take his leave. Shi Tian was completely ignored. He felt as if he didn't exist, like a forgotten side character in a manhwa. Watching his senior brother's figure descend the stairs, a mocking laugh rang out. How hilarious. Senior brother never even paid him any mind. How embarrassing. Don't think that a few petty skills and a little credit can make you Master Gu's confidant. Do you take our senior brother for a fool? You're not even worthy of carrying our senior brother's shoes. Being called out like that is never easy. You must learn to be a son before you can be a father. Put on your socks before your shoes. Shi Tian tried to ignore it. How cold. It's fine. This venerable one didn't want to turn around anyway. At the Liu family residence in Wangyang City, in a scene straight out of a manhwa, Yu was tied up, while his parents were trembling and kneeling on the ground begging. Yes, as Zongtai Yufeng's hall master of Shaoying Hall, Taiju, interrogated him, Vice President Liu, at first, you swore up and down to me that you could find the 1,000-year cliff cypress to help me break through in my cultivation power, and 10 days ago, it was you who sent me a letter saying you'd found it, wasn't it? So why is it that after I went through all the trouble to get here, you tell me the thousand-year cliff cypress is gone? You tried to explain as an invisible hand was tightening around his neck. The thousand-year cliff cypress. I always carried it with me. It was only yesterday that it was stolen by someone else. He asked coldly, who? He replied with resentment. A disciple of the Zifeng Dao Hall, Mo Fan. It was for that reason that Than Duong was summoned. He knelt respectfully and asked, Hallmaster, you were looking for me. He got straight to the point. Is there someone in your Dao Hall named Mo Fan? Little you said he had prepared the thousand-year cliff cypress for me, but it was stolen by that guy. Is that true? He recounted, this person has been in the Dao Hall for less than half a year. He has no foundational knowledge, a poor temperament and weak abilities, just a lowly person. But I just heard that he completed the level 1 mission, a classic Manhwa power-up. Do you confirm it's absolutely true? He was being stomped on by the Hall Master, trying to prove that Mo Fan was secretly practicing demonic arts, which is why he became so powerful. You have to believe me, senior brother. Than Zhuang was surprised. Practicing demonic arts? Does Master Go know? You affirmed that he knew. He even covered for him, not allowing us to reveal this matter. A cover-up like this adds a dark twist to the manhwa. If it weren't for him practicing the demonic path, how could he have eaten my cliff cypress raw, right? Taiju angrily kicked him. I've been refining the golden core for so long, I was just one ingredient short of being able to enter the nascent soul stage. Because of your incompetence, I've wasted so much time, your Lu family can all just die. The stakes in this manhwa are getting incredibly high as you kowtowed to beg for mercy. Hallmaster, please quell your anger. I know another place that has a Yabai Zun. He gave him an opportunity, and Du revealed, in Wei Ming's secret chamber, I saw with my own 2 eyes that an old man gifted it to him. You only need to accuse him of harboring a member of the demon race to threaten him, and he'll surely hand it over obediently. Shiju nonchalantly remarked, is that so? It seems old Gu is about to face his tribulation. However, if I personally go to take the Yabai Zun, it would tarnish my reputation. What are your thoughts? To Qing Yang. He replied, Qing Yang is unaware of Master Gu's secret chamber. If junior brother Lu is familiar with it, he could retrieve it on your behalf. Du didn't dare accept this task. I don't know where the mechanisms are either, and besides, with just my skills, I'd be discovered before I even got close. Shiju began to threaten Qing Yang with a mix of promises and warnings. I almost forgot. Qing Yang, you're only holding a temporary position in my Xiaoying Hall. You're not yet considered an official member of the Xiaoying Hall. You are talented and very diligent. Rest assured, I will officially accept you as a disciple of the Xiaoying Hall. I even plan to recommend you to the Yufeng sect, which benefits me regardless. However, I need to see where your loyalties truly lie. Faced with this underlying threat, a classic manhwa dilemma, Qing Yang was in a tough spot and had to accept the mission. This disciple understands. The Hallmaster replied, I trust you won't disappoint me. After that, Shiju left one last sentence and vanished. I'll give you 3 days. Du, his body aching all over, stood up and cursed. That damn Mo Fan. That treacherous scoundrel, that walking disaster, he's the reason I'm in this mess. Suddenly, Qing Yang dashed towards him. The senior brother tightly gripped the selfish man's throat and sternly warned, never utter the words treacherous scoundrel in front of me again. Seeing the killing intent radiating from Qing Yang, Du didn't dare to argue. Yes, senior brother, Qing Yang commanded, tell me everything you know. After being thrown to the ground, he coughed violently and replied, yes, Qing Yang was furious. Old Wu, I risked my life for you, yet you won't even accept me, and now you want me to do your dirty work. This kind of tragic manhwa backstory fueled his rage, thinking of his childhood sold into slavery, chained up on the auction block like a worthless object. He was filled with hatred. Just you wait. The day will come when I, Yun Qing Yang, will rightfully stand above all others. At the Zifeng Dao Hall, Wei Ming was interrupted by Shi Tian during his meal, a classic manhwa trope. The method to refine the dragon bone, why are you asking about this? The boy poured him some tea and explained how he'd risked his life to snatch the treasure back. I just want to understand it better, that's all. Wei Ming understood immediately. So that's why you took the initiative to study under me? Very well, your master will tell you. The purple gold dragon bone has existed for thousands of years and is incredibly durable. Legends say that gods use it to forge weapons, a legendary material in this manhwa world. Shi Tian grew even more curious. So how exactly is it refined into an elixir? He quickly got his answer. To refine the purple gold dragon bone, you must have it struck by lightning. When the dragon bone meets lightning, it turns to powder, which can then be collected and made into an elixir. Shi Tian put on the facade of an eager student. He absorbed the new information and asked, oh, please continue, master. Wei Ming proudly boasted, very few people know how to refine the purple gold dragon bone. It's only because I, your master, have studied diligently and researched extensively. If you have any more questions, just ask. Your master will allow you to broaden your knowledge. The person before him was already gone. What he feared most was the sudden silence like this. Having learned the method, Shi Tian hurriedly left. It turns out I just need to attract lightning, so that's too simple. A lightning rod can solve everything. This venerable one is truly a genius, a classic manhwa protagonist thought. But just as he snuck over the wall, additionally, due to his poor skills, he fell headfirst to the ground, a clumsy entrance worthy of a manhwa protagonist, much to Ernu's surprise. The bull moved a greeting to him. "Greetings, my lord. My lord, are you all right?" An embarrassed Shi Tian shouted, "Lord, my foot. Are you trying to get me killed? Shut your mooing mouth, damn it." He carefully looked inside and breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky that no one had heard. Hopping down from Ernu, he then asked, "Where is little Qi Liao? Why did they send only you here?" It moved in reply, "Lord Qi Liao is in the forest guarding the golden dragon bones. He sent this old bull to pick you up." Shi Tian ordered Ernu, "Let's get out of here quickly. Lead the way." It moved shyly and then said, "Well, about that." Shi Tian looked at him suspiciously. "What?" Ernu blushed and rambled on. "Last time at Fuxian Mountain, this old bull was blind and offended you. For the past few days, this old bull hasn't been able to eat or sleep well, constantly thinking about what to do, to atone for my sin. Today, this old bull has finally figured it out." The dramatic apology was pure manhwa theatrics, but Shi Tian wasn't interested in dwelling on the past. No need. Ignorance is not a sin. Ernu had already imagined himself being prepared into delicious dishes and bravely said, "This old bull will use his body to atone to you. The shoulder, the brisket, the bacon, the ribs, the rump, the shank. Please, try it. You don't need to pity this old bull." Shi Tian snapped back in annoyance. "I already said no. Put away the cleaver and the pot right now." It suddenly remembered something, grabbed its waistband, and prepared to pull it down. There's also something precious, extremely nutritious. Shi Tian's face darkened as he trembled and begged it, "No need, stop for me." After that scene finally ended, he was led by Ernu to the meeting point. The loyalty shown by his subordinates in this manhwa is incredible, as Qi Liao, who was guarding the golden dragon bones, knelt down to greet him upon his arrival. General Qi Liao and the brothers from Fuxian Mountain greeted their lord, and behind them, the other demons also shouted their greetings. "My lord." Shi Tian said casually, "All right, stand up. You've all worked hard, managing to gather so many dragon bones in just one day." Qi Liao asked the lord, "So, what are your instructions for what's next?" Shi Tian said cryptically, "You don't need to do anything, just wait here." He exclaimed in confusion, "Wait? Wait for what?" Shi Tian licked his lips slightly and replied, "Wait for mealtime." Seeing Shi Tian use a talisman, Qi Liao was extremely puzzled. "My lord, why are you using a talisman from those stinking Taoist priests? The power system in this manhwa is so intricate. You clearly have the 10,000 demons heavenly thunder guide, don't you?" He needed to concentrate. "Don't bother me, or I won't be able to remember this heavenly thunder talisman. I heard that people from the Yufeng sect have already arrived in the city of Wangyang, so using a Taoist thunder talisman is the only way to avoid tipping our hand." Qi Liao had a realization, so that's why. But he didn't know that his respected lord was crying a river of tears inside. A classic manhwa inner monologue. "Do you think I don't want to use the 10,000 demons? It's because my power hasn't recovered yet. Eating just one cypress branch barely did anything." His subordinates immediately cheered. "Our lord is wise, as expected of the leader of our clan, supremely intelligent, resourceful, full of schemes, and cunning beyond compare. The flattery in this manhwa is always over." Shi Tian turned to Qi Liao and asked, "You've reached the peak stage of bone refining, right? Inject some of your true qi into the talisman to activate it." He replied hesitantly, "Huh, but my cultivation technique is demonic. Using my true qi might." He reassured him, "Don't worry. After channeling true qi into a Taoist art, only someone who practices demonic arts would notice. Previously, I used my clan's true qi for sword control, and even the Du clan didn't detect it." Then he stood behind, directing Qi Liao to act a little slower, a bit lighter, gently. That's it. The talisman touched the shield, made from the golden dragon bone. Then it activated a counter-reaction, and the talisman was shot back out. After that impact, the talisman shot straight into the sky, but the sky remained clear and blue. Nothing happened at all. The group of subordinates waited. "Has it started yet?" "It looks like it's already over." "No way. That was faster than me." Just as they were standing there dumbfounded, heavenly lightning struck down from the sky, leaving the whole group speechless in a scene worthy of a manhwa. Tiju, who was cultivating, sensed the sky suddenly turning dark. He looked out the door and saw dark clouds churning and thunderous lightning striking down, wondering which great expert was summoning such powerful lightning. No, this aura belongs to the demon clan. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning, like something from a fantasy manhwa, struck down upon the golden dragon bone. Qi Liao swiftly created not bad, he even knows how to create a barrier to protect me. He humbly said, this general is merely fulfilling his duty. Even if my bones are crushed to dust, I will not let the master be harmed in the slightest. A moment later, the purple gold dragon bone had turned into powder. Looking at the deep pit before him, Qi Liao cheered happily. Success, while his master ordered all the subordinates to come over here. The group of subordinates rushed over, as if afraid they would miss out if they were too slow. Eat up, eat up. Shi Tian also encouraged them. Eat it all, don't leave anything behind. The people from the Taoist sect could arrive at any moment. Seeing the dark sky, Wei Ming immediately realized this kid was hiding something else. The sudden turn of events felt like a twist in a Manhwa plot. Wei Ming silently waited to see what that person would do. The people from Shaoying Hall also came to investigate, but only found nothing left. They rode their swords to search for the culprit, but found no one, so they reported back. Reporting to the hall master, we can't find the person who summoned the lightning. We suspect it was a fellow cultivator undergoing a tribulation who has already ascended. Taiju stated firmly, the one who summoned the heavenly lightning was definitely not a fellow cultivator. Split up and search. I want to see a person if they're alive, and a body if they're dead. As the disciples left, he mumbled to himself, there's no mistake, there really is the aura of a demonic clan technique. The power to attract heavenly lightning is something you'd see in a manhwa. Their cultivation level must be quite high. Remnant of the demon clan, what is your purpose? Meanwhile, at the Zifeng Taoist Hall, that strange person also stealthily snuck into a room. Wei Ming, who had followed, spoke up. So familiar with the layout, it seems you are a disciple of my Zifeng Hall. The other person knew the situation was bad and tried to flee. He thought in a panic, isn't Master Gu supposed to be meditating right now? Wei Ming had already caught up, and the thief was hit by a palm strike. Based on his movement technique, I don't recall anyone in the Taoist Hall with such skills. He staggered back across the rooftop in a scene reminiscent of a manhwa chase, thinking, as expected of my master. Wei Ming refused to acknowledge him. As an acquaintance, how could a disciple of mine be doing such petty thievery? Seeing that his hand was ready to strike again, the man quickly took off his mask to confess. Wait, Master Gu, it's me. He knew very well that if Master Gu's coiling thunder palm got any closer, he would be a goner. The master silently retracted his coiling thunder palm and asked, Qing Yang, why is it you? He honestly confessed, Taiju heard that you have 1,000-year Thuja pine, and forced this disciple to steal it for him. This disciple is incompetent and has disappointed you, master. Wei Ming couldn't bring himself to blame him. You are truly foolish. I, your master, have told you before that Taiju is a treacherous and cunning man, not someone to associate with. Why must you be so obstinately blind? As a grandmaster, master, if word of this gets out, how can I still be a role model for my junior brothers and sisters? Qing Yang pleaded. Master, could you please give me the 1,000-year-old backtone herb so I can complete my mission and return? Your disciple will surely do everything in his power to find another herb to exchange for it. Hearing this, Wei Ming grew furious, wanting only to knock some sense into him. Taiju is insatiably greedy. If you take one wrong step, you'll continue down the wrong path, and trying to escape him later on will be even more difficult. Leave Shaoying Hall at once and obediently cultivate in the Dao Hall for me. Surpassing Qi Ningzui quickly is what matters. Qing Yang replied grimly. Yes, I understand, his master exclaimed. You have greatly disappointed me. Just then, in a classic manhwa twist, Wei Ming was betrayed by his own disciple. A blade pierced through his chest. From behind, Qing Yang spoke with hatred. I'm sorry, master. To become the strongest, I can no longer escape him. Wei Ming never expected that this day would come and was left speechless. You wretched disciple. The young man increased the force in his hand and recounted, 16 years ago, when you bought me, you said that a person's destiny lies in their own hands. Only through relentless effort can one stand above others. For many years, I have always remembered that saying. The master realized his disciple's scheme. You dare to use your qi to seal my meridians? The ungrateful disciple retorted, you have nothing left to teach me, so just help me out this one last time. Your disciple will elevate the Dao Hall to new heights. Wei Ming unleashed his power with a bang, and his aura erupted, sending Qing Yang flying backward. He couldn't believe it. Even with 9 of his core points and 13 of his meridians sealed by me, he can still activate his golden core. Seeing Wei Ming flee, he gave chase, shouting, Don't let the old man live. Meanwhile, the master tried to calm himself. I can't let the other disciples get involved. He's gone mad, he's capable of anything. Just then, Taiju appeared ahead, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Well, if it isn't Master Wei, still up on the rooftops in the dead of night, hopping about. What a peculiar hobby. Oh, is Master Wei injured? It looks quite serious. It's a shocking manhwa scene to witness, really. Master and disciple shouldn't try to kill each other, no matter the conflict. Qing Yang had also caught up, and he greeted him respectfully, Hall Master Wu, the man asked directly. Need any help, Qing Yang? At that exact moment, Shi Tian was taking a stroll down below. As he walked, he pondered, that old man Wei Ming probably guessed I still have the dragon bone. Maybe I should proactively bribe him with a pouch to keep him quiet. Suddenly, a loud commotion from the other side caught his attention. Shi Tian recognized it as demonic qi. Did Qi Liao come here again? A thud from behind made him turn his head. What the hell? When he saw the person lying on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He rushed over. Old man, why is it you? Wake up. Wake up. Standing above, Qing Yang reported, that person is Mo Fan. Tiju asked suspiciously, that brat is the one who practices demonic arts? Just when we needed a scapegoat, this rotten kid presented himself. Wei Ming was hit by my killing move. He can't escape death. Now, it's time for your performance. Qing Yang understood with a single word and shot up into the air. He summoned a bolt of heavenly lightning and roared with indignation. You beast! Mo Fan, how dare you kill your master and betray your sect? The massive commotion caused other disciples to rush out. What's happening? What was all that noise about? This is more dramatic than any manhwa. What happened? A disciple immediately spotted him and shouted, it's Mo Fan. Other disciples were also curious. The person next to who is that next to him? Standing on the roof, Qing Yang announced his crimes. That disciple, Mo Fan, he stole our teacher's magic treasure, and when he failed, he attacked our teacher. If I hadn't seen through your wicked deeds, how could our teacher rest in peace? The disciples were all furious. Kill him, avenge our teacher. Qing Yang was acting his heart out, like a villain in a drama manhwa. He pointed his sword at Shi Tian and said, you conscienceless fiend, your actions are infuriating. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and avenge our teacher. This scene reminded Shi Tian of the past, when someone else was also desperately pleading. It wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. But the old demon didn't care. Don't deny it, I'm sure it was you. He felt a sense of deja vu. Why do I feel like I've encountered this situation in a past life, like in a tragic manhwa where a good person is framed by a villain, and now today it's happening to me? Am I on the Mo continent? He finally spoke up, aren't you embarrassed by how deep you are in character? The wound on Teacher Gu's body was caused by a blade, and right now, you're the only one with a blade in your hand. With my cat scratch level skills, could I even injure the teacher? I'm afraid only our eldest senior brother has that kind of ability. Furthermore, these sharp arguments made Qing Yang tremble. He felt like he was about to be exposed. Shi Tian continued, who said this old man is dead? He hasn't even stopped breathing yet. This news made the others half believe and half doubt him. Teacher Gu is still alive, but he's not moving, and there's so much blood on the ground. He must be trying to trick us. Senior sister Ruo Ying couldn't take it anymore and flew up. She was full of trust for Shi Tian. I believe Mo Fan wouldn't do something like this. Senior brother, let me go check on the teacher. The disciples behind her tried to stop her. It's dangerous. Don't go. Shi Tian let her go. Go ahead and look. Qing Yang couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed his Dragon Sun Slash. Still making excuses when you're about to die. Ruo Ying was stunned when she saw a beam of sword light rushing towards her. She didn't understand what he was trying to do. Senior brother. Meanwhile, Shi Tian thought to himself, I originally planned to be a low-key handsome guy, but now this crap has been thrown in my face. Acting so hastily, he's clearly trying to silence witnesses by killing them. I have to save this old man first, and then I'll expose him later. The Dragon Sun Slash struck, causing the ground to explode. When the dust settled, there was no one left on the ground. They were all astonished, they vanished. All three of them are gone without a trace, even senior sister. Qing Yang ordered, they're not dead. Mo Fan has kidnapped Teacher Gu and Ruo Ying. Immediately notify the association and mobilize other sects to help with the search. The other disciples scattered like a broken beehive. I'll go inform the association, I'll report it to the authorities. How could he escape from our senior brother? How could Mo Fan's martial arts be so powerful? It's as if he's suddenly become a manhwa protagonist. There's definitely something wrong with him. He must have sneak attacked the teacher and is now trying to frame our senior brother. As Qing Yang jumped down, he noticed glowing marks on the ground. What is this? It's the stuff from that bag. Just what other strange things does this kid have on him? Could he be able to escape from me? I absolutely cannot let him live. Shi Tian's instant teleportation safely moved all three of them out of danger. Ruo Ying was amazed. In just a moment, he got us out of the training hall. What kind of skill was that? Why have I never seen you use it? He urgently prompted her. Quick, see if this old man can still be saved. Ruo Ying was also worried. Teacher Gu. After that last maneuver, Shi Tian was so exhausted he could barely breathe. I had to use Shumpo just to move such a short distance. To keep him from dying, my internal energy was drained too much, and the thing damaging the old man's golden core is my demonic cultivation technique. Ruo Ying also started treating Wei Ming's wounds. But he knew that conventional healing methods couldn't restore a golden core. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet me, he wouldn't have escaped death tonight. Could it be that Qing Yang secretly practices demonic arts? It doesn't feel like it. Or is there someone else? At a time like this, Shi Tian was still focused on other things. In this scene, he looked like a classic manhwa protagonist with superb medical skills. No fooling. I can't afford the medical bills. Ruo Ying was very annoyed. How can you still be joking at a time like this? Hurry up and treat Master Gu. He silently hesitated. My current strength is still not stable. The only one who can save him is probably Xiao Qi Liao. But is such a risk worth it? Shi Tian tested her. Speaking of which, aren't you suspicious of me at all? After all, I'm an outsider practicing demonic arts in the Dao Hall, and senior brother himself has accused me. Ruo Ying replied, At first, I was a little suspicious, but senior brother attacked regardless of me and Master Gu being there, so I guess you must be innocent. I just don't understand what Master Gu did to make him do this. Shi Tian had to exclaim, Well, if those fools were half as smart as you, I wouldn't be lying here with the reputation of betraying my master and ancestors. From behind, shouts were heard, Capture Mo Fan. If you find him, beat him to death. That animal. Seeing this, Ruo Ying immediately stood up. We can't stay here for long. We need to find someone. Perhaps only that person can save Master Gu. Wait, let me deal with the ground and Master Gu's wounds first. The bloodstains will reveal our whereabouts. As for Shi Tian, he held her in high regard. The person she admired wanted to kill, the person she respected most, yet in this situation, she could still remain calm. Interesting. This girl is even tougher than I imagined, a true manhwa heroine. He remembered. Oh, right, who's the person you want to find? Everyone is looking for us right now. He won't sell us out, will he? Ruo Ying affirmed. No, that person is my father. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian tensed up and exclaimed, Huh. At Xiaoying Hall, after hearing Qing Yang's report, Shi Ju was so angry he smashed his teacup. What? Not dead? Impossible. Wei Ming took a palm strike from me. There's no way he could have escaped death. Did you see him alive with your own eyes? Qing Yang honestly reported, I was too far away at the time. This disciple had no other choice. I thought he had already stopped breathing, and Mo Fan wouldn't have any reason to run away with a corpse. This disciple was incompetent and failed to bring Yabai Zun back for you. Shi Ju said grimly, Yabai Zun has no legs, it can't run. That Mo Fan fellow, a true manhwa led, was able to escape your grasp with 2 other people. He's truly hiding his abilities. His power is likely no less than yours. He presented an item. This is what that Mo Fan dropped while fleeing. This disciple has never seen this before. Upon seeing it, Shi Ju was stunned. This is refined purple golden dragon bone powder. So that's how it is. The one who summoned the heavenly thunder was him. Qing Yang voiced his suspicion. How could he have obtained this? Could it be that there was more than one golden dragon bone brought back from Fuxian Mountain? You was with him. How could she not know? He interrupted. That's not what's important. This manhwa is building up to something big. Relay my orders. Dispatch the disciples of Xiaoying Hall to Wangyang City to await orders and summon all the hall masters of the Dao Hall. In Wangyang City, mobilize all forces. Even if we have to turn this city upside down, we must find that Mo Fan, for me. Invite Luo Xiaoqian over. If we want to search the city, we need his consent. That guy doesn't have any real power, but he's not someone we can afford to offend. Qing Yang acknowledged the order, and the disciple left immediately to carry it out. At this moment, Taiju was filled with regret. He should have just beheaded the old man on the spot. Why did he use that technique? If this Mo Fan is cultivating and his level is high enough, and if that old man Gu isn't truly dead, he will definitely realize that I'm also a cultivator. Luma reported back to Qing Yang. All the Taoist temples have dispatched people to search, but that stubborn old man, Xiao Qian, refuses to come, and he even sent our messenger packing. He said he will absolutely not agree to a citywide search of the city. So what do we do now? Qing Yang cursed in anger. The Great Taoist Association, a force to be reckoned with in any manhwa, can't even command a mere city lord. What's wrong with this picture? Liu Ma spoke up. Qing Yang, you grew up here, so you must understand the situation in Wangyang City. That Xiaoqian is one of the 9 hands of Ji Huang, one of the 9 greatest medical masters. Even though he offended the 5 sects in the past, here in Wangyang City, no one dares to touch him. This manhwa is getting interesting. Qing Yang shot him a cold glare, and Liu Ma immediately trembled in submission. I will do my best to persuade him. Meanwhile, you whispered into his ear, but is it possible that Ying took the Gu Master to see Xiaoqian? After all, she is his daughter. Liu Ma immediately shot back. Nonsense. Their surnames are different. How could they possibly be related? You revealed that Ruo Ying was originally surnamed Luo, but she deliberately changed it to hide her identity. I once rummaged through her wardrobe and saw letters exchanged between the 2 of them. I'm sure of it. Qing Yang ordered, I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. Take some experts from Xiaoying Hall and stake out the Luo Manor for me. Remember, if Mo Fan shows up, do not alert the target. Report back to me immediately." You replied, "As you command, senior brother Qing Yang." Inside the Luo Manor, a servant offered him tea and advised, "Master, you should get some rest. Do you really not intend to cooperate with the city search? Offending the Xiaoying Hall and the association is one thing, but the young miss is still." Xiao Qian cut him off coldly. She brought this on herself. "I told her countless times that the Taoist Association is no good, but she went anyway. Now, she's facing the consequences. To even commit such a treacherous act as killing her master. That Mo Fan is a true Manhwa villain, just completely vicious." Ruo Ying, who had just arrived, heard every word. She angrily threw the doors open and stormed in, still so stubborn. "Father, why don't you find out the truth before jumping to conclude?" The servant saw her and exclaimed, "Young miss." The crowd asked with concern, "Young miss, are you all right? Are you hurt?" She reassured them, "Yes, I'm fine, Uncle Shu." Though his words were harsh, Xiao Qian's eyes were filled with tears. "So you're back? Didn't you boast you wouldn't return until you were stronger than me?" "Huh," but Ying had no time to argue. "The situation is urgent. Father, come help me save the Gu Master first. We can argue when we get back." This family drama feels like it's straight from a manhwa. They slipped out the back door of the Luo Manor. You followed them stealthily, muttering smugly. "Silly woman, did you think I wouldn't guess you'd use the back door?" The man beside him suggested, "I'll go back and report to the Hall Master." Hearing this, you immediately berated him. "Are you in charge here or am I? What were the senior brother's orders? If we see Mo Fan, you're only supposed to report back when Fan appears. Has Mo Fan even shown up for you to come back and report?" "You idiot." The man was so angry he was speechless. Internally, he cursed him a blue streak. Damn it, treating a chicken feather like it's a command token. The son of the association's vice chairman dares to run his mouth at me? Just wait until this is over. I'll settle the score with you then. This isn't some manhwa where your background protects you forever. You instructed him, go get the guys from the front gate. We'll all charge in together. He schemed to himself, "Oh, eldest senior brother, do you really think I'd give this chance to earn merits to you? Just watch me borrow a knife to kill someone and a chicken to lay eggs." Walking ahead, Xiao Qian asked his daughter with confusion, "Why not take him directly to the estate for treatment? What's the point of all this back and forth, wasting so much time?" she explained. "Master Gu was already unconscious. Carrying him makes us too big of a target. We're almost there." Her father continued to grumble and blame her. "A life is at stake. How can you be a doctor with that attitude?" But Ying replied, "I don't want to argue with you today, father." Meanwhile, Shi Tian was lying in ambush in an alley, and he recognized the man. "The imperial medical sage Xiao Qian, so it's you. The man who ignored the 5-sex prohibition to save my people from the plague back then. This venerable one has always remembered that kindness." Seeing two figures lurking in the distance, he knew it was just as he expected. The father and daughter were indeed being followed, a classic suspenseful manhwa trope. "I'll deal with these tales first, and then figure out the rest." Yu's group tailed the father and daughter closely, and he looked at the building ahead, and confirmed it was in that courtyard. Mo Fan's current strength is not to be underestimated. "Are you guys sure you can handle him?" All four of them spoke arrogantly. "If it weren't for the Hallmaster's orders, do you think someone like you could command the four of us? A weakling like you isn't even worthy of carrying our shoes. The four of us are the two. Tian sword formation, the Hallmaster's personal guard. The four sons of Xiao Ying is not an empty title, you know?" Hearing this, Yu grew even more confident. "Very good, we'll strike them without anyone knowing." Suddenly, Shi Tian appeared behind them. He made a scary face, startling the whole group into shouting, "Oh my god," he threw a punch straight at Yu's face. It's not nice to hit people, especially when we're all family. The two Tian sword formation's quartet got into position, exclaiming in surprise to think he could get so close without making a sound. He's an expert. Shi Tian raised his fist, confident because they were only at the foundation establishment stage. "It's the perfect time to use you guys for practice." The leader immediately ordered, "Show no mercy, end this quickly." The action in this manhwa is always fast-paced, shouted in unison. Two Tian sword formation. Shi Tian nimbly dodged the sweeping sword lights. He scoffed. "Is this all the two Tian sword formation has got? I think the Earth Turtle sword formation would be a more fitting name." These scornful words bruised their egos. They unleashed their ultimate arrogant formation. Ah! The sword chi grazed him, causing him great surprise. This sword chi is... A loud explosion erupted, and Yu was thrown back by the aftershock. The arrogant leader said, "You fool, did you think the two Tian sword formation was just simple sword slashes? So what if you can jump around like a monkey? The power system in this manhwa is more complex than that. The demonic sword chi alone is enough to incinerate you." But when he looked clearly at the ground and saw his own men, he was stunned. "How? Could it be you guys?" A chilling voice rang out. "You idiot! I can be just as cunning. can't I? You used a sinister spell to seal the souls of my demon clan people inside your swords. This is the karma you deserve, a fitting end for any Manhwa villain. Reading the demonic sword chi, he was in utter disbelief. How could this be? Each wave of pursuing demonic sword chi that shot out made his bones crack and splinter, creating a snapping sound. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and the last words he heard were, "All you so-called righteous sects are just putting yourselves on a pedestal, you despicable scoundrels. You are the ugliest things in this world." He glanced coldly at the person behind him. "Taiju, am I right?" "You do," hurriedly reported Hall Master Wu, that you've arrived just in time. Xiao Qian is colluding with the demon clan and is currently inside this courtyard, and Mo Fan has betrayed the righteous path. Secretly practicing demonic techniques, that beastly scum has joined the demonic sect. The words beastly scum and filth made Taiju flinch as if he'd been struck, his anger boiling over. He unleashed a slap. "Shut your mouth." The slap was so powerful it sent him flying, and he landed with a thud. Yu had passed out in silence. Shui Tian watched him with a sharp gaze, using spiritual energy to block the force. This wasn't a method the righteous sects would typically use. Now I know who severely injured that old geezer. Taiju realized it immediately. A mere disciple with such knowledge. I'm afraid you're not just secretly practicing demonic techniques. I think you're actually a demon clan brat. Shu Tian was also very clear-headed. He's at the peak of the golden core stage. A power level straight out of a manhwa. I can't beat him. I have to deal with him first. I need to buy time for Ruo Ying and her father. He threw a palm strike towards him, but Taiju had already appeared behind him. However, Shu Tian vanished just as his attack landed. He was utterly astonished. An after-image, Shui Tian surprised him with a rising uppercut. "Humph, you think you're the only one who knows how to teleport?" Following the punch was a kick that sent the hall master of the Xiao Ying Hall flying like a character in a manhwa. He had to steady himself to regain his footing. Shui Tian asked contemptuously, "Is that all you've got?" The position of Xiao Ying Hall Master wasn't earned by selling your rear, was it? Taiju had noticed Sui Ningzui's cultivation level. He didn't expect such speed, and his moves were swift and clean. No disciple from a righteous hall could cultivate like this. It's like an old general who has fought on the battlefield for years. No more hesitation, I'll have to use this move. He began to channel his energy, demonic chi swirling violently around his body in a classic manhwa power-up. Shui Tian also launched a demonic tyrant fist and charged forward. If you're going to make a move, then I won't hold back either. He thought to himself, the spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius is being controlled. No matter what he wants to do, I can't let him succeed. A world-shaking punch exploded, a scene worthy of any action manhwa, causing the entire night sky to light up, but his shield blocked the damage. He guessed that he used spiritual energy to form a shield. "What?" Taiju sneered at Shui Tian. "Kid, the real show is just beginning." He was very surprised. He never thought he would come up with a way to use spiritual power to create a shield for himself. This damn old eunuch's brain works pretty well indeed. Seeing his opponent dazed, Taiju slapped him to get his head in the game. The slap sent him flying backward, and he couldn't stop thinking. Our demon clan always absorbs spiritual energy and converts it into our own true chi, but we never thought of using spiritual power as a weapon. It's a novel idea, even for a manhwa protagonist. I should learn from this. Before he could regain his composure, Taiju charged. "Kid, your fists are too weak. Have a taste of this. To die by my hand is not, it won't be in vain." Shu Tian had already formed the hand seals for a spell. His plan was to anger him and lure him away. That's why he said, "Sorry, but I haven't gotten my revenge yet, so I don't plan on dying." He ducked down and then used his bare hand to pierce straight through his opponent's chest. He was confident that, just like in a manhwa, if he were alone, he could still escape. Taiju's defensive armor clanged piercingly when the force of the blow landed. He asked with contempt, "You fool, do you not cry until you see your own coffin? My palm strike has been unleashed, so this is the end." Shu Tian crashed to the ground, and the earth behind him shattered. Looking at his own hand, he exclaimed, "To make me use this move, you should feel honored." Shu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "It was nothing, really." Just then, Taiju also spat out a mouthful of blood. Recalling the earlier scene, he realized that somehow, the kid's chi had managed to penetrate my spiritual armor. Shu Tian stood up, trembling, and looked at him with an extremely confident gaze. "Now you see how strong I am, don't you? My twin golden fist technique is a power straight out of a manhwa, completely unrivaled. You are nothing but a chrysanthemum to be crushed in my hand." Taiju was still talking tough. "Today, I will definitely take your head." Suddenly, a blast of energy shaped like a bird shot towards him. He was too stunned to dodge, and in the end, Taiju was sent flying into the distance. The sight of the little chrysanthemum being blasted into the sky while still stubbornly yelling was like a scene from a dramatic manhwa. "You just wait." Shu Tian was dumbfounded. Just then, a voice called out, "Mo Fan." It turned out that palm strike belonged to Wei Ming. He exclaimed wearily, "You are no match for him. Fall back for now." Meanwhile, Xiao Qian asked curiously, "You use the purple phoenix art just like that? Don't you feel it's a waste?" As Xiao Tian carried his master back, he was reminded, although the purple phoenix art is formidable, it couldn't truly injure Taiju. He will surely return with reinforcements. "Just leave me be," he replied nonchalantly. I know. Just hurry up and circulate your energy to heal." He thought to himself, if it were you instead, you think I'd be this worried? This situation is more complicated than any Manhwa plot. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian suggested taking the patient to his manor to recuperate. "Taiju wouldn't have the guts to come to my home and demand someone from me." Shu Tian reminded him, "Taiju is secretly practicing demonic arts. Once he's exposed, death is his only option. You, for one, have no cultivation power, and for another, you have no backing. He might respect you as the master healer normally, but now it's a life or death situation. If you return to your manor now, you might as well wait for them to come and slaughter your entire family." A classic Manhwa tragedy. Reaching a cave, Wei Ming also agreed with his disciple's assessment. "Taiju's current strength far surpasses yours. This isn't about taking a gamble. This is a matter of life and death hanging by a thread." Shu Tian added, "That's why I need to quickly break through to the Golden Core stage, or at least have a chance to defeat him like a true Manhwa protagonist." This news left Xiao Qian stunned. "What? You want to fight Tu? Do you think cultivation is as easy as steaming a bun, that a little effort is all it takes? Even though I practice medicine, I know many people spend their entire lives unable to reach the Golden Core stage. This isn't some power-up in a Manhwa. They try too hard and fall into chi deviation, not only losing all their power but also their lives." Shu Tian replied, "My apologies, but I've never been one to follow the righteous path." These words made Xiao Qian fume with anger. Wei Ming realized at once that his disciple, he was so proud his chest puffed out. "That's the dragon bone powder I made." Ruo Oan was also surprised, wondering when he had made so much. Watching his disciple pour the entire bottle of golden dragon bone powder into his mouth, Wei Ming was astonished. "You intend to use the dragon bone powder to strengthen your body, absorb the vast spiritual energy around you, and convert it into true chi?" Ruo Oan, however, thought this was a foolish act. Wouldn't consuming raw spiritual energy like that make his guts explode and kill him? Xiao Qian, on the other hand, was very hopeful. If he could control it and absorb it slowly, he might just succeed. A gust of wind blew past, making Ruo Oan exclaim, "Where is this wind coming from?" Shu Tian had already sat down and begun to circulate his energy, his entire body suddenly radiating a brilliant white light. In a scene straight out of a manhwa, a certain father and daughter duo were so stunned their eyes nearly popped out. They couldn't help but gape. Is it necessary to be this dramatic? This is supposed to be cultivation, not a banquet. Shui Tian cultivated to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Xiao Qian realized that bleeding was simultaneously clearing his meridians, that this was a true cultivation method. He was forcing it like this. Even with spiritual medicine to enhance meridian circulation, when breaking through the limit, his body could shatter into 100 pieces, a brutal scene worthy of any action manhwa. Hearing this, Ruo Oan was horrified. What? With a thud, Wei Ming began assisting his disciple in circulating his energy. He understood that whether it was successful or not, the most important thing was to quickly refine and clear the true chi within the body. "As your master, I will help you guide the chi. Combining it with the 50 years of accumulated cultivation heart sutras I possess, I hope I can lend you a hand." Xiao Qian exclaimed worriedly, "Are you insane? You're already like a lamp with no oil, yet you're still expending your true chi. For his sake, is it worth it?" Ruo An was also very worried. "Master." He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. "I have lived long enough in this life. Qing Yang chose the wrong path to walk. My greatest regret, a classic Manhwa trope, is not being able to continue teaching my disciples. Mo Fan, you are my last hope." Shu Tian was comprehending a formless momentum, the profound and the abstruse. This manhwa scene showed streams of primordial power returning to their source, heaven as one, the golden core path all intertwining within him. The aftershocks from his realm breakthrough caused the entire cave to rumble. Taiju looked in that direction with contempt, daring to manipulate spiritual energy in broad daylight. "Do you think this hallmaster is blind? Go die under these tons of mountain rock." A shield protected the 4 of them safely inside. Seeing Shui Tian let out a sigh of relief, Ruo An noticed immediately. "Mo Fan, your eyes are flashing with a strange power," a classic manhwa visual. The breakthrough was successful, Xiao Qian exclaimed in amazement. "In such a short time, you..." Just then, Wei Ming could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. This made his 2 disciples very worried. Ruo Wan asked with teary eyes, "Father, what's wrong with Master?" He replied, "I thought his meridians had recovered and that he just needed to rest, but he exerted too much energy and was also shocked by the recent explosion." Not only is his golden core destroyed, but he also can't hold on for more than a few breaths. Just as he said that, Xiao Qian froze as he checked his pulse. This is, Shui Tian was circulating his internal energy to heal his master. After a moment of treatment, his work was done. I've saved his golden core. The rest is up to you all. Xiao Qian's expression turned serious. In his heart, he felt very suspicious. A common plot device in many a manhwa. He looked so familiar. Why do I feel like I've met him somewhere before? At this critical manhwa cliffhanger, Tiju suddenly appeared to ambush them. No need to bother. Let me send you all on your way. Ruo Ying shouted a warning. It's dangerous. Seeing him, Shi Tian was full of anticipation. He wanted to use his new skill, a gift for you, a strike of tacit understanding. Taiju felt that something was wrong. While he was stunned, what greeted him was a palm strike carrying a heaven-defying blast like a whirlwind that blew the arrogant master away backwards. That single palm strike ripped his opponent's clothes to shreds, leaving Taiju with his head still smoking, unable to utter a complete sentence. You rotten brat. Taiju roared in anger. Can't you just obediently accept your death, or what? The two streams of power clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The outcome for Taiju was still getting blown far away. He was so angry he was speechless. You! Ruo Ying was dumbfounded, witnessing his power, like a scene from an action manhwa. While Shi Tian calmly looked at his opponent, part 2 is still to come. Her gaze towards him was filled with admiration. He had blocked a full-powered palm strike from Taiju with just one hand. Mo Fan, he wasn't just someone who had recently broken through to the Golden Core stage. Was he really at the Golden Core stage? Or should I say, had he already surpassed the Golden Core level? Taiju was also trembling in astonishment. It had only been 1 hour, yet his strength had increased so drastically. Are you a monster? Shi Tian stuck out his tongue with a look of self-enlightenment to taunt him. Just like you, I'm just a dual demonic cultivator. Your decades of cultivation are no match for my 1 hour of effort, and my power is already much stronger. Aren't you embarrassed? This humiliation made Taiju's face contort. You dare to insult me? A snot-nosed brat dares to. If you think this is all the strength I have, you're gravely mistaken. Now go to hell and die for me. A burst of crimson demonic energy erupted, enveloping Taiju's entire body, as if to show his determination to teach Shi Tian some manners. The art in this manhwa really captures the menacing aura. Xiao Qian, realizing the situation was out of control, exclaimed worriedly, No way! This is bad. We're done for. Ruo Ying asked curiously, Father, do you know what technique this is? He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, the demon god embodiment. This technique uses the spiritual energy of all things to create the demon god's form. The stronger the user, the larger the form, and a single punch can shake the heavens and earth. This is one of the secret arts of the demon clan. Only the strongest among the demon clan are qualified to practice this cultivation method. But where did Taiju learn this technique? His frail eunuch-like body had transformed into the muscular form of a demon clan member. He said smugly, Brat, it's an honor for you to die by this move. This is a classic manhwa trope. Shi Tian was looking forward to it. This is getting more and more interesting. But how do you know the one who dies won't be you? One of his palm strikes slammed down, causing the ground to explode. You're about to die and still running your mouth. Seeing them trying to flee, Taiju quickly noticed Shi Tian carrying his master on his back and holding the hands of the other two to escape. You guys stay here. Wait for me to come back. Ruo Ying encouraged Shi Tian. Mo Fan, I believe in you. Taiju couldn't wait any longer and manifested a blade. There's nowhere to run, except your death. A gigantic blade of light from him came crashing down, but it was blocked by a palm strike from Shi Tian. Taiju couldn't believe it. You. How could you block it so instantly? Shi Tian was still in the mood to tease his opponent. Flash step, want to learn? Kowtow and acknowledge me as your master, and I'll teach you. Facing continuous contempt, he immediately unleashed a powerful slash and screamed, Arrogant fool, I want you dead. A blade materialized from his fingers. The fight scenes in this manhwa are always so epic. The sword descended with immense pressure, shaking the very earth and mountains. Taiju laughed maniacally. Die, die, die. Ruo Ying watched the terrifying scene with great anxiety from Mo Fan, while her father realized he had leveled up too quickly, his foundation still unstable. Compared to Taiju's golden core, it would be truly difficult to fight him. He swore, I'll turn you into paste, mincemeat, ground meat. But suddenly, an explosion lit up the entire night sky. After the light faded, Taiju stared blankly at the pile of rocks before him, not understanding where it came from. A familiar feeling crept into his mind. This feeling was like he had figured something out. Sweat poured down Taiju's face like rain, his eyes filled with disbelief. Shi Tian unleashing his true demon god form had scared him half to death. Ruo Ying and her father were also stunned by this classic manhwa power-up. She couldn't help but exclaim, Mo Fan. Taiju reverted to his original form and couldn't stop himself from crying out loud. You, who in the world are you? Shi Tian introduced himself, Demon Lord Shi Tian. I stand before you. Do I look the same as before? Tiju's eyes were filled with terror, his mind completely collapsing. No, it can't be. Shi Tian is already dead. He's dead. His demonic energy flared as he said coldly, I have no interest in deceiving a dying man. The aura in this manhwa is intense. Taiju struggled to transform into his demonized form and swung his fist boastfully. Such a show-off, are you? The next punch is the real deal. Shi Tian also used his demon god form to counter. A fist shot from him as well. What a coincidence, I know that one too. Take this mountain-shattering hammer. The distance between the two mountain-shattering hammer fists, one large and one small, grew closer and closer. Shi Tian's fist was like a hurricane, sending Tiju flying once again. The power scale Xiao Qian shielded his daughter from the aftershock, exclaiming, such powerful force. Meanwhile, she tried to observe the situation. She called out, Mo Fan. The entire area in front of them had become a wasteland in the blink of an eye. Where's Mo Fan? A voice answered from behind them. I'm here. Shi Tian had been standing by the tree where his master lay for a while. As he continued to heal him, he explained, I've dealt with that nuisance. Now I can focus on treating the old man. Ruo Ying's emotions overflowed. She rushed to hug him tightly and scolded, You idiot! Why didn't you use such a powerful move from the start? You jerk! You scared me to death. She sobbed and said, I hate you. Shi Tian blushed with embarrassment. He explained, If I just one-shot the villain every time, readers of this manhwa would find it uninteresting. He's growing up. Seeing his nose bleed, Xiao Qian put on the air of an old master who would personally treat him, lovingly and gently raising a needle. You have internal heat causing the nosebleed. Let this old master treat you. Shi Tian refused in fear. No, that's not necessary. But the old man was determined to chase him down. A healer is like a loving mother. No need to be polite. It's useless. The entire forest echoed with the desperate screams of the unfortunate young man. Help me. A few rustling sounds were heard. Taiju had been beaten so badly that he had to crawl, dragging himself on the ground, but his eyes bulged as if they would pop out when he saw a pair of feet in front of him. Seeing him, Taiju hurriedly ordered, Qing Yang, quickly give me some true qi. I had to use all my true qi and blood just to survive. Help me, and the position of the Shaoying Hall Master will be yours in the future. Qing Yang said grimly, After being under your command for so long, you still don't understand me? A single, decisive slash sent Taiju's head flying. I couldn't wait any longer. Taiju was given a funeral by the disciples of Shaoying Hall, a grand one. The disciples mourned and cried loudly, Hall Master, we will definitely avenge you. Hall Master, don't go. Your death was so tragic. In Taiju's bedroom, after rummaging around for a while, Qing Yang had found what he wanted. Finally found it. He was very smug. I knew it. He wouldn't dare keep the secret scroll at headquarters. Once this thing is discovered, he would have died without a proper burial. Such a powerful technique, I must learn it. Suddenly, a sigh was heard, a step too late again. The Hall Master of Tanghai Hall, a disciple of the Yufeng sect, Jinggao, and the Hall Master of Ling Yue Hall, a disciple of the Yufeng sect, Zhenshang, were both present. Qing Yang looked at them warily. Who are you? Jinggao got straight to the point and immediately rushed to attack him. There's no other way, I'll just have to kill you. Although Qing Yang managed to dodge, that single blow turned the door behind him into a pile of rubble, like a scene from an action manhwa. He realized the aura emanating from the man was visualized true qi, just like Taiju's. The man used his bare hand to chop down at his arm of Qing Yang, and the hand holding the technique manual bid farewell to his body, falling to the ground with a heavy thud. Qing Yang collapsed in pain, but his obsession with the technique was so great that he hopelessly tried to reach for it. Someone stepped forward and mercilessly stomped on his good arm. You'd lose an arm and still want this? This is some manhwa-level obsession. Don't you know this belongs to the demon clan? Qing Yang said stubbornly. So what? Anything that can make me stronger, I want it. That spirit piqued the other person's interest. Interesting. It seems I don't need to take back this demon cultivation manual anymore. Taiju left, a very suitable successor. He was the great hero Jia Mu. The severed arm returned to its owner. Qing Yang screamed in pain. He stared at his arm in shock as his meridians were reconnected with true qi, a feat worthy of a manhwa. An energy manipulation technique this powerful, one must be at least at the image manifestation stage to do it. Jiamu spoke coolly. I just used true qi to help you. Reconnect it. After a few days of recuperation, you'll be able to move it as usual. Now, tell me where Mo Fan is. Qing Yang immediately reported, This disciple is incompetent. I don't know their whereabouts. Outside the door, Yu peeked in and blurted out, I know they will definitely go to Fushan Mountain. At that moment, in a turn of events worthy of a manhwa, over with Shi Tian, Xiao Qian asked curiously, Why did you bring everyone to Fushan Mountain? he replied. The old master's golden core needs a large amount of true chi to recover. With my current strength, it's still not enough. I need to find help. We have to continuously channel true chi for 12 hours, and the helper must at least be at the meditation stage. I've already chosen a suitable person. You all stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll bring that person. Here. Shi Tian felt a little worried. Since Yi left, he no longer knew the whereabouts of Qi Liao's group, and bringing them along was too inconvenient. Ruo Ying agreed immediately. Okay. As she watched his retreating figure, she exclaimed, "Why does this feel so strange? It's like we're characters in a manhwa. It feels like he's using us." While waiting for him to return, Xiao Qian voiced his doubts. This Mo Fan even knows about the demon god puppet. What exactly is his background? It feels like a classic manhwa trope. Ever since he fell from the cliff, he's changed. He seems very knowledgeable about demonic sect techniques, a total reversal like a character arc in a dark manhwa, as if she had never trained before, and she couldn't remember her past, just like someone from the demonic path. A team of demon hunters suddenly appeared from behind a tree. Their leader named Yi Fang spoke up. That's right, a daughter of the demon clan. She looks so delicious. It wasn't a waste for me to wait on this mountain for so long. Xiao Qian immediately stepped forward to protect his daughter. Keep your mouth clean, open your dog eyes, and see. There's no demon clan here. The guy didn't care whether they were from the demon clan or not, but in this manhwa, anyone acting so mysteriously on Fuxian Mountain was obviously up to no good. The old one will be killed, but the girl must be captured. The demon clan has annoyed me for too long. It's time for me to vent. His underling's eyes lit up and replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a whooshing sound cut through the air, and his entire group of henchmen was struck down before they could react. That was the work of Ruo Ying. How dare you spout nonsense here? Get lost now? I won't be lenient next time. Yi Fang could no longer control his lust. I didn't expect a fiery one. I love spicy girls the most. Little beauty, you're just like us. Do you know what your biggest weakness is? The group surrounded the father and daughter, and he continued, "It's that you're outnumbered." In a classic manhwa trope, both of them were immediately captured. Yi Fang laughed gleefully. Unexpected, isn't it? So what if you have some skills? What's that saying? Many people, many people. Xiu Tian had returned, and he finished the man's sentence. Great strength. The man then remembered. Right. There's strength in numbers. But when he saw Xiu Tian behind him, Yi Fang was so startled, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. You, where did you come from? When Ruo Ying saw him, she exclaimed, "Mo Fan," in a dramatic manhwa fashion. Yi Fang realized, "Kid, are you with them? Looking at you, I can tell right away you have no experience in the real world. Today, this uncle will teach you what cruelty is. In this world, only the strong survive, and only a large group can achieve anything. You weaklings can only become spoils for the strong like us. You don't even have the right to die. When brothers work together, the benefits are greater. With many strong people, anything is possible." Shu Tian asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of attracting attention by acting so freely on Fuxian Mountain from the demon clan?" This naive question made the man laugh loudly. "Kid, do you know who we are? We are the famous demon hunting squad, the demon clan, meat grinders of legend, a name straight out of a dark manhwa. We came to Fuxian Mountain specifically to capture demons. If you can lead them here, I'll annihilate them all and sell them for money." The boy replied enthusiastically, "If you say so, then I'll help you." Xue Tian pointed to his side and introduced with great ceremony. "The entire demon clan is right here. If you can catch them, they're all yours. Good luck." Qi Liao also spoke up, echoing a sentiment often seen in manhwa. Strength in numbers, right? The demon hunter captain, Yi Fang's face turned deathly pale. In this situation, what could he do? Meanwhile, at the Xiaoying Hall, a power struggle was unfolding, with members of the Xiaoying Hall being beaten to a pulp one by one in a brutal manhwa scene. A voice rang out, "Hall Master Wu has unfortunately passed away. I am deeply saddened, but the Xiaoying Hall cannot be without a master for a single day. Qing Yang is virtuous and talented, hardworking and accomplished. He is the #1 choice for the position of the next Hall Master of the Xiaoying Hall." The disciples of the Xiaoying Hall kowtowed in agreement. "The renowned great hero Jia Mu, why have you come here?" Even though Qing Yang was normally favored by the Hall Master, this manhwa's plot thickens as there are still the Hall Masters of Tang Hai Hall and Ling Yue Hall. On what grounds do they get to appoint the successor to the Hall Master? Shouldn't it be appointed by the great sect master of the Yu Feng sect? Jiao Mu explained with a sad expression. "Therefore, I propose that Qing Yang succeed as the Hall Master and you as the Deputy Hall Master. Any other opinions?" They all had the same thought in their hearts. Who the hell is that greenhorn? Jiao Mu's eyes turned sharp and cold. Are there? The whole group immediately cowered and trembled like leaves in the wind. Jiao Mu sealed the deal. It seems there are none. Very good. Then it's settled. He looked coldly at you, position. I have given it to you. If you can't find Mo Fan, you know the consequences. He hastily knelt down to show his sincerity. Thank you, great hero Jiao Mu, for your trust. This humble one will definitely serve you diligently. Go through fire and water, and will never refuse. Jiao Mu ordered. I don't need more words. Set out now. Qing Yang immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. You shouted the slogan, a declaration worthy of any action. Manhwa set out to annihilate the Yang Nai demon clan and avenge the old National Hall Master. On Shi Tian's side, he was continuing to heal Wei Ming. Qi Liao was worried about his body, a common sight in this kind of manhwa. Boss son, if you keep this up, you won't be able to hold on yourself. Let me take over, you need to rest. For a while. Xiao Qian also advised, you can't overexert your stamina too much, it's only been 3 hours. Shi Tian staggered off the stone bed. All right, you take over, my body is about to be completely drained. Qi Liao acknowledged with a yes and took over his task. Seeing him swaying, Ruo Ying rushed over. Mo Fan, she asked curiously, you became their boss since when? Just how many things are you hiding from me? Shi Tian casually made up an excuse. Because I'm the most handsome, a classic manhwa protagonist line, so they all accepted me as their boss. Ruo Ying reminded him seriously. Be serious, can you? He replied embarrassedly, I know. Without her needing to remind him, her father's face behind them was already pitch black. Ruo Ying, go get Mo Fan a glass of water. When only the two of them were left, Xiao Qian spoke up. I investigated you before. You have an ordinary background, no aptitude for cultivation, the most common cultivation apprentice, a classic setup in any good manhwa, and it's even more impossible for you to have any connection with the demon clan. Shi Tian replied, maybe I suddenly had an epiphany, or perhaps I was born more suited for demonic cultivation. He didn't believe it at all. I have been practicing medicine for over 50 years. I can see through you with a single glance, so I am suspicious. He immediately moved forward and physically tampered with his face as if trying to peel off a layer of skin. You're a fake Mo Fan. Take off the mask. Now. Shi Tian yelled, hey, what are you doing? I just consumed a huge amount of true qi. Let go of me. The glue. What kind of adhesive is this strong? Qi Liao secretly observed Xiao Qian's actions. He thought to himself, this old man, isn't he that girl's father? He doesn't seem to have any skills. Why does the Sovereign Lord let this person treat him like this? Don't. Tell me the Sovereign Lord likes this type? The Sovereign Lord is wise and powerful, with unparalleled intelligence. His unique taste is something you'd only read about in a manhwa. It's best that I don't interfere. 10 minutes later, with a swollen face, he was in despair. I can't take it anymore, and thankfully my face is thick-skinned. Go somewhere else, don't bother this young master. Xiao Qian found it hard to believe. No, it's not a mask. Could it be that you really had some kind of fortuitous encounter? A classic manhwa power-up. That's right, Wei Ming's injuries can't be healed by just replenishing his true qi alone. You should take some time to find some medicinal herbs. Shi Tian immediately agreed. Then he pretended to be clueless and asked, the medicinal herbs are not a problem, but who is Shi Tian? Ruo Ying returned with the water. Here's the water. Qi Liao reported to her. Those two went out. It seems they went to gather some herbs. Upon hearing this, Ruo Ying's expression changed drastically. What? She was so scared, her eyes welled up with tears. You didn't eat them, did you? Outside, Xiao Qian had revealed that ancient texts describe the seven-colored divine camel as a divine beast from the celestial realm, one that glides on the moon and can only be found in the Fuxian mountain range. Wei Ming's golden core has been damaged, and it requires the divine horn of the seven-colored divine camel as a medicinal catalyst to be healed. Shu Tian asked her, you've been here for so long, have you ever seen it? It replied, I saw it once in the Western Gorge. It's incredibly fast, gone in a flash. I've never been able. Seeing him about to leave, Xiao Qian tried to warn him. The seven-colored divine camel is an ancient divine beast on par with true dragons and Qilin. It's a creature straight out of a fantasy manhwa. It's extremely intelligent, don't underestimate it. Shu Tian replied, got it. Nu, take Dr. Luo back to the cave. Also, tell Qi Liao to stall for a bit, wait for me to come back and take over. It immediately replied, yes. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian was thinking to himself, just now I accidentally called him Shi Tian, and he reacted so naturally. Could I really be mistaken? But the feeling he gives me now is very similar to the Shi Tian from back then. That Shi Tian was secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. This old man's gaze is truly piercing. Luckily, I reacted quickly. I have to get him out of here soon, or his high blood pressure might scare him to death. Back at Shaoying Hall, Qing Yang had returned to report that even after a thorough search of the mountain cave, no demons were found. Perhaps they've already fled. You added. They must have escaped to another cave. The Fuxian mountain range isn't that large. We can definitely find them. Jiamu gave them one last chance, then go find them. I will wait here for your good news. If you don't find them, heads will roll." The two of them replied, "Yes, yes." Meanwhile, Zhen Xiang was wondering, where's Jing Gao? He was just here. Could it be he has another mission? Night had fallen at the gorge where Shi Tian was. He was waiting for it to glide on the moon, which meant the probability of the seven-colored divine camel appearing at night was very high. In the distance, the forest suddenly exploded. He cautiously assessed this burst of true qi. Is there a master here? Jing Zhao was riding his sword high above, continuously unleashing his power below. The very thing that Shi Tian had been searching for, the seven-colored divine camel, had appeared there. His face darkened as he thought, this tiny creature is on par with a true dragon and a Qilin. Is old Luo messing with me? Looking at the commotion above, Shi Tian guessed the man was also looking for the seven-colored divine camel. This entire quest feels like it was about to fall into Jing Gao's hands, but he had to stop his actions because his flying sword suddenly bent. What's going on? Who's playing tricks? Unable to withstand the pressure, the sword shot far away, and he crashed into the mountain behind him. Retracting his finger, he nonchalantly remarked, "So, we're in the same line of business." When Shi Tian saw the opponent's figure dash away, he mistakenly thought the guy was fast, gone in a flash, but Jing Gao had already appeared right behind him. "Kid, what sect are you from? State your name." He turned back with a very harmless smile. "No sect, no school, just a country boy. I need the divine horn to save someone, so if you're not in a rush." Before he could finish, a palm strike came crashing down. Shi Tian's entire face was left bruised and battered. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground, Jing Gao mounted his sword and left. He mused, "To be able to disrupt my sword riding technique, I thought he was a disciple from some prestigious sect. Turns out," he mused, "to be able to disrupt my sword control technique, I thought you were a disciple from some prestigious sect, but it turns out it was just a punk who got lucky." Shui Tian suddenly appeared. "What was the name of that last move of yours? It was so amazing. It just suddenly exploded right in front of me." Meanwhile, Jing Gao was startled and exclaimed, "What the hell?" He lost his balance and tumbled over to the ground, leaving the boy very bewildered. Shui Tian genuinely asked, "Before you die, can you teach me that move?" Jing Gao flew into a rage. "Teach you my foot." He began to channel his ki. "You ignorant brat, if you're so eager to die, then I'll let you experience the terror of a peak stage golden core martial artist." Shui Tian remained, calmly let out an "Oh, you're at the peak of the golden core stage? What a coincidence. Just like that Taiju Guai I defeated." This news left the man stunned. "Defeated by you? Taiju Guai? You're Mo Fan?" The boy replied, "You know. Me? That's even better. So, can you teach me? Has my reputation grown that much lately?" A 10-hit combo of mixed origin bombs rained down on Shui Tian's body. "You should have just said you were that damn Mo Fan from the start. Give me back my Taiju." A sturdy metallic arm materialized and Shui Tian swung his fist to teach the man a lesson. "Can't you be a little more friendly too? A kid who loves to learn, study hard, and improve every day." The unfortunate Jing Gao was sent flying headfirst into a tree trunk. He clutched his aching head, thinking, externalization of spiritual energy? Isn't that Taiju's signature move? How? Does this kid know it too? This kind of instant learning protagonist is a classic Manhwa trope. Although I trained Taiju to be muscular, he fights from a distance and isn't good at close combat. I need to retreat and team up with Zhen Xiang. Shu Tian, mimicking him, said, "It looks like you're simultaneously manipulating the true qi of the demonic and Daoist paths." This astonished Jing Gao. "Are you trying to replicate my mixed origin bomb?" I spent many years in arduous training, expended countless amounts of energy, and practiced relentlessly by precisely coordinating the two types of true qi from the Taoist and demonic paths in a specific ratio to create an explosion, and only then did I master the mixed origin bomb. You fool, do you think the mixed origin bomb is some cheap trick, that you can just create it whenever you want? His thoughts were cut short when he saw a mixed origin bomb already condensing in the palm of Shui Tian's hand. He did it. The man's expression looked as if he'd just eaten crap. "I guess the smell of this bomb isn't so fragrant, is it?" Shui Tian immediately launched a test shot at a tree trunk. It turned out that by properly controlling the ratio of demonic and Daoist true qi, combining them in open space could, indeed, lead to that interesting explosion. Jing Gao was so shocked he was speechless. How? How is that possible? It took me 30 years to master. The precise external flow of my true qi. You. Who in the world are you? Shui Tian continued to condense a mixed origin bomb and asked, "Take a guess?" This time, a single blast hit the man right in the head. Thwack! A direct hit made Shui Tian feel incredibly refreshed. This is awesome. His overpowered nature is a highlight of this manhwa. Alternating between his hands was extremely easy, and the more he played, the more excited he got. Jing Gao became the unfortunate target for the boy to practice his mixed origin bombs. The entire night sky boomed with explosions. Like brilliant fireworks, Jing Gao, who was getting beaten to a pulp, couldn't take it anymore. He roared, "Haven't you had enough fun yet?" Of course not. Another barrage of mixed origin bombs was unleashed, so powerful that the entire mountain forest trembled, a scene straight from an epic manhwa. The boy marveled. He admired the power he had created. "I never thought you could mix the true chi inside your body and make it explode. Even though the force is terrifying, it doesn't have any effect on me." Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent echoed, "Kid, today you will pay the price for your arrogance." The price Shui Tian had to pay was being enveloped in a ray of Taoist light, which then imprisoned him, a classic manhwa cliffhanger. Jing Gao, with his hair curled tight from the intense heat, he pushed both hands forward, each palm unleashing a powerful blast, proving not everything can be copied. "Taste this, the ultimate primordial chaos bomb, the heavenly furnace bomb." Shu Tian immediately used his fist to block it. It's materialized chi again. Like a chi armor, does he want to trap me in here and detonate it? The energy condensed inside increases its destructive power 100-fold, a devastating attack worthy of a top-tier manhwa. Jing Gao could no longer contain his smugness. "After I activate it, the two streams of true chi will combine and detonate after 3 seconds. Let me savor your vivid expression as you helplessly watch death approach." Crying in pain, face drained of color, calling for your parents. However, his attitude was very calm, a complete contrast to his expectations. He replied, "Look at yourself. Your expression is the one that's truly spectacular." Hearing this, the man became furious and channeled more power into the heavenly furnace bomb. "Still talking tough? Then I'll send you on your way." The heavenly furnace bomb was launched. Before the heavenly furnace bomb could even reach Shui Tian, he had vanished. While Jing Gao was still stunned, he reappeared behind him. "You're better suited as a performer." Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the man, sending him flying backward. The light of the heavenly furnace bomb reflected on Jing Gao's face as he flew toward his own attack. The fate of one who reaps what they sow is to become the target for the exploding heavenly furnace bomb. This manhwa is full of poetic justice, Shui Tian thought to himself. Most of the explosive force is released internally, he probably won't die, right? As smoke billowed from the blasted Jing Gao, he finally came to his senses. That's right, there's only one person in this world who uses this move. Could he be Shui Tian? And as for him, he also exclaimed, "Found it." The entire quiet forest suddenly began to tremble violently. Jing Gao struggled to support his trembling body. As he sat up, becoming even more certain. "It can't be wrong. Even if he isn't Shui Tian, he must be a close confidant. I must send this news back." Seeing the small creature in the bushes, thinking it was perfectly hidden, he had an idea. "I've got it." At the same time, Shui Tian also called out to it. "Little friend, hiding like that makes you too easy to spot." The face of Jing Gao suddenly turned sinister. "You want the divine horn, don't you? I'll make sure you don't even get a single scrap. The things I can't have, no one else can even think of getting." A primordial chaos bomb was already very close to the 7-colored divine deer, and the entire tree trunk, where it was hiding, exploded amidst Jing Gao's triumphant laughter. But his smile vanished when the divine deer was saved by the shield of Shui Tian. He bluntly criticized the man. "I may not be human, but you are truly a demon." Knowing he couldn't win, the man leaped away. "Kid, consider yourself lucky today. We'll meet again later." He hadn't gotten far before a large beast emerged from the mountain and blocked his path. This manhwa sure loves its giant monsters. Shui Tian's jaw dropped. "Good heavens, is this your mother?" The little divine deer happily chirped in confirmation. Jing Gao, riding his sword high above, threatened its mother. "You damn beast, daring to block my path. Just wait, I'll deal with you when I return." He had barely finished his threat when the divine deer's mother charged and attacked. From the mother divine deer's mouth, a colossal wave that pierced the sky was unleashed to protect her calf. After watching this, Shui Tian turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. This explosion must have the power of the illusory void realm. The power scaling in this manhwa is insane. Just then, over on Zhao Mu's side, he asked you, still no trace of them? You replied, "Someone just reported in the direction of 10 miles to the east. We found the remains of a campfire and are now searching." A strange sound caught Yu's attention. "What's that sound?" It was the sound of the awakened fox's Hallmaster shoe falling with a dramatic splash, a scene straight out of a manhwa, lying on the path, leaving the others stunned. Someone fell from the sky. Is it a deity descending to the mortal realm? They said. Nonsense. What kind of deity lands face first? After a closer look, they realized it was Hallmaster Shu. The disciples of Xiao Ying Tang hurriedly helped him inside. "Hallmaster, take it easy." Zhao Mu asked curiously. "What happened?" "I just told you to go catch a camel. How did you end up in this half-dead state?" He tremblingly reported, I ran into Mo Fan. Zhao Mu was stunned to hear this name. Mo Fan? Did he injure you? The awakened fox's mind was hazy. He stammered out in fear. That's right, and he is the demon awakened fox. In his heart, he kept telling himself to get a grip. He had to tell them that the successor of the demon lord is Mo Fan. Yu cheerfully patted his back, so hard that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Got it. We'll avenge you. Old Shu, get some rest first. It's not too late to talk after you've recovered. The awakened fox trembled in pain, looking at him with hateful eyes. You. While Yu was still confused, he saw the man collapse to the ground. Hall Master Shu, damn it. Zhao Mu's hand collected the remnant soul of the awakened fox. Soul, return. Xiao Ying Tang was once again plunged into an atmosphere of grief, a scene of mourning straight out of a historical manhwa. Hall Master, your death was so tragic. At whose hands did the camel fall? We all know, and we will avenge you. In just 3 days, we have lost 2 outstanding, great, and handsome Hall Masters. Vice Hall Master Liu, I swear, I will kill the enemy and avenge our Hall Master. The entire Xiao Ying Tang roared in unison. Avenge the Hall Master. Qing Yang also arrived with a report. Great hero Zhao Mu, we found the demon clan's hiding place. Zhao Mu just gave a cold command, kill. Meanwhile, with Shi Tian, he was earnestly trying to persuade them, hey, can you guys understand me? I just want to take 1 horn from your heads, that's all. I'll be gentle, it won't hurt a bit. The divine camel mother was wary of him and his ill intentions while he was still pondering. This whole scene feels like it's from a light-hearted adventure, Manhwa. Or maybe I should just snatch this little one. I'll just take the horn and bring it back. Isn't living an honest life better? Out of curiosity, he followed the divine camel to a cliff and looked down. Shi Tian asked curiously, why did you bring me to this desolate place? Seeing the skeleton below, Shi Tian was stunned. Is this the grave of the 7-colored ram? So you brought me here to get this divine horn. In that case, I won't hold back. He jumped down the cliff excitedly. I've struck it rich. Mount Fuxian is truly a land of sacred spirits and outstanding people. Suddenly, he froze for 5 seconds, looking at the entrance of a nearby cave, and curiosity surged within Shi Tian. What is that? Seeing clothes drying outside, Shi Tian grew even more curious. Why is a set of undergarments hanging here? Slowly entering the cave, he tentatively asked, is anyone here? Looking at the clothes and the characters on the cliff wall, Shi Tian guessed, could it be a beast that has gained sentience? Reaching a turn, he called out, pardon the intrusion. The sight before him left him speechless, his jaw on the floor. This is. Inside, a beautiful woman who looked like she stepped out of a romance manhwa was bathing in a tub, as a charming and bewitching voice sounded out. To think a human would appear in this place. Shi Tian was so excited he got a classic manhwa nosebleed. I'm so sorry, I was just passing by. Never mind, seeing the clothes outside. If I've disturbed you, please forgive me, I'll leave right away. That beauty was Feng Hua. She stood up and replied, it's fine, this one was just getting bored. I'll use you for my amusement. Tian immediately got to the point. Amuse ourselves together? Perhaps you need some friction service? Feng Hua agreed. Fine. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. A wave of demonic energy shot out from nowhere, latching onto Tian. That bizarre power enveloped his entire body, making him feel as if his bones were about to break. What is this? To escape this predicament, Tian used a flash step to teleport elsewhere. As soon as he was free, he was furious. The technique this woman used was neither demonic nor righteous, something straight out of a dark manhwa. What is her origin? The person in the cave suddenly spoke. Your martial arts are quite novel, little brother. You disturbed this one's secluded cultivation, and you still think you can run? Tian immediately leaped high to dodge a blast of her demonic energy. How is taking a bath considered a form of secluded cultivation? You try to kill people on sight. Woman, you have no sense of right or wrong. Feng Hua began to cast her technique. The more you run, the more this one wants to kill you. Seeing this, Tian bolted. Damn it, if I don't run, am I supposed to just wait to become your prey? Stop, or I won't hold back. But as he leaped up to escape the area, he realized there was a barrier. Damn it. Below, Feng Hua was casting a formation, preventing her prey from escaping. Can't you even grant me this little bit of fun? It was then that Tian realized something. Wait a minute, you're not in seclusion, you're imprisoned here, aren't you? Being exposed, her expression immediately darkened. He took advantage of her difficult situation to make a proposition. So that's how it is, you're in a tough spot then. My greatest specialty is dealing with your kind of problem. After hearing Tian's proposal, Feng Hua laughed. Deal with me? This one would love to see what skills you possess. This whole exchange felt like a classic manhwa negotiation. Tian saw right through her. Right now, you're just desperate for someone to talk to, but I still have something urgent to do. I need to go down and get a divine beast's horn. In the future, during the holidays, I'll send people to come talk with you and relieve your boredom, okay? She didn't agree. No, this one is only interested in you, and besides, I can't wait to devour you right now, he replied. Then I'll have to be impolite. May I ask how long it has been since you've eaten? Braised pork belly, sweet and sour ribs, oil braised prawns, stewed pork trotters, sweet and sour cartilage, boiled pork, minced pork, kung pao chicken, 5-spice goat ribs, shark fin with shredded pork, sweet and sour fish, herbal stewed chicken, grilled pork belly. A list of dishes that would make any manhwa reader hungry was rattled off, causing her to drool uncontrollably. Tai Tian continued his temptation. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken, stir-fried goose liver, duck stew, chicken soup, cured meats, grilled innards. Unable to bear it any longer, Feng Hua covered her ears. Shut up. I'll let you go get it. I won't stop you anymore. He made a demand. I don't trust you. Give me some collateral. She asked. What? Tian explained. The moment I cross this barrier, you will absolutely kill me without a second thought. You must give me something as a guarantee so I can trust you. Feng Hua agreed at once. Fine then, I will tell you what to do. In her mind, she thought, insolent human, daring to question this one. Very well, you brought this on yourself. Even if you escape the formation, this one can still turn you to dust. A classic manhwa villain monologue, dust. After thinking, Feng Hua spoke up. Do you see the Tai Chi array carved on the cliff face above your head? The eye of the immortal subduing grand formation that seals me is right there. Tian spotted it right away. I see it, she continued to instruct him. Channel your spiritual energy into it to activate the grand formation. I will be forcibly bound for a couple of hours. During that time, you can do what you must. Tian prepared to give it a try. Is it that simple? Looks like you are really out of luck. Truly, once I am done, I might try to help you break this formation. Outwardly, she said, in that case, you truly are a good person. But in her heart, she imagined Tian being turned into a skeleton. What an idiot to actually believe her. Really? This immortal subduing grand formation is a celestial array from a fantasy manhwa designed to stop my ascension. Any mortal who tries to break it will suffer a deadly backlash. He placed his hand on the rock face. Then my apologies. Streams of energy began to flow out, wrapping around Tian's hand. He asked suspiciously. What is this? Feng Hua finally dropped her act. More power, do not stop. Pour all of your power into it, and you might live a moment longer. The instant you stop channeling the formation's power will cause you to explode instantly without a trace left behind. He felt something sucking him in. This is actually a power-absorbing formation made just for me. The cliff face was like his personal power bank, and Tian just kept pulling power from it, shouting excitedly. Whoa, this feels amazing. She was stunned watching this unbelievable manhwa scene unfold. Was he treating the backlash as a buffet? Does this mean I am now tied to a mere human brat? Feng Hua yelled urgently. Quickly stop! You are about to shatter the seal. But by the time she screamed, it was too late. The power had already enveloped his entire body. Feng Hua pleaded desperately. No. A piercing scream echoed. No, stop. A seal with the character for slave appeared on her forehead. She could not believe that she, a proud member of the True Dragon clan, would end up bound to such an inferior being in a contract. The character for master appeared on Tian's forehead, but he was still confused. Why did you get shocked too? Her spirit was utterly crushed. I cannot accept this. 3 million years ago, a fierce battle had taken place. Feng Hua clutched her wounded shoulder, indignantly questioning the figures before her. Old geezers, by what right do you stop my ascension? Are you afraid that after I join the celestial court, I will steal your glory? The immortal subduers replied. Feng Hua, you are of the True Dragon clan, and even more so a dragon emperor who reigns over all things. Though your cultivation is sufficient for ascension, your virtue is not worthy of your status. You are too willful and cannot enter the celestial realm yet. You still need to be tempered in the mortal realm for a time. Once you comprehend the constant way of the heavenly Tao and can follow heaven's will, then you may enter the celestial court. Hearing this, Feng Hua furiously unleashed her grand array. Nonsense! All of you get lost. This dramatic confrontation is a staple of the action manhwa genre. Seeing her defiance, the immortal subduers made their decision. We will erase your cultivation. You will stay here and cultivate your character. It is fated that in the future, someone who believes in the heavenly Tao will come to release you. When the formation opens, that will be the moment the two of you form a master-servant contract. You will follow him and cultivate a new learning to comprehend the heavenly Tao. On the day you succeed, we shall welcome your majesty in the celestial realm. After she finished her story, the very same person who had always shouted, "My fate is my own, not for heaven to decide," pointed at himself in disbelief. I am the one who believes in heaven's will. You have got the wrong guy, have not you? Feng Hua was utterly exasperated. There can be no mistake. In over 1,000 years, you are the 81st cultivator to arrive here. The 80 before you all tried to brute force it and paid with their lives, from the backlash of breaking the formation. eventually died from exhaustion. Only you completely broke through the line of defense, like a true manhwa protagonist. Actively absorbing it, perhaps this is what they meant by following heaven's will. Seeing Feng Hua looking sad, Shi Tian comforted her. Are you crying? I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Can this contract be broken? He felt quite annoyed inside. I thought I had found a spiritual energy mine. Turns out it was this test. Those immortals are so cunning. I clearly absorbed so much spiritual energy, yet none of it remained in my body. Feng Hua replied with her pride hurt. Kid, you need to be clear. This venerable one does not need your charity. The pressure she emitted made him flinch. Her gaze was so fierce, truly worthy of the true dragon clan, the overlords of the earth. It was a classic manhwa power display. Feng Hua stood up and continued. Although this venerable one lost all my cultivation back then, in these 300 years, I have cultivated back to the core formation stage. Because of the contract, this venerable one cannot kill you, but I still have 100 ways to make your life a living hell. Don't you dare treat this venerable one with that pitiful attitude. Understand? Shi Tian nodded like a chicken, pecking at rice. Understood, understood. She spared him for the time being. You go get the moose antler. This venerable one will go up ahead for some fresh air. Shi Tian obsequiously bowed, sending off Her Majesty the Empress, while cursing in his heart, damn it, did I just find a servant or an ancestor? She greedily enjoyed the taste of freedom, having her own plans in mind. There must be a way to break the contract. I need to think carefully. But before she could fly far, her body was grabbed by a giant golden hand, a classic manhwa trope. She was incredibly annoyed. This damned contract. Feng Hua immediately went into a free fall. Her scream echoed through the sky. I can't even have this little distance. You just wait for this venerable one. At the same time, Shi Tian quickly grabbed the divine moose antler and left. My life is turning into a chaotic manhwa. She's no help at all, and only causes more trouble. I better scram. He froze when he saw Feng Hua falling from the sky. She landed with a thud right on top of Shi Tian, but Feng Hua was oblivious. This is infuriating. Where is that kid? The rotten kid she mentioned was being crushed underneath her, about to suffocate. The two of them decided to walk. Feng Hua asked curiously, how much farther is it? Why don't we just fly there? He explained, it's that mountain right ahead. I have enemies passing through here. Flying in the sky makes us an easy target. A loud bang from the distant mountain caught their attention. Shi Tian recognized that cloud-piercing slash as Qi Liao's ultimate move. That kind of signature attack is common in any action manhwa. Could it be that an hour ago, the cave where Qi Liao's group was hiding was ambushed, and he was caught off guard? Qi Liao looked at him resentfully. Traitor, you still have the nerve to show your face to me. Damn it, I used up too much true Qi to save Wei Ming. Jiamu asked directly, Qi Liao, I didn't come for you. Where is Mo Fan? At the same time, he ordered, don't let any of them escape. Kill all those demon clan brats. Qi Liao asked scornfully. The great hero Jiamu is actually concerned about such an ordinary person. He thought with fear. Could it be that he's already discovered the Lord's identity? This whole betrayal scenario feels like it's straight out of a tragic manhwa. You return to report, great hero Jiamu. The demon clan underlings outside have all been killed. Only a few fast ones got away. The brothers are chasing them down. Qi Liao became very worried upon hearing this. What? The drama is escalating like a manhwa cliffhanger. He immediately launched a palm strike at him. Jiamu, you beast. You won't even spare your own kind. What threat could they possibly be to you? His power was immediately. Jiao Mu absorbed it back. This situation stunned Qi Liao. What? A force slammed right into him. Jiao Mu spoke grimly. You're right, in my eyes, they are merely ants, truly posing no threat at all. But I still want to kill them all. What can you do about it? Ruo Ying couldn't hold back anymore. Bullying the weak with your strength, massacring the innocent. Is this what you call the conduct of a righteous sect? Her father added. Otherwise, what did you think? Is the reason I don't want to associate with cultivators. They all act so prim and proper, but they're actually beasts in human skin, just like in a dark fantasy manhwa. You whispered his report. I've searched inside and outside the cave, but still haven't found any trace of Mo Fan. He knew it. It seems he hasn't returned yet, so everyone hide. Wait for him to enter the cave, then make your move. Just then, the messenger from the Yufeng sect, Xunfeng, delivered a secret message. By order of the Yufeng sect's master, I invite the great hero Jiao Mu to quickly return to Longhand Mountain to discuss an urgent matter. Jiao Mu was also surprised. What's so urgent that you had to chase me all the way here? Wait until I finish the business at hand, and I will go. Xunfeng replied. The sect master said to please return with me immediately. The relic, the Shitian Tushan sword, is showing unusual activity. Qingyang hurried over and asked, what happened? Why did the great hero Jiao Mu suddenly leave? Aren't we capturing Mo Fan anymore? Zhen Xiang reassured him. The sect master had an urgent matter and summoned him back immediately. Don't worry. With me here, we can still capture that brat. Qing Yang was still worried. Hallmaster Wu and Hallmaster Shu were both defeated by him. Can you do it alone? Zhen Shang felt insulted. Are you questioning me? Ha! Those two are merely at the Golden Core stage, while this Hallmaster is already a nascent soul stage expert. Comparing those two fledglings to me, does that brat dare to test his skills against this Hallmaster? He left as quickly as the wind, a classic Manhwa exit. Not interested, I have business to attend to, so I'll head back first. I'll wait for Hall Master Hong's good news in Wangyang City. Meanwhile, he was eyeing Ruo Ying, who was tied up below. Little beauty, this time no one can come to your rescue. How uninteresting. Xiao Qian's eyes widened in fury as he screamed, You animal, if you dare to touch a single hair on her head, I will definitely chop you into 1,000 pieces. He arrogantly kicked the old man straight in the face. This damned old geezer doesn't even look at his own situation, yet he dares to yell at this hall master. Seeing this, Ruo Ying cried out in anguish, Father! He then proceeded to physically assault Xiao Qian. The sound of relentless blows echoed, a brutal scene straight out of a manhwa, his fate uncertain. I'll beat you to death. After dealing with Xiao Qian, he switched targets. Class monitor, there's no one left to bother us here. Let's have some fun. Qi Liao's grim face suddenly appeared. Stop. Seeing him, he was so scared his eyes nearly popped out as he screamed, a ghost. He hurriedly ran to tattle to Zhen Xiang. Hallmaster Hong, Qi Liao is standing again. Even he had to admit, hey, you really are hard to kill. Qi Liao grimly presented Ruo Ying with two choices, a truly tense manhwa moment, death or humiliation. Which do you choose? She answered resolutely, I would rather die than be humiliated. He appreciated this spirit, worthy of being the woman our venerable master values. Then let's go together. A surge of demonic energy erupted from his dantian, radiating outwards. Zhen Xiang guessed, you want to self-destruct? This man was getting intense. Enveloped by that power, Yu was scared to death and cried out, Mommy! The demonic power from Qi Liao's body filled the entire space. When the demonic energy dissipated, he saw he was still intact. Diving away, Dudu breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not dead yet. This old man isn't dead yet. Qi Liao immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? My demonic qi has been absorbed by Zhen Jiang. Zhen Xiang said with a smug look, What a pity. Absorbing such powerful qi means it's all been drained by me now, so slowly savor your despair. Right after that, the qi of Qi Liao was released by him. Zhen Xiang said to Du, he has no power left, you go ahead. Du immediately kicked him once. You scared this old man to death. A flurry of chain kicks rained down on Qi Liao. You still want to die with me? Are you even worthy, you dog? You cowardly brat, can't you even take a piss and look at your own reflection? But Owen couldn't bear it. Seeing this brutal manhwa scene, she begged him to stop. Qi Liao had to grit his teeth and endure his continuous kicks. Damn it, I've lost all my qi. I don't have any strength left. Du gathered qi into his fist, preparing to unleash his primary level. Villain's mace, watch me destroy you. But the one who got destroyed was him, as a merciless kick suddenly descended. The kick sent Du slamming hard into a tree behind him. Feng Hua spoke arrogantly, You've angered me. It seems I'll have to kill all these humans. Finish this manhwa chapter quickly. Don't let this venerable one miss his meal. You've come at the right time. Seeing him return, Zhen Xiang exclaimed, I've finally been waiting for you. You're Mo Fan. Give me a reason not to kill you. The heavily injured Qi Liao, lying on the ground, looked at him. My lord. Zhen Xiang's sharp ears caught it. What did you call him? Lord? Before he could get an answer, what was about to greet him was a fist. Just as Zhen Xiang couldn't finish his question, he was sent flying by Shi Tian. Although he took a hit, he was still very arrogant. Good brat, that was a powerful punch. It seems I'll have to take you back for interrogation. The boy's eyes were filled with resentment. Time's up, you've run out of chances. Now I will kill you. Zhen Xiang felt like he was listening to a joke from a cheap manhwa. Kill me? Such big words. I must remind you first, don't think I'm weak like Taiju and Jing Gao. Shi Tian didn't want to waste time with him either. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin. Zhen Xiang immediately unleashed his martial arts. Come here and let me test your skills. Before he could even show off for 5 seconds in this action manhwa, he was kicked right in the crotch by Shi Tian. I'll kill your little brother too. The agonizing pain shot straight to his brain, making his whole face turn pale. Oh my. Watching his opponent writhing on the ground, he asked nonchalantly, Are you not ready yet? You said to come here, so I thought I could attack. Can you still get up? Zhen Xiang trembled as he stood up, but he was still addicted to showing off. I was careless for a moment, and you managed a sneak attack. But don't get cocky. This isn't some weakling manhwa. I have the Golden Bell shield, iron cloth shirt. What this old master trained is precisely the groin. It's impossible to defeat me with physical attacks unless you release your chi. Shi Tian threw another punch like a divine club. No need. I just want to beat you up like any manhwa protagonist would. He was infuriated by the boy's stubbornness. You stinking brat, why can't you understand human language? The boy immediately rushed forward and pummeled him. Stop with the nonsense. You talk too much. Do more. Every blow made Zhen Shang stunned. Not only was his speed fast, but his power was also immense. Plus, he had the spiritual chi-shaping ability of Tiju. I can't hold out for long. Calm down. I am a nascent soul stage expert in this manhwa. I must force him to use his true power. True chi attack. Seeing Ruo Oan bound up ahead, he hatched a sinister plot. I've got it. He gathered his true chi. His first thought was to use her as a target. Shi Tian immediately flash-stepped to her side. Unable to win, he resorted to attacking a woman. A classic villain move from a cultivation manhwa. Ruo Oan reminded him, he will absorb your true chi. Zhen Shang absorbed his true chi. You've taken the bait. He continuously siphoned the true chi into his palm. Watching the true chi surge towards his opponent, Shi Tian realized he couldn't stop it. He's draining my true chi. I can only use the new move I just learned. He immediately created a small explosion to sever the connection. But when Ruo An saw his smoking body, it looked like a scene from a dark fantasy man. She cried out in worry. Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Zhen Shang was incredibly smug. This true chi is truly pure yang. I've probably drained at least half of your true chi, right? Now, it's my time to shine. Shi Tian's hand was already burned, and he was utterly disgusted. What a despicable skill. Just then, Feng Hua spoke. Kid, did you learn this technique from the Shiba clan, right? Shi Tian stared at her blankly. When did she get next to me? Hearing the name, Ruo Oan grew curious. The Shiba clan? Feng Hua explained. They are undecomposed corpses that eat human flesh to survive, an abomination that everyone despises, to be killed on sight. I never thought a cultivator would stoop to learning the techniques of a manhwa villain clan. Having been exposed, Zhen Shang started to stammer. You, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you frame this hall master? Today, all of you will die to atone for your crime. She spoke again, completely unfazed. The Shiba are the sworn enemies of the true dragon clan. I am the one to deal with the Shiba. This venerable one will help you fight. Shi Tian replied, No problem, but why are you touching my back? Feng Hua reminded him, Don't talk so much. Just use the same move and let him keep absorbing. I'll transfer my true chi to you. He decided to follow her. All right, I roughly know what you're planning to do. Ruo Oan froze as she watched Feng Hua touching Shi Tian's rear. Stop squeezing. Stop talking and transfer the power. She angrily yelled, Is this some kind of bizarre power transfer from a comedy manhwa? Power transfer from the butt? Where did this wild woman come from? Feng Hua secretly transferred her power into Shi Tian's back and shouted, Go ahead and drain him dry. The phrase was a bit too suggestive, and he didn't like it at all. Can you use a different word? But Zhen Xiang was ready to receive it, eager to absorb his opponent's true chi. Come to me, come to me. I was just getting hungry. Seeing him fall for the trap, Feng Hua let out a cold snort, and a powerful force began to envelop Zhen Xiang, much to his surprise. A binding technique? Is this some kind of high-level skill from a manhwa? Are you trying to crush me to death? Shi Tian also figured it out. It seems he's guessed her plan. His words annoyed her. So what if you figured it out? He can't stop the process anymore. But contrary to Feng Hua's intentions, he was actually enjoying it immensely. Ah, that feels good. Give me more power. Put your back into it. She intensified her true chi output. He's about to reach his limit. Full power. Shi Tian also mustered the last of his strength. The overwhelming torrent of true chi poured in, and Zhen Shang could no longer handle it. This is bad. I can't contain it anymore. A backlash of true chi erupted, causing both master and servant to suffer internal injuries and spit up blood. Feng Hua roared in fury. You idiot, did you think binding my right hand would be enough to stop me? Meanwhile, Shi Tian was puzzled. It was a strange plot twist, even for a manhwa. With his nascent soul stage strength, he should have been able to completely break free from Feng Hua's binding technique. Why not pull back and dodge? He would rather waste the absorbed true chi than stop. Could it be that during the absorption process, he can't move? Thinking that, Tai Tian took action. Let's test my theory. He directly closed in on his opponent and discovered his guess was right. He couldn't dodge now, just like a cornered villain in a manhwa. Zhen Shang had revealed a weakness. He couldn't take it anymore. Danger. This is dangerous. Tier Qian closed the distance and launched a kick, delivering a devastating blow from above. Seeing his opponent fall to the ground with a thud, he regained his confidence. Although your advance and retreat tactic is very effective, it's not impossible to deal with. For example, by using fists, wherever you fall, you get hit twice as hard. Zhen Shang shot up and shouted, The height of arrogance. You really think hand-to-hand combat is this hallmaster's weakness? Tia Tian retorted sarcastically, and then instantly teleported behind him. Isn't it? I'm starting to wonder where you even got this cultivation level of yours. His punch landed but hit a hidden shield on the man's body. I'm not using true chi. Just as he said that, Tai Tian was sent flying backward by the recoil. He slammed into the cliff wall behind him. In astonishment, what the hell? You're covering your entire body with true chi. Zhen Xiang had deployed his primordial chaos, bomb armor, and boasted proudly, "Go ahead and wet your pants. My body is now covered in primordial chaos bomb chi, dare to touch me in the slightest, and I'll make your soul explode and scatter to the winds." Feng Hua, a classic cool character from any manhwa, commented disdainfully from the side, "Isn't that a move that harms the enemy for 800 but costs you 1,000? You're worse than a skunk, at least a skunk knows not to get killed by its own gas." Zhen Xiang, his pride wounded, yelled, "Shut up, let's see which one of you dares to touch me." Tai Tian calmly used his object manipulation, and the surrounding rocks and wood were drawn towards him. In short, I just need to stay a bit further away from you, right? Tai Tian was also quite surprised by him. To be able to think of such a defensive tactic, you truly are a genius of a kind. A single object manipulation attack from him buried Zhen Xiang in earth and rock. Ruo Ying asked apprehensively, "Is he dead?" Tai Tian replied, "Not yet, but he was nearly blown to death by his own technique." Meanwhile, Feng Hua looked at him with eyes full of interest. "We just came out and already ran into a corpse fiend. This manhwa is getting interesting." Tai Tian advised her. "He just learned the techniques of the corpse fiend clan. You shouldn't." He stopped mid-sentence because Zhen Xiang's soul was being pulled out of his body. Ruo Ying's jaw dropped at the sight, a scene straight out of a horror manhwa. Feng Hua had absorbed his soul into her mouth. After savoring the man's soul, she leisurely asked again, "What were you about to say?" Tai Tian was so scared that sweat poured down like rain. "Auntie, don't overdo it." Ruo Ying also turned pale. You ate his soul while..." She felt sorry for Qi Liao. Ti Tian suddenly remembered, "Where's Elder Gu? Did you guys hide him somewhere?" Xiao Qian reported. Back. Wei Ming was taken away by Jiao Mu. He grimly committed the name to memory. "Jiao Mu, he's here too." Ruo Ying confirmed, "That's right, and Yun Xingyang was here too. They just left. Before you arrived, the sect master of the Yufeng sect urgently summoned him back, saying there was some strange movement from the demon lord's relic, the Tushan sword." Ti Tian thought tensely. Could it be they've discovered that I'm still alive? But right now, they're in the open and I'm in the shadows. I must quickly power up like a proper manhwa protagonist. If I can get the Tushan sword first, then the sect master of the Yufeng sect plus Jiao Mu won't be impossible to deal with. Resist. Having made his decision, he excitedly called out, "Feng Hua, Your Majesty the Queen, could you accompany me to the Imperial Wind Sect for a trip? I'm a bit interested in Shi Tian's Tushan sword." Hearing this, Xiao Qian scolded. "How foolish. Right now, the Imperial Wind Sect wishes they could chop you into a million pieces, and you dare to walk right into their trap." Just then, the unconscious Du behind them woke up, a dagger already at his throat. "Don't move," Ruo Ying shouted anxiously. "Well now." Shi Tian looked at him grimly. Du, must you force me to kill you? Based on your cultivation realm alone, I guarantee your head would hit the ground before you could even make a move. "Drop the sword," he replied sinisterly, "you lowly peasant. This sword is bound by my blood essence. With just a single thought, I can take this old man's life in an instant. I don't know where your power comes from, but this young master will never surrender to a demon like you in this manhwa." The Ascension Talisman activated. The Ascension Talisman whisked the two of them away. Seeing this, Ruo Ying cried out worriedly, "Father, Du only left behind a single sentence. The tables will turn, just you wait and see. If you have the guts to save him, come to Dragon Jaw Mountain." Shi Tian knew immediately. A classic manhwa plot twist. Du must have overheard my plan to steal the Tushan sword. The Imperial Wind Sect will now be on full alert. This just makes things more interesting. Shi Tian instructed his subordinates. "I did my best, but I was only able to preserve Qi Liao's almost completely shattered golden core. For the next 6 months, he will have to rely on all of you for his care. Don't wander off." For now, those Taoists still haven't found this place. Niu replied, "Yes, old Niu obeys." Feng Hua watched and exclaimed, "How interesting. How did he manage that? To cause even the last vestiges of the demon race's will to collapse completely." Ruo Ying explained, "He subdued them with his sheer power, a feat worthy of a manhwa protagonist." Feng Hua wasn't so naive. "Power? I doubt it's that simple." After finishing his instructions, Shi Tian announced to them, "Let's go." Behind them, his subordinates cheered. "Go, boss. We'll always be thinking of you. Have a safe journey." Ruo Ying asked, Are we just going straight to Dragon Jaw Mountain? He replied, no. At the same time, Feng Hua also spoke up. Of course not. First, we find a tavern. This venerable one needs to have a proper feast. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Wind Sect, on Dragon Jaw Mountain, the sect master, Taoist Ling Yu, asked Jiao Mu, these past few days, the Tushan sword has often been emitting a piercing sound. Do you know the reason? Jiao Mu replied. The Tushan sword acknowledged its master long ago. If it's making a sound, it is surely calling for its master. But Qi Tian is dead. The sound it's making now must just be a disturbance in its sword qi. It should quiet down in a few days. Ling Yu casually remarked, is that so? If not for the fact that we killed that demon lord with our own hands, I might actually think he has reappeared in this Manhwa world once more. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report, Sect Master, Deputy Hall Master Xiao Yingtang requests an audience. He says he has an urgent matter to report. Jiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, Du? Du had already strode into the main hall to report. That rebellious disciple is not to be underestimated. He is incredibly vicious. Not only did he kill Hall Master Hong, but he's also brazenly declared he is coming to Dragon Jaw Mountain to steal the Tushan sword. Fortunately, with my fearless wisdom, I stepped forward to expose his disloyal and unfilial nature. Under my majestic presence, he nearly kowtowed and begged for his life. After hearing this, Ling Yu became furious. What? He's still targeting the Tushan sword? How can this be? Du confirmed that this humble one heard it with my own ears. There's no mistake. I urged the great sect master to be on guard. He was so furious he slammed his hand on the armrest. Damn it, he's just some nameless brat who crawled out of nowhere. Do I really need to be on guard against him? Lead the way. I'll kill him myself. Jia Mu reminded him. He was able to defeat even Jian Shang, a feat worthy of a manhwa protagonist. Sect Master Ling Wu, don't be too hasty. This guy defeated 2 hall masters, so he must have something special about him. It's better to be cautious, Ling Wu said grimly. So you mean I should just sit here and wait for him to come knocking? The great Yu Feng sect being slapped in the face by a demon brat like this, it's like a scene from a humiliating manhwa. If word gets out, the other 4 sects will laugh their heads off at us. Jia Mu made a suggestion. In my opinion, this Mo Fan acts very cunningly. Even if we go there now, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find him. We might even get ambushed. Notify the 9 halls to closely monitor everyone coming and going in the areas where this person was spotted. Don't alert the enemy, just report back immediately. And it won't be too late for me to act then. Ling Wu had no choice but to agree. All right, do as you say. Do you know what that brat looks like? I'll appoint you as the special envoy to inform the halls. Jia Mu was ordered to see to it. Du kowtowed in thanks. Thank you, Sect Master. For this honor, I will certainly do my best. When they left, Jia Mu ordered him, you must personally go to each and every hall to deliver the message, and ensure there are no mistakes. He obediently replied, yes. I will follow the great hero Jia Mu's instructions. Watching Jia Mu walk away, he was so smug his nose was in the air. I'm the Sect Master's special envoy now. This is a level of drama I've only read about in a manhwa. As if I'd listen to a weirdo like you, telling me to go to each hall. Report my foot, he then ordered. His subordinate, go to Red Sun Hall and deliver the message. Then come back quickly and clean the room for this special envoy. As for the rest, tell them to split up and inform the other halls. The subordinate acknowledged the order and flew off on his sword. First, this subordinate went to Red Sun Hall, presented a portrait of Qi Tian, and reported, the traitor Mo Fan is coming to the Yu Feng sect to steal the Tushan sword. All halls must be on high alert. If this person is spotted, you must report back immediately. Do not act on your own. Next, he moved on to Li Yue Hall, Deng Hai Hall, Tai Tu Hall, and Feng Rui Hall. The situation was escalating just like in an action manhwa. Then Xiumu Hall, Xiaoying Hall, Zhenshu Hall, and Wula Hall with the same message. The traitor Mo Fan is coming to the Yu Feng sect to steal the Tushan sword. All halls must be on high alert. If this person is spotted, report back immediately. Do not act on your own. Mo Fan wants to steal the Tushan sword, so if you see him, report back. If you're not sure you can win, then don't engage him. All halls, pay attention. If you're not sure you can win, report back. If you are sure, then capture him immediately. Protect the Tushan sword, charge at Mo Fan on sight, and whoever captures him will be rewarded with the Tushan sword. The hall master of Wula Hall, Ji Yu, was shocked when he received this news. What? Really? If I catch that brat, the sect master will reward me with the Tushan sword. He thought he'd really hit the jackpot this time. It was like a plot twist from a fantasy manhwa. He then ordered his subordinates to deploy all manpower, and if you see anyone who even looks like him, just capture them first, and we'll sort it out later. The subordinate immediately complied. At the East Fortune Tower in Tui Duong City, a waiter was standing outside, eagerly welcoming guests. "Well, please come again. Welcome." Inside the restaurant, Shi Tian was dumbfounded, marveling at Feng Hua's appetite, which was on a manhwa protagonist level. He had to remind her to slow down. Ruo Ying was also stunned speechless. "Cheers." Feng Hua went frantically shoveling food into her mouth. "I wouldn't even mind choking to death here. Waiter, bring another 6 roasted chickens." The waiter also had to break into a sweat dealing with this customer. "Sir, customer? I'm sorry, but our restaurant is all out of meat. Perhaps you could come back another day." Feng Hua bluntly called him out. "Nonsense. There are at least 20 chickens in the backyard. I can smell them." Shi Tian was amazed when he heard this. "What are you, part ferret?" the waiter explained. "Sir, those chickens are reserved for the masters from Wu Latang. You can't touch them. You must be just passing through and don't understand the situation here. This young city of ours is Wu Latang's territory, and offending them is a classic manhwa mistake you just don't make." Just then, men from Wu Latang burst in. They held up a portrait of Shi Tian and shouted, "All of you open your eyes and look carefully. If anyone sees this person, report it immediately. Help us capture him, and there will be a great reward." The waiter looked at the drawing and thought the person looked very familiar. The owner also hurried out to greet them. "You two sirs must be tired. Please sit down, have some tea, and rest." But Wang Kai refused. "Get lost. Don't stand here staring at me." He suspiciously pointed to the other side, right where Shi Tian's table was. Ruo Ying asked worriedly, "What should we do? Should we leave?" He was very annoyed. "Leave for what? I'm not missing this part of the manhwa. I haven't even filled my stomach yet." The waiter sycophantically led them to inviting the two to sit down. However, the goon arrogantly kicked him away. Scram! Wang Kai's hand landed on Shi Tian's shoulder. "Kid," he ordered, "get up." He stood up, annoyed, then angrily turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The goon arrogantly shooed him away. "Get out. This great master wants to talk to these two beauties." This was a classic manhwa villain line. After hearing this, Shi Tian's face darkened and he cursed. "Damn it." He gave a faint smile. Next, Shi Tian acted friendly and invited them to take his seat. Wang Kai was very pleased with this cooperative attitude. "Looks like you know your place." The two goons took the initiative to start a conversation. "Beauties, you're not locals. Are you? Where are you headed?" "There are a lot of bad people around here lately. We could provide some one-on-one protection." "Are these horns for some kind of cosplay?" "I really like it." Wang San asked Ruo Ying, "Do you have a place to stay tonight?" "Big Brother's house has a very large bathtub. Want to come see it?" The waiter whispered a reminder to Shi Tian. "Sir, while they haven't recognized you yet, you should run." He refused. Run for what? Watching this good show is more important. As for Feng Hua, she was just eating, completely oblivious to the other guy's lecherous gaze. This whole scene was straight out of a manhwa. The goon said lustfully, "Little sister has a great appetite." Wang Kai's eyes were filled with infatuation. Now that little sister is full, want to get some exercise to help with digestion? Shi Tian on the side was sipping his tea and enjoying the show, thinking, Feng Hua is really calm to be able to endure that. The goon pressed closer to Feng Hua and coaxed, "Come with Big Brother, I'll make you feel like you're in heaven." Big Brother is definitely not a bad person. This whole city of Yang is under my protection. A bowl was thrown straight at his face. "Get lost." This violent outburst from Ruo Ying made him spit out the tea he had just sipped, and the goon's partner also shouted in shock, "Wang Kai." This manhwa was getting more exciting by the minute. Ruo Ying pointed right at the goon's face and yelled, "Get out. Don't think you can just bully women as you please." As for Feng Hua, she found it quite interesting, clearly not bothered at all by this manhwa trope. "What guts? You're scared to death yourself, yet you want to stand up for this venerable one? You've got personality." The two of them shouted angrily, "We gave you a chance and you spit on it. You dare cause trouble in Tui Duong City? Don't even think about escaping. But they were cut short when someone grabbed them both by the collars from behind. Xiu Tian casually tossed them behind him, useless at everything, gluttonous with food, but number one at talking big. Wang Kai glared at him with eyes full of resentment. "You damn stinking brat, do you have any idea who I am? This great one is from Wula Hall." Of course Xiu Tian knows. "I'm specifically targeting people from Wula Hall." It was only then that Wang Kai realized, You're the one who killed his master, and fled, murdered 3 hall masters, a disgrace to the human race, the demonic fiend Mo Fan. Wang San had already sent a message back, blurting out, "For a villain straight out of a dark manhwa like you, who stops at no evil, to dare come to Tui Duong City and walk right into a trap, your day of reckoning has come. The communication talisman flew over the rooftop to deliver the news. Seeing Shui Tian still nonchalantly looking up at the bright moon made the two of them even more furious. Wula Hall has sworn to vanquish evil and protect the righteous path, to avenge our fallen brothers. Our hall master will arrive with his men at once. This time, You won't escape even if you sprout wings. Throughout all this, he remained completely calm. Calm. Well then, before he gets here, I suppose I'll have to turn you two into human pigs first. Come now, go to hell with a great villain like me, Hearing his threat, the two turned pale with fear and clung to each other. What are you trying to do? Don't you dare act rashly. The Hallmaster's 10th concubine is my maternal grandmother. Suddenly, Shu Tian sensed danger. An arrow-shaped force shot towards him, and he decisively stomped it down with his foot. The entire arrow was now pinned under his foot before it could do any damage. Seeing the newcomers, he asked, "That was fast. Didn't the Yufeng sect warn you to stay far away from me?" Stay far away from me? The two henchmen were overjoyed at the sight of the reinforcements. Hallmaster Ji Yu was delighted to see him. He was just thinking about what a prize he'd get tonight when he saw the signal as he was heading out. Yang Tian Yu arrow formation, go, go. Countless arrows shot out, flying towards Shui Tian. Traitor Mo Fan, your story of betraying your sect for the demonic path is like something from a tragic manhwa. Now that you've entered the territory of Wula Hall, leave your head behind. A volley of arrows was unleashed. Prepare to die. TNU arrow formation, fire. The electrically charged arrows were about to rain down on Shui Tian. It was a scene straight out of an action manhwa. Clash of power caused the entire room to flash with brilliant light. Ruo Ying cried out in worry, Mo Fan, but he remained, perfectly fine, completely unharmed. He asked scornfully, is this pathetic skill all you have? This level of power wouldn't even be a threat in a beginner manhwa. When he saw this, manifested chi, isn't that? Humph. So you do have some skill. Inwardly, the old man thought, as expected of the man worth a two-shan sword. He's certainly not easy to deal with. Such an overpowered character is always the hero in a manhwa. I'll have to use that technique. Having made his decision, he secretly signaled the two subordinates behind him. Ji Yu's plan was to use a spell to trap him first, while simultaneously creating distance to get outside the formation's range. Sensing his disciples had moved outside, the old man finally spoke up. Do you know who I am? He replied, no. What the hell are you looking at? Seeing his opponent's face suddenly right in front of his own, the old man was so scared he nearly wet himself. Enraged, Ji, you threw a palm strike, but Shui Tian deftly twisted away to dodge it. He wondered aloud, you clearly know that I defeated 3 hall masters in a row. A punch landed squarely on the old man's gut. He continued, with just this little bit of ash, with this level of skill, why did you come here just to die? Ji, you felt insulted. I've roamed undefeated for 40 years, and no one has ever dared to mock me like this. You bastard! He roared in anger, activating the Grand Array, as his 2 disciples were already in their positions, at the designated spots for the formation and shouted, yes, the Lightning Grand Array has been activated. Ruo Wai realized the danger, it was a trap. Feng Huo reminded her, calm down, he definitely has a way out. Here, have a chicken leg. Ji Yu said arrogantly, scared your pants off, haven't you? This Lightning Grand Array channels the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's several thousand times more powerful than the heavenly arrow formation. Shu Tian agreed, that's amazing to be able to activate such a large-scale array with just a few chickens. Hearing this, the old man revealed more. Furthermore, the formation will quickly shrink, and the lightning's power will multiply, but the egg-like barrier is as solid as a rock with no escape. Just you wait to be turned into ash. Shi Tian was a bit troubled. You've said so much. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. How do you get out? Ji, he was blinded by rage. His already not-so-bright mind was now gloating. Just state your last words, and be gone. Outside the Grand Array, his 2 subordinates heard his desperate screams and were moved because to trap the Demon Lord. The Hallmaster didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Hallmaster, we will definitely carry on your legacy. Electricity coursed relentlessly through Ji Yu's body. Shi Tian knew it. As expected, the lightning is getting stronger. Using teleportation would surely get me out, but if a master nearby recognizes instant movement, it would be troublesome. A lot. If Mo Fan and Shi Tian are found to be connected, the 5 sects will surely be the first to come and capture me. The plot in this manhwa is getting complex. It's better not to use demonic techniques for now. Old man Gu, I hope there's something useful among the techniques you gave me. The spot between Shi Tian's eyebrows glowed, and he began to act. What kind of effect would it have to use demonic true chi to execute a different Taoist technique? The technique space from Wei Ming surprised him quite a bit. It's a good day to try something out. Old man, Gu really stocked up on a lot of stuff. Looking at the Heavenly Thunder Art Scroll, he made a decision. It's also a lightning-based, beginner-level technique. What would happen if I poured demonic energy into it? This is the kind of creative power usage we love to see in a manhwa. Streams of electricity from the Grand Array struck Ji Yu's body, making him grit his teeth and tell himself, hold Hold on, Ji you are the strongest. You've cultivated lightning arts for over 40 years. What is this meager level of power? Get up, get up. Beside him, Shi Tian was, reciting the incantation. Supreme heavenly thunder, wind, valor, and light. The old man heard this and burst out laughing, despite the electricity invading his body, making it difficult to speak. You're killing me with laughter, you. You're actually trying to use the entry-level Taoist art Heavenly Thunder. Art. A pathetic, low-grade technique, hoping to break my mystic-grade formation? The arrogance of this villain is straight out of a manhwa. This is something that elementary-level Taoist disciples use to swat mosquitoes, but Shi Tian remained focused on the incantation, Shou Yi. Dong, Li Yu Guangzhu. A cannon of energy had formed. He continued to chant, Ba Zhe Wu Dao, Huang Mei Po Shao, Yang Wu Yuan Qi, Mo Yang Chenan. These verses shocked Ji Yu. What kind of incantation were those last few lines he recited? Why have I never heard them before? The old man guessed in terror. Could it be a demonic heart sutra? But he's clearly using the Taoist Heavenly Thunder art. The two disciples outside had gathered their power. Wang Kai shouted, prepare to unleash a powerful attack. This entire scene is building up to an epic man of the Thunder Formation. Gathering her power, Ruo Ying was also about to attack when she shouted, stop. From within the formation, there was a sudden strange movement. Wang Kai trembled as he watched Shi Tian use the Demon Lord's exclusive black lightning technique to strike, shattering the formation they had created, a move straight out of a fantasy manhwa. The men outside were quickly sent flying, but Ruo Ying was stunned to see them just rolling on the ground. Shi Tian exclaimed with satisfaction, not bad, I like this. Wang Kai was astonished by this, a lightning technique of black color he had never seen or even heard of, a power typically found only in a manhwa. The man behind him was also terrified. What do we do now? The Thunder Formation couldn't even kill him. Let's run. The whole group of disciples immediately turned tail and fled. Run, run, run. The Hallmaster told us to run, and the Hallmaster is going to face the Demon Lord alone to buy us time to escape. Seeing this, Ji Yu shouted, what are you running for? Come here and fight alongside your master. But their figures were already getting farther and farther away, leaving behind only one sentence. Hallmaster, you are a good person. We will forever love you. Until the entire courtyard became silent, with only the lonely figure of Ji Yu standing there, he felt helpless. A bunch of cowards. Even if this Hallmaster dies. His bravado didn't last long before he collapsed to his knees. Ji Yu's change of heart was faster than flipping a pancake, bowing down to beg. Dying at the hands of a hero is enough. I hope the hero will spare this wretched life of mine. But Ruo Ying couldn't believe it. So we've won? It was a swift victory, just like in an action manhwa. Feng Hua, however, was as calm as ever. I already told you it would be fine. Shi Tian gave the old man a backhanded compliment. Able to bend and stretch, you can be considered a good dog. Ji Yu gave a forced laugh and replied, thank you, hero. You flatter me. He continued, however, if you want to live, that's fine, but you'll have to trade something for it. Shi Tian began his interrogation. Outside Long Mountain, is there a barrier enchantment? The old man replied, yes, there is. He asked the second question. How do you normally enter the barrier? The old man answered, the Cloud Sword Path. The third question. Very good. Where is the entrance? The answer he received was in the backyard of Wulua Hall. Shi Tian casually remarked, you're quite honest. The old man replied fawningly, Tha. Thank you, hero, for the praise. Honesty is the best policy. That has always been my motto. Ruo Ying came over and asked, are you planning to sneak into Long Mountain through the Cloud Sword Path? This infiltration mission was shaping up to be a classic manhwa arc. Shi Tian confirmed, that is indeed the plan. But just barging in feels a bit unrealistic. That Taoist Ling Yu, that bull-nosed fellow, isn't easy to deal with. Ruo Ying replied, I have an idea, but it might be a bit risky. In the sect master's cultivation room, Ling Yu was meditating. He saw the arrow outside and immediately recognized it as a lightning flash message from Ji Yu. The letter's content read, Sect Master, this subordinate has discovered the whereabouts of the wicked disciple Mo Fan outside Suyang City. This scoundrel has met up with the Yang Yu demon clan. Among the Yang Yu, there seems to be a fire Qilin, a legendary beast often featured in this type of manhwa. Please advise on how to proceed. This news made him very excited. A fire Qilin. It's the fire Qilin, Shi Tian's mount that I've always coveted, and it has appeared in the territory of my Yufeng sect. Jiamu also came in to report, Sect Master Ling Yu, the new Hall Master of Qingyang Hall, Xiao Ying, has arrived. At this moment, Ling Yu was busy scheming. Before he could get his hands on the fire Qilin, he absolutely couldn't let Jiamu know. Otherwise, he would definitely inform those four old devils to cause trouble for him. So he said, "Perfect timing, I have something to take care of. You all just stay on the mountain and rest. Don't wander around." This command made Jiao Mu feel very disgraced. Meanwhile, he flew away on his sword, thinking greedily, "The fire Qilin can only belong to me, Taoist Ling Feng." As for Jiao Mu, he keenly noticed, why is this old man so flustered? And he doesn't want me to leave? Did something happen? He then turned to comfort Qing Yang. "Let's wait for him to return before we talk. You're still young. There will be many opportunities." Qing Yang, however, couldn't take his eyes off the Tushan sword. He reached out his hand to touch the sword. Jiao Mu had appeared behind Qing Yang at some point. He threatened, "Pull your hand back if you don't want to die." Qing Yang snapped out of it. What was I just doing?" Jiao Mu explained, "The Tushan sword contains 1/5 of Zhuai Tian's previous life's true qi, so naturally, it exerts a powerful attraction on a new demonic cultivator like you, a common danger in this type of manhwa. You should feel lucky that I was the only one who saw this scene. If in the future you still can't control the desires born from the demonic clan's cultivation technique within you, and your mind is bewitched into doing foolish things, then just wait to be chopped into 100 pieces." Qing Yang replied, "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Lord Jiao Mu." Qing Yang would definitely remember, he thought to himself. That's right, I absolutely cannot let anyone know I'm cultivating the demonic path. This manhwa protagonist has a dangerous secret, but this abundant and immense power, if only I could control it. In the backyard of Wuluo Hall, the shuttle formation, Cloud Sky Sword Dao, Ling Wu stepped out of the shuttle formation. Seeing only Ji Yu, he was very surprised. "Why are you the only one here to greet me? Where are the disciples of Wuluo Hall?" Ji Yu, with tears in his eyes, pointed to his mouth. Ling Wu realized immediately, a silent spell? No, that's not right, it's a trap. At the corners of the shuttle formation, 9 evil demon dragons appeared. The 9 dragons locking immortals formation was activated. Ling Wu's entire body was tightly bound by the demon dragons, a truly epic manhwa scene. He was being constricted by the demon dragons and shouted angrily, "Which brat thinks they can trap this sect master with a little trick like this?" Shu Tian appeared. "I finally waited for this day, you old brute." Seeing him arrive, the old man laughed loudly and blasted away the bindings on his body. "Fool, I was deliberately luring you to show yourself." Shui Tian was shocked by this turn of events, a classic manhwa twist. As a force tried to pull him in, he realized it was a magic treasure. Shui Tian yelled in frustration, "Your formation is useless." He broke free so quickly and even managed to put up a protective shield. Feng Hua scolded him, "You foolish boy, didn't I tell you to wait until he was tightly bound, and then we would go to Longin Mountain? Why did you suddenly make a move?" The action in this manhwa is relentless. Shui Tian explained that, "I saw him tied up like that and couldn't help myself." Ling Wu said coldly, "Watch me break this thing of yours." But seeing the force rebound back at him left him stunned. What? Getting hit by the attack made him look at the boy with new eyes. "Mo Fan, it seems I've underestimated you. It's no wonder you're the savage brat who killed 3 of my hallmasters in a row, and even came up with such a treacherous scheme to lure me out. How did Wei Ming teach a wicked disciple like you? It's truly a disgrace to his sect." Shu Tian replied calmly, "Teacher Gu is an upright man, unlike someone else, who pretends to be from a righteous and prestigious sect but does things worse than an animal. You do evil and still expect a monument in your honor?" Ruo Ying reminded him, "You, stop wasting words on him, the main business is more urgent." Ling Yu was so furious he was speechless. "You." He and his companions left, but before going, he didn't forget to correct the old man's words, adding a small clarification. "The number of hallmasters I've taken down isn't 3, it's 4 now, stay right there." As he pulled Ruo Oan away, he sincerely thanked her. It was thanks to her plan that they easily solved the biggest problem. Well done. She blushed and thought to herself, as long as I can be of help, it's fine. Ling Yu, trapped in the formation, was going mad with rage. Damn it, how did they get such a powerful formation? A moment of carelessness, and I fell for their trick of luring the tiger out of the mountain. To think that he, Taoist Ling Yu, who had been cautious his entire life, was played by some wet-behind-the-ears brat today. The plot of this manhwa is getting intense. Ji Yu advised him, "Sect Master, please don't mind what he just said." Ling Yu gritted his teeth and muttered, "He beat 4 people." Ji Yu sensed something was wrong and stammered, "Sect Master, calm, calm, calm." Ling Yu had already placed all the blame on him. "This is all your fault, and you still have the nerve to show your face?" He was punched until his eye was bruised, and he hurriedly pleaded. This subordinate was saying, calm down. Outside the Yu Feng sect, despite a sign prohibiting urination from high places, someone was still enjoying himself, peeing far from a high spot, because peeing from a low spot gets it on your shoes. Just then, Shi Tian's group landed beside him. Seeing him, he recognized him immediately. "Oh, Isn't this an old friend? Meanwhile, Feng Hua was sizing up the courtyard before them. Not bad, it has quite an imposing air. It could serve as a temporary palace for this venerable one in the future. This kind of grandstanding is common in a manhwa. Looking at Yu's tear-streaked face, he asked in surprise. Looks like you've been a bit hot-tempered lately. Huh? You had been stripped naked and was crying while leading the way for them. He was still trying to beg, Master Mo, can you please spare me? I'll go back home to farm and take care of my elderly mother. I won't fight with you anymore. Shi Tian didn't allow it. Shut up and obediently lead the way for your master. He added a threat. If you don't want your family line to end, don't try any tricks. Once we get what we came for, we'll naturally let you go. This is a classic action manhwa threat. Ruo Oan immediately asked, where are Elder Gu and my father being held? He reported, City Lord Luo Shaoqian, is in the dungeon. But as for Elder Gu, I really don't know. He was brought back by the great hero Jia Mu. Jia Mu's voice transmission came from a distance, calling for Yu. Hearing this voice, Shi Tian became enraged. It's him, that animal. Yu also replied fearfully. Yes. What a coincidence. We were just talking about you, great hero Jia Mu. This dramatic entrance is so typical of a manhwa antagonist. Jia Mu appeared and approached, asking, I told you to go and inform the factions yourself. Have you done it? You answered awkwardly. This humble one has been suffering from hemorrhoids lately. I really can't be running around. I hope the great hero Jia Mu will forgive me. Jia Mu looked warily behind Yu. Who's that idiot from? Don't they know to pay respects upon seeing this great hero? Memories flashed through Shi Tian's mind. A Jia Mu who had cried and begged him. My village was destroyed by humans. All my relatives were killed. This flashback adds some deep manhwa lore. I beg you, my lord, to take me in and teach me cultivation techniques so I can avenge my family. When he was given a sword by him, he sincerely swore, thank you, my lord, for bestowing this sword. Jia Mu will definitely work hard on his cultivation. At times, he even thoughtfully cooked for him. Jia Mu knows my lord enjoys Phoenix Emperor kanji. This was made with freshly picked Phoenix Emperor fruits. Please try it. Another time, he was beaten to a pulp but still reported with great pride. Jia Mu went into the human city to buy medicine and herd. This level of devotion and betrayal is a classic manhwa trope. When he saw someone cursing the Lord, he rushed up to fight them, alerting the people of the Chengde sect and was almost killed. At that time, he was very surprised. What? That man swore he wouldn't allow anyone to curse Lord Jiao Mu and swore to protect him to the death. Until the day Jiao Mu stabbed him in the back, I endured humiliation for so long. What I was waiting for was this very moment. Go to hell, you demon lord. Jiao Mu had approached Shi Tian. Damn it, are you pretending not to hear what this great hero is saying? Du hurriedly explained, he. He was brought over from Shaoying Hall. He's new? A new guy? Yes, a new guy. Meeting you for the first time might make him a bit nervous. You are a magnanimous person, please don't hold it against him. Shi Tian also bowed and made way for Jiao Mu. Watching him leave, he suppressed his anger, a scene straight out of a revenge manhwa. You brought suffering to my demon clan, and the day will come when I will make you pay 100-fold. Seeing that Jiao Mu had gone far away, Du whispered angrily, Are you insane? If we get discovered, we'll all die. I'm begging you, hurry up and rescue the person and leave, don't drag me into this anymore. He cut him off, cut the crap, and lead the way. In the prison cell, Shao Qian was focused on the Fangxi and Yeek scroll in his hand. The guard outside being knocked to the ground caught his attention. Recognizing the visitor, he shot up and shouted, Ru Ying. She also called out worriedly, Father. While Shi Tian was searching the guard's body for the key, when the cell door opened, she rushed in to hug him, asking, Are you okay? Shao Qian, however, was still in shock. Why did you kids dare to come to Long'an Mountain? Isn't this just walking right into a trap? That old geezer Ling Yu is looking for you everywhere. Shi Tian assured him, Don't worry, that old man is currently locked up by us in the backyard of Wulua Hall, chatting with a stutterer. He won't be back anytime soon. It's a classic diversion tactic you'd see in a manhwa. Shao Qian grew even more suspicious. Even Ling Yu. Could it be that you're really Tai Tianfu? No, I'm not. You've got the wrong person. He was very annoyed inside. Will you old geezer ever stop? Are you trying to force this lord to sacrifice his own family for righteousness? Trying to silence me by killing me, aren't you? Strange, why did I call him family? Du interrupted the conversation. Can you guys maybe not talk right now? You've already rescued the person, so hurry up and leave. Or I can leave too. Shi Tian didn't allow it, trying to rush me off so quickly. We're not done yet. The Tushan sword is here somewhere. Meanwhile, Jiao Mu had entered the main hall of the Yufeng sect, feeling that the kid from earlier gave him an unsettling feeling. Jiao Mu analyzed internally. At Taiju's funeral, all the disciples of Shaoying Hall were there. Afterward, Qing Yang and Du Du both followed me, so there was no way to recruit new members. How could it be his first time meeting me? This Manhwa plot is getting complicated. Could it be that Du Du was hinting at something then? He immediately gave an order, be on alert. Mo Fan may have infiltrated. Lock down all the sect's exits. The disciples obeyed. Yes, sir. The alarm rang throughout the Yufeng sect. The tension in this manhwa is escalating. Alert! Mo Fan may have infiltrated. Find him, head to the dungeon. As for our group, they were stealthily hiding by a wall. Feng Hua suggested taking the rescued pair back. The group is too large a target. They'll be fine hiding in the warehouse. Shi Tian asked worriedly, will they be safe? Besides, how did they figure out we got in? This part of the manhwa is full of suspense. Idiot! It took you this long to react. He smacked him hard on the head. What are you spacing out for? Lead the way. He had no choice but to confess. Yes, yes, yes. The sect master's room is right ahead. Shi Tian asked if there were guards at the door. He replied, no. The sect master has never arranged guards for himself. Qing Yang also stepped into the sect master's room, greedily wanting to touch the sword, truly wanting to obtain 1/5 of Shi Tian's true qi. Qing Yang was a bit cautious. The sect master couldn't possibly not have thought about the Tushan's sword being stolen, but why didn't he set up any defenses? Could there be some kind of scheme? Should I risk it and give it a try? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. I'm telling you now, once you get the item, hurry up and leave. It was Yu, who had led Shi Tian inside. He even carefully instructed, oh right, you have to knock me out first to prove that I was forced by you. Shi Tian, annoyed by his rambling, shut his mouth for him. Qing Yang, having caught them red-handed, spoke up, well, this time, even jumping into the yellow river won't wash you clean. Seeing him, Yu's face turned purple with fear, eldest senior brother. Qing Yang also shouted loudly, you traitor, how dare you bring a wicked disciple to barge into the sect master's room, even with 10 mouths. You couldn't clear his name. You've misunderstood, don't be hasty, listen to my excuse first. But he no longer had a chance to argue. A palm strike from Qing Yang made him bleed from all 7 orifices. Qing Yang turned to deal with the other person. And you, wicked disciple Mo Fan, you killed your master before he betrayed the path after. A crime that enrages both gods and men. Your death would not be a pity, and you still dare to sneak into Longyan Mountain to steal the Tushan sword. Shi Tian calmly replied, you really live up to your title as a righteous gentleman, don't you? So quick to sling mud. I have a question though. What are you doing sneaking around in the sect master's room? I'm afraid you're not the only one interested in the Tushan sword. Feng Hua also mocked him. Tsk, such a fresh-faced pretty boy. Why do you have such a filthy mind? If you want it, just say so. Isn't it tiring to pretend to be so righteous? Shi Tian added, you don't understand. This is the silver tongue of a hypocrite. Qing Yang, having been exposed, angrily released a burst of true qi. Shut up. But Shi Tian only needed one hand to firmly stop the sword qi he launched. Oh ho, manifestation of true qi. You've only just advanced to the golden core stage, but I'm already at the nascent soul stage. This isn't that kind of manhwa where you can beat me. Qing Yang couldn't bear this humiliation. You dare to insult me? Why? Why? Since I was a child, I've worked harder than anyone else. No matter the method, as long as I could get stronger, could climb higher, I was willing to pay any price. Clearly, before, you were nothing. Yet, in just a few short months, you surpassed my years of arduous cultivation. We both cultivate the demonic path, so why can't I catch up to you? It feels like a twisted manhwa plot. You're just a piece of trash. Another movement from behind made him startled. Is the Tushan sword resonating with the desire I'm emitting? The sword is calling its master, just like in a fantasy manhwa. Shi Tian thought to himself, the Tushan sword is calling me. It seems the true qi I released during my last move was sensed by the Tushan sword. Even if I've changed bodies, my soul remains the same. The Tushan sword can still recognize its master. I can rest easy then. The 4 other demonic artifacts can surely be recovered. Qing Yang also boldly reached in, wanting to take the Tushan sword. He shouted with great vigor, no one will ever look down on me again. As his hand was about to touch the sword, it was blocked by a formation. He screamed out in agony. Qing Yang's entire arm was injured, the spreading pain leaving him only able to screaming, my hand, my hand. Shi Tian was also alarmed. Wow, this old fox, no wonder, he didn't even post a single guard stationed. Seeing the 2 spirit venerable guardians appear, he had his answer. It turns out a formation was set up long ago, a treasure-protecting formation. Qing Yang quickly jumped out the window to escape, making Shi Tian extremely annoyed. Damn, this kid is fast. Feng Hua, beside him, revealed, these spirit venerable guardians are at least at the peak nascent soul stage. With your current strength, this will be a tough fight. He replied, thanks for the reminder. He knew that fighting 1 against 2 was a tall order. The odds of winning were slim, and a fight of this scale would surely expose him. Jiamu could arrive at any moment. But he had come this far, there was no reason to back down now. Then let's go all out. Jiamu had already ordered 2 disciples to check on the sect master's room. They called out. Outside the Yufeng sect master's room, 2 disciples were walking and chatting. I heard our Yufeng sect's ranking among the 5 sects has dropped to last place. The other replied, we've been used to it for ages. We're the eternal underdogs. We just have to follow the Chengde sect. Just as they reached the sect master's room, they were caught in an explosion that erupted from within. Feng Hua advised. Shi Tian, who was struggling in the fight, retreat. You can't win. The power gap was obvious. It couldn't be bridged by sheer willpower alone, a common trope in many a manhwa. He coldly retorted, cut the sarcasm, while in his heart. He had his own plan. As long as he got that sword, this cat and mouse game would be over. That sword represents 1/5 of my power at my peak. The other disciples had also noticed the commotion. Who is it? Someone has infiltrated the sect master's room. It's Mo Fan. Quick, inform Lord Jiamu. Shi Tian asked Feng Hua for help. Help me hold off the others. She feigned indifference, asking, why should I? He named his price and charged at his opponent. 3 special sauce roasted ducks. The mention of food made Feng Hua agree instantly. He focused his internal energy into a powerful punch against the 2 guardians' barrier. He poured in more energy, cracks began to appear on the shield. Shi Tian roared, break for me. This kind of power struggle is classic manhwa action. The barrier shattered, and the 2 spirit venerable guardians took a ready stance. He immediately dashed towards the Tushan sword. He was almost there. The distance to the blade shrank, my Tushan sword, but a slash from the guardian cut short Shi Tian's attempt to claim it. The guardian behind coordinated with a slash of materialized energy. This duo is a tough boss fight in any manhwa, slashing down with deadly force, while Shi Tian fired an arrow of materialized energy that pierced through the guardian's head. But when he saw the guardian's head slowly regenerating, the reincarnated demon lord knew this fight was going to be tough. Infinite regeneration, unbelievable. Am I being forced to risk using that move? Meanwhile, in the backyard of Wula Hall, Ling Yu was panting with exhaustion, unable to break the formation. Ji Yu stammered, trying to calm him. Sect, master. Don't worry, Long Han. Han Mountain is guarded by the great hero Jiamu. Everything will be fine. Annoyed, Ling Yu grabbed at his neck tightly. The mere sight of him was infuriating. It's all your fault, you useless trash, that I fell into his trap. Use your life to atone for your failure. Ji Yu desperately pleaded. My lord, killing me won't get you out of here. You might as well keep me around to talk and ease your boredom. Ling Yu roared, there's no need. Ji Yu's eyes bulging as his neck was squeezed tight. The old man's soul was also being absorbed by Ling Yu. A voice echoed from within him. Delicious, isn't it? Hurry up and eat. Once you're full, be obedient. Don't disobey, don't talk back. Another voice replied, I am your true master. Shut up. Ling Yu regained his senses. Do not defy my commands. The blood scythe within him flared up, as if 2 beings were constantly fighting for control of the body. Qing Yu said helplessly, I wouldn't have summoned you unless it was a last resort. Sun Lian, break this immortal locking formation for me. After this, I'll take you to have a delicious meal. Meanwhile, Qing Yang was trying to suppress the pain in his arm while escaping. He saw Jiao Mu angrily yelling, you actually let him walk straight into the sect master's room. Are you all useless fools? He quickly hid in a nearby room. Jiao Mu was still giving orders. Contact the sect master and immediately notify the hall masters to come for backup immediately. The disciples replied, yes, sir. Ruo Ying, in an adjacent room, had discovered Qing Yang. She was very surprised to see him, senior brother. He, on the other hand, was trying to stop the poison in his arm, which was still spreading. Ling Yu, that damn old man is truly vicious, using a cruel formation straight out of a dark manhwa. My own Taoist arts can't block this power. At this rate, I'll become a corpse in less than an hour. He decided he could only try using the demonic cultivation technique, hoping the conflicting demonic path could neutralize this tyrannical true qi, a classic trope in this kind of manhwa. Seeing him circulate his energy, Ruo Ying discovered that her senior brother was also secretly practicing demonic cultivation. Her father frowned, thinking, another hypocrite. Qing Yang's manifested true qi shot towards them. Who's there? Ruo Ying used a shield, deflecting the true qi. Seeing her there, Qing Yang was very surprised. Junior sister Ruo Ying, you saw everything. She replied, the senior brother who championed justice and hated evil was indeed a facade. Compared to hypocrites like you, Mo Fan is at least upright and straightforward, and he would never betray his master and sect. Qing Yang explained, no, you've lived a pampered life since childhood. How could you understand? I paid a huge price to get the status I have today. In this world where strength is supreme, a common setting in many a manhwa, only becoming powerful matters. It seems I've become that kind of person in your eyes. You too can go. I'll let you live today. Consider it a final act of fellowship for the many years I've been your senior brother. Ruo Ying sighed in relief. I guess you still have some conscience left. Inside Qing Yang's mind, two inner demons were arguing. Let her go. We were once sectmates. No, she'll reveal your demonic cultivation, and there will be no place for you in the 5 sects. No, she's. Wake up. Human hearts are wicked. How could she protect you? Ahead, Ruo Ying was helping her father out. Father, slow down. Qing Yang's inner demon had won. His eyes flashed with a demonic red light, a classic sign of corruption in any manhwa. The only one who can protect you is yourself. He lost all humanity and lunged forward. B times, go die. Ruo Ying and her father were stunned, turning their heads to look. At the same time, over with Shi Tian, he silently made a resolve. Success or failure depends on this moment, and he no longer cared if his identity was exposed. He was preparing his trump card. If I lose, I'll accept it. But if I win, I'll definitely wash away all this humiliation. The 10,000 demons, summoned by Shi Tian, shot up into the sky, a spectacular scene fit for a manhwa finale. The Heavenly Thunder Guide also shot down. Feng Hua had to use a barrier to protect herself from the impact. The range is massive. Are you trying to take me down with you? Meanwhile, Shi Tian was helpless as he too was struck by the Heavenly Thunder. Damn it, my true chi was shattered by the lightning strike before it could even take form. He couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't die here. I am. His hand persisted, struggling to grip the sword's hilt. And then he continued. Demon Lord Shi Tian. On Ruo Ying's side, she was in disbelief. Xiao Qian had taken a blade for his daughter. She screamed in panic, Father, while he struggled to say, Don't even dream of touching my daughter. Yinger, use the move I taught you. Ruo Ying unleashed the explosive Thunder Pear Blossom Spike, launching it at him. Qing Yang, you demon. Caught by surprise, he couldn't defend in time, and his entire body became a pincushion for the spikes. The father and daughter used this move to escape, leaving Qing Yang behind screaming in pain. My eyes. Xiao Qian reminded his daughter, We've been exposed. Hurry and regroup with Mo Fan. She anxiously transferred her true chi to heal him. I'll stop the bleeding. Behind them, Qing Yang was seething with rage. Vicious woman, you just wait for me. This whole scene is so intense, just like in a top-tier manhwa. When the two of them arrived, Shi Tian was nowhere to be found. So Ruo Ying asked, Sister Feng Hua, what happened? Where's Mo Fan? Feng Hua replied, To deal with the two spirit venerables, he summoned the Heavenly Thunder Swarm. It's unclear if he's dead or alive. The stakes in this manhwa are always so high. Another bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Xiao Qian exclaimed in shock, He's drawing lightning to strike himself again. He's insane. Insane? Does he think he's a grand golden immortal or something? Meanwhile, Ruo Ying called out worriedly, Mo Fan, the hand gripping the Tushan's sword, was enveloped by an aura that spread and coiled around his arm. Shi Tian's eyes opened, a flash of determination appearing in an instant. He let out a shout that shook the heavens and earth. Open for me. Shi Tian had successfully reclaimed the Tushan sword. Seeing his new form, Feng Hua was very surprised. Another new look? What kind of demonic aesthetic is this? It's hideous. This dramatic transformation is a classic manhwa trope. Ruo Ying, however, was overjoyed. That's great. You're alive. Xiao Qian, on the other hand, became even more certain. This outfit. And he can wield the Tushan sword. Impressive. It must be him. Jia Mu, hiding in the distance, also found it hard to believe. Impossible. I saw you die with my own eyes. This can't be happening. How could he? This kind of revival is what makes reading a manhwa so exciting. Shi Tian thought to himself, So, you recognize me too? Tushan has finally returned, the power that belongs to this venerable one. The two guardians. Behind him charged forward in unison. He confidently swung his sword. Allow me to enlighten you. This is my power. The two guardians were obliterated by his immense power. Jia Mu was even more stunned. In a single move, two spirit venerables were completely annihilated. His strength has increased to such a terrifying level, but how can he wield the might? It's a power level you'd expect from a main character in a popular manhwa with his sword so proficiently. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Shameless villain, how dare you touch my Tushan sword? Shi Tian heard this and let out a surprised huh. Taoist Ling Yu had just arrived, not understanding the situation, and launched a demonic face attack. He shouted, Let go of it. Jia Mu recognized it immediately and summoned the Hong Lian. Are you trying to level this entire mountain? Shi Tian shattered the Hong Lian with a single sword strike. The art in this manhwa must be incredible to depict such a scene. This scene made Xiao Qian's jaw drop. With just one hand, Ling Yu was just as shocked. He can already control the power of the Tushan sword. Who on earth are you? Shi Tian's true form began to faintly emerge. This is a perfect cliffhanger for any manhwa chapter. The appearance of that young man. What do you think? Of course he doesn't believe it. Impossible. You can't be that demon lord. His soul was scattered long ago. Just then, like a scene from an epic manhwa, the masters of the other halls also arrived to assist, including the master of the Animal Husbandry Hall, Lu Gishi, arriving to support. The master of the True Embroidery Hall, Lu Duxiu, arriving to support. The master of the Red Sun Hall, Qian Kun, arriving to support. The master of the Iron Slaughter Hall, Yuan Hongxi, arriving to support. The master of the Sharp Ma Dashi, arriving to support. Their appearance startled Ling Yu. Dongqing shouted, "We have come as summoned to assist the sect master in exterminating the demon and defending the righteous path." Hearing this, he felt that victory was certain and laughed heartily. Good, good. Now let's see who dares to act recklessly on Mount Longan. Qing Yang, hiding and observing from afar, let out a sigh of relief, thankful that the demonic arts could heal injuries. If they hadn't shown up, the sect master would surely have owed him a favor later. Seeing Qing Yang step forward, Zhao Mu stopped him. "What are you going for?" He stammered in reply, I am the hall master of the Shaoying Hall. Of course I must go support them." Zhao Mu pulled him away. "Don't just rush up there to die. Let's assess the situation first and then decide." The arrival of the hall masters restored Ling Yu's confidence as he faced the peerless youth. "Today, the hall masters under my Yufeng sect are gathered. If you have any last words, say them now." In this classic manhwa showdown, Shi Tian replied nonchalantly, "Just in time." The Tushan sword's aura was aimed at them as he continued, "It saves me the trouble of collecting your heads. Not just you, I plan to level the 5 great sects. Today, I will use your Yufeng sect as a sacrifice to raise my banner." This bold declaration is the kind of dialogue that makes this manhwa so compelling. "Sect Master, I alone am enough to capture him." "Arrogant. Sect Master, let me go." Ling Yu calmly reminded them, "Don't fall for his trick. Joining forces to eliminate him is the best strategy. Set up the Myriad Army Golden Light Grand Array." Shi Gi was very surprised. The Myriad Army Golden Light Grand Array? This formation is the ultimate technique of the Yufeng sect. Didn't you say you wanted to save it for when we turn against the Chengde sect? Duxiu also added, "Moreover, activating this array will completely drain our true qi. It will take 3 months at the shortest and a year at the longest before we can use it again." Ling Yu shouted, "Silence! Haven't you all realized it yet? If we don't kill this brat today, the demon race will surely rise again. With the enmity we've built up, our righteous sect's 1,000-year foundation will be all for naught." "Set up the array," the group shouted. "As you command, Sect Master." Each person took their position to establish the formation. The sheer scale of this battle is worthy of a legendary manhwa. Shi Tian slashed with his sword. "Do you think I'll let you set up the array so easily?" Ling Yu stepped forward to block it. "Let this Sect Master play with you." A torrent of true qi radiated from his body as the young man calmly said, "I couldn't ask for more. I've been tolerating you for a long time, just waiting for this day to kill my enemy." Suddenly, Shi Tian coughed, and blood spurted from his mouth. Ruo Ying cried out in worry. Mo Fan and Qian Kun then said, "A good opportunity. Sect Master, I'll go take his head." Ling Yu remained cautious, advising, "Be careful, it might be a trap. Focus on setting up the array. Once the grand array is complete, he will undoubtedly die." The others replied from behind, "Understood." Shao Qian checked his pulse to assess the situation. The true qi of the Tushan sword is too immense. He absorbs so much powerful true qi at once that 70 to 80% of the meridians in his body have been destroyed. Ruo Ying was stunned upon hearing this. "What?" Shi Tian was unwilling. "How can I fall here?" She worriedly asked her father, "Is there no other way?" He replied, "I do have a unique acupuncture technique that can temporarily time to restore my meridians. Holding out for a couple of hours wouldn't be a problem, but I'm heavily injured and unable to perform the acupuncture now." Feng Hua suggested, "Can you teach me the acupuncture? Or I can transfer my qi to you." But Shao Qian disagreed. "No way, this acupuncture technique is extremely dangerous. Without 10 years of medical experience, you can't control it. Besides, my meridians are crippled. I haven't been able to channel qi for a long time. The grand formation is complete." Ling Yu, from above, heard this and laughed loudly. "It seems heaven itself wants you dead. You monster Mo Fan, remember that you can't defy fate." Shi Tian still forced himself up, leaning on his sword. "This little injury is nothing. It's more than enough to deal with you." Shao Qian tried to persuade him. "You absolutely cannot force your qi. You'll explode and die." Feng Hua was also scared. "This venerable one just got out of prison and is about to be killed by you." Shi Tian swore in his heart, "Damn it, do I really have to give up? Then the path to restoring the demon clan will become even more difficult, won't it?" But Ruo Ying spoke up. "I learned from my father before. I have medical experience and can also channel qi. Let me try." Xiao Qian guided his daughter on the acupuncture. Yes, just like that, gradually channel your qi through the silver needles into the Lingfeng, Daidong, Hongqian, Qingquan, Pojia, Sigu, Yunzhong, and Big Wang, the 8 major acupoints. Use these major acupoints as a base to guide the qi to circulate for 3 days to protect the meridians. Watching Ruo Ying perform the treatment, he felt very proud. It's a good thing she listened since she was young. Although I never formally taught her, her medical skills surpass ordinary people. The next generation has a successor now. Meanwhile, Ling Yu high above remained determined not to act rashly. Last time, we fell for Mo Fan's trick. This isn't some predictable manhwa plot. This time, no matter how you pretend, I won't be fooled by you. He asked, "Isn't it ready yet?" Qian Kun reported, "It is done. Sect Master, please step back to avoid injury." He instructed, "Don't hold back. The Imperial Wind sect will spare nothing." They all shouted in unison. Feng Hua saw them preparing to activate the formation and grew anxious. "Are you done yet, girl? If you don't heal this guy, we're all goners." Xiao Qian reminded her, "This is a critical moment. Be quiet." Feng Hua was very annoyed by this attitude. "How dare you shout at this venerable one? How outrageous." Qin Kun was thrilled. "Fighting amongst yourselves at a time like this? Fools. Hall Masters, activate the Grand Formation to exorcise the demons and protect the righteous path." The Imperial Wind 10,000 Hooks Red Light Grand Formation was activated, an attack worthy of any action manhwa. Countless massive fireballs rained down, and Feng Hua deployed a formation to block them, but her dragon power was limited, and she couldn't hold on for much longer. Behind her, Ruo Ying reported, "Meridian restoration complete." Seeing her spit blood, Shi Tian yelled worriedly, "Feng Hua." She reminded him it was too late, the Grand Formation was active, and no one else could withstand it. "It seems this venerable one must make a sacrifice today. Kid, you better remember this favor. Today won't be settled without 100 roasted pig heads." After she spoke, a surge of power erupted, a classic manhwa power-up moment. Qian Kun said disdainfully, "The outcome is set. Today, the whole world will see clearly that this is the consequence for daring to provoke our Imperial Wind sect." A sound made Du Xiu very suspicious. "What's that sound?" It was the roar of a dragon. Feng Hua was carrying Shi Tian, breaking through the formation's encirclement and charging towards them. They were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. A dragon? Damn it, this is like something out of a fantasy manhwa. They're not even trying to save face anymore. Shi Tian replied coldly, "Do you have any face to talk about when it's 5 against 1? The power from the true dragon swept through, causing the first 2 Hall Masters to perish. Daishi screamed, "The great formation is broken, elders, flee quickly." But he too was smashed in the side by the true dragon's tail. Hongxi and Guishi grew tense, seeing this. Hongxi called out, "Guishi, the Imperial Wind token." He replied, "Understood." But just as he spoke, he was cut down by a single sword strike from Shi Tian. Down below, Xiao Qian pressed a hand to his wound, which was still being corroded by demonic energy. He was astonished, never expecting them to wield the power of the integration stage by combining their strength. The power scaling in this manhwa is incredible. The only variable was how long Mo Fan's body could hold out. Asterisk, cough cough asterisk. Ruo Ying, while healing him, cheered. "Amazing, they defeated 5 elders in an instant," Daishi reported back. "Sect Master, this kid is too heaven-defying. We can't beat him." The Sect Master immediately absorbed his soul. What a bunch of useless trash. In the final moments of his life, Daishi could only manage to say, Sect Master. While he waited for the true power of Taoist Lingwu to finally reveal itself, Hongxi hurriedly begged for his life. Sect Master, spare me." He screamed, "Don't." But he couldn't change his fate of becoming Lingwu's nourishment. This kind of brutal scene is common in a dark fantasy manhwa. Dumu then said to Qing Yang, "Do you see that? If I hadn't stopped you, you would have met the same fate." Shi Tian scorned this act. They were fighting so valiantly just moments ago, and now they've become mere nourishment. It's truly disappointing, isn't it? A voice filled with killing intent rang out. "If they are useless, what right do they have to live? This has always been the creed of our Imperial Wind sect." Shi Tian swung his sword without hesitation. "In that case, in a moment you'll have to commit suicide to uphold your own creed," he thought to himself. Mid-stage integration realm, right now with the Tushan sword. The fight choreography in this manhwa is top tier. I can only barely reach the initial stage. I can't fight him head-on. Sun Lian within his body raged, "You've offended our Imperial Wind sect. Now die." Seeing the gigantic head being summoned, Feng Hua recognized the demonic beast he was controlling. Is a Hao. It is as ancient as our true dragon clan. Its killing intent is immense. You absolutely must not let your guard down. This manhwa introduces some really cool mythical creatures. Shi Tian understood. The Hao roared and exhaled a gigantic vortex. Shi Tian didn't know its intention. "This is the howl," Feng Hua explained. It wants to swallow us. My current strength is too weak. I can't resist for long. Shi Tian immediately used palm lightning. You want to eat me? Then have a taste of this. A palm strike materialized into a giant hand and shot forward. Go! The palm slammed right into the Hu's gaping maw. Shi Tian uttered the command, explode. The palm lightning shot deep inside the beast's mouth, but nothing happened. Shi Tian felt incredibly embarrassed. That was a classic Manhwa fail moment. Feng Hua was also speechless. Are you trying to bond with it? He flared up in anger. Damn it. How was I supposed to know? Its throat was that deep. Feng Hua was sweating profusely. Think of something fast. We're about to be pulled in. He was also pondering. Attacking from the outside is useless. It has to be from the inside. This strategy is a staple in many action manhwa. Feng Hua added, in that case, I can only give you one more layer of protection. The rest is up to you. He agreed, all right, and immediately darted forward. The true dragon armor covered Shi Tian's entire body, while Feng Hua reverted to her human form and fell. She cursed, damn it, I can't sustain a transformation at this level. Shi Tian shot like an arrow into the gaping mouth of the Hao. You want to eat me? Then I'll go inside and see what you're really made of. What a cliffhanger. I can't wait for the next chapter of this manhwa. Streams of true chi. The surprise attack damaged the outer layer of his armor. He was furious. Damn you, Ling Yu, to think you had this trump card. Even with Feng Hua's protection, I can't hold out for much longer. Ling Yu spoke from below. You've got some skill to make it here unscathed. He raised his sword, saying angrily, you dog, Ling Yu, I'll make you pay in blood for what you've done. He slashed down with his sword, but it was blocked by his blade. The collision of the two forces, like a scene from an epic manhwa, caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Ling Yu praised his opponent. Very good. To think you could enter my crimson blood barrier. But your luck ends here. Just as he finished speaking, he was stunned to see Shi Tian's figure gradually disappear. Shi Tian had used Flash Step to teleport behind him, landing a slash on Ling Yu that made him scream. Art! He knew this was the Flash Step that Shi Tian exclusively created. A step in the blink of an eye, just like in a manhwa. It really is you. Shi Tian closed in on his opponent and replied. That's right. He grabbed Ling Yu's neck tightly. Oh, I am Shi Tian. He struggled to say, asterisk, cough, asterisk. Your body had disintegrated, yet you still managed to survive. No wonder the corpse of yours couldn't be refined into a true core demon pill. The Tushan sword has accepted a new master. I should have realized sooner. Shi Tian snorted coldly and said, you're only figuring it out now. You're as dumb as a pig. It's been a long time since Tushan has tasted the fresh blood of an enemy, right? You couldn't wait any longer either, could you? Die. A single sword strike, a brutal moment in this manhwa, slashed across his chest. Shi Tian grimly continued, you should feel honored to become the final offering to the Tushan sword after it has reclaimed its master. Ling Yu accepted the reality. Asterisk, cough, asterisk, I truly did underestimate you. For Shi Tian, streams of crimson blood were being absorbed into the wound, causing it to gradually recover. Ling Yu revealed his hand. However, you miscalculated one thing. This is a barrier created by me, and no one can defeat me within this crimson blood barrier. Shi Tian thought that the fatal wound on his chest and leg had completely recovered, and even if Ling Yu was at the integration stage, it shouldn't be this easy. After recovering, Ling Yu laughed loudly. Haha, just now, I was only testing to see if you were the real deal. I am the god of this place, the final boss of this manhwa. Streams of crimson blood, like countless threads, bound his limbs tightly. He revealed further, this barrier not only can bind, but it can also absorb true chi. That's right, the fundamental ability of the crimson blood barrier, a terrifying power in any manhwa, is that it can devour all the true chi within it, converting it into corresponding chaotic power. Furthermore, to ensure the purity here, I only absorb one type of true chi. Shi Tian, haven't you noticed that there's something very familiar to you in this place? At Ling Yu's reminder, he recognized the feeling. Could this all be the true chi cultivated by my demon clan? Ling Yu laughed arrogantly. That's right, this place is the transcendent achievement that I, the sect master, have created over more than 760 years of cultivation. From the far north of Fengchong Mountain to the South Sea Pearl Marsh, I have sought out every den of the demon clan to accumulate enough for this vast and endless barrier. But your demon clan is truly pathetic. Your birth rate is too low, even lower than that of pigs and dogs. So I instructed my disciples. If they encounter any remaining demons, not to hunt them to extinction, but to capture them, raise them, and domesticate them for a while to see if they could breed more. These words, a truly dark turn for this manhwa, caused a storm of hatred to surge within Shi Tian. He roared, no wonder my clan has always had strange disappearances. So it was you, to think you would treat our demon clan as, like an animal. This bastard, he calmly replied, don't be so dramatic. Every inch of your skin right now is being relentlessly shredded by chaotic force, but the bonds holding Shi Tian have already snapped before his will. I have to break free. He pointed his sword at the man, vowing to shatter him into 100 pieces. Shi Tian charged forward aggressively with his sword. Today, I'm not using any flash steps. I'll defeat you head-on. Bring out everything you've got and show me what you can do. Ling Yu immediately greeted him with the Crimson Blood Shredder. Then, as you wish, be shredded into mincemeat for me. Streams of crimson energy slashed across Shi Tian's body, making him feel the pain his clansmen had to endure. Are these the same techniques you used on my innocent demon kin? Ling Yu was surprised to see his opponent charging forward without hesitation. You're not even trying to dodge? You're charging straight at me? His sword was right in his face, but Ling Yu remained arrogant. Fool, I already told you, in here, I am invincible. A sword pierced straight through his big mouth as he dared to utter the words, even if you slice me in two, it won't matter. I can just regenerate. Shi Tian said coldly, it's a good thing you have an immortal body, because I want to make you feel every bit of the pain you inflicted upon my demon clan. He struck again with his sword, vowing he would return it 100-fold. Ling Yu's entire body was tormented by a flurry of sword strikes, leaving him with a battered face and a shattered spirit. He realized that if this continued, even if his body could recover, his mind would be tortured to the point of collapse. Use that move. Ling Yu yelled just as another sword slash came down. Soul returning formation. Shi Tian was in the middle of his fierce assault when he realized the chaotic space was being compressed into a solid form again. Thanks to this, the man regained his arrogance. The art in this manhwa must be Let's see you try to move now. His body restored, he continued, you've only just recovered a single Tushin sword and you've already managed to push me, the sect master, into such a corner. Shi Tian, you truly are strong, but you're also about to die any second now. Shi Tian watched his opponent warily, while the man laughed smugly. Just wait for all of your true chi to be drained completely dry. Shi Tian offered a kind reminder. Old fiend, did you know this Tushin sword was forged from 9 heavens sacred gold? This is a key plot point in the manhwa. Besides its incredible power, it also has the ability to store true chi. People call it the Nurturing Maiden Sword. He swung the sword, absorbing the true chi from the Crimson Blood formation, and then said, thank you for gifting me the true chi of my thousands upon thousands of demon kin. I won't hold back anymore. This sudden turn of events made Ling Yu cry out in pain. My true chi. A single sword strike, carrying endless resentment, came down, causing the entire space to flash with blinding light. This manhwa is getting intense. The great formation exploded, forcing Ruo Ying to shield her eyes from the blinding light. Shi Tian had also escaped from the Crimson Blood formation. He fell to the ground with a thud, struggling to push his aching body upright. He knew the barrier had become unstable and collapsed, right? The Tushin sword was blasted from his hand. Asterisk. Cough cough asterisk. But the Tushin sword also absorbed a fair amount of true chi, didn't it? But I absolutely must not awaken the being inside it. My meridians are at their limit again. If I can't directly wield the Tushin sword, I don't have much of my own true chi left. Ling Yu also rushed down in a rage, stomping right on his face. You damn demon. You destroyed the treasured artifact that I, the sect master, spent over 600 years building. Alright, even while being stepped on by his enemy, his defiance was straight out of a manhwa. Those are the lives of my demon clan's people. You are not worthy. The man replied grimly, then I'll take your true core demon pill as compensation. I don't believe you can still be lucky enough to escape. Seeing this, a worried Ruo Ying rushed forward. Mo Fan Ling Yu immediately released a burst of true chi and said contemptuously, a nuisance. Shi Tian also shouted, be careful. Ruo Ying was sent flying backward, letting out a cry. She thought to herself, even though I'm seriously injured, he couldn't kill me. It seems Sect Master Ling Yu doesn't have much combat power left either. He stomped on him with more force. Now no one can come and bother me anymore. Your life is mine. Shi Tian secretly gathered true chi in 2 of his fingers. He cursed, damn it, in this kind of manhwa situation, only 2 of my fingertips can move. It seems I'll have to use that move. Shi Tian spoke up. We'll have to see if you have what it takes to take it. Ling Yu furiously beat him down. You want to die that badly? That's too easy for you? This sect master must slowly torture you to avenge Hong Lian. If you want a comfortable death, bark like a dog a few times. Maybe if I'm happy, then I can let you go. From a distance, Qing Yang asked worriedly, the sect master has won. Are we still not going to show ourselves? He replied, wait a little longer. Let's tidy ourselves up a bit and pretend we were knocked out by the earlier explosion. Ling Yu moved on to the next step, raising his hand to perform the demon wind slash. Enough. This master is in no mood to play with you. I will use your demon clan's demon wind slash to send you on your way. A single slash struck his back. To die by a technique of your own demon clan, you must be dying with great resentment. Haha. A single word, break, extinguished his laughter, a truly epic manhwa moment. The 2 people secretly watching were also stunned. What? A sword pierced through his chest, leaving Ling Yu in disbelief. This is the sword control technique. Even as his body fell, Ling Yu couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Shi Tian slowly sat up, a comeback worthy of the best manhwa protagonist, and asked the defeated general who had fallen face first to the ground beside him. Surprised? Delighted? To die by a technique of your own Taoist sect? You must be dying with great resentment, right? Before he died, he held on to one belief. The four sects will definitely avenge me. Before his body and soul dissipated, Shi Tian assured him, "Don't worry, they will quickly come down to find you." At this victory, Ruo Ying cheered joyfully. "We won. Did we finally win?" Her father replied, "Silly girl, that old dog, Ling Yu, has already turned to dust. How could this be fake?" She was so happy that she rushed forward to hug Shi Tian tightly. "Mo Fan, you're amazing. You defeated a sect master from one of the 5 great sects. That's a feat you'd see in a legendary manhwa." He yelled out in pain. Realizing her mistake, she said guiltily, Sorry, I was too excited. I'll heal you." He replied with a dark expression, "It's useless. The acupuncture technique's effect has worn off. The meridians throughout my body are severed. I have almost no feeling left." Qing Yang seized the opportunity and charged forward. "This is a great chance. He's a spent arrow. Disciples of the Yu Feng sect, follow me to eliminate the villain and avenge our sect master." In his heart, he was ecstatic. "Mo Fan, in the end, you will only be a stepping stone for me in this brutal Manhwa world." His excitement made him ignore Zhao Mu's warning from behind. "Wait!" The entire Yu Feng sect charged forward in unison. "Kill him, avenge the sect master, eliminate the demon and protect the righteous path." Ruo Ying stood ready to fight. "As long as I have breath in my body, no one will touch him." Qing Yang replied, "Junior sister, since things have come to this, and you're still stubbornly deluded, if you insist on going down this path to death and bringing ruin to our sect, then I'll have no choice but to uphold justice by eliminating a relative." Tix Thian glanced irritably at the Du Sun's sword beside him. "Hey, are you done playing dead? Do I have to call you out before you—" Nuok Oan was stunned when she heard him. "What?" The Du Sun's sword was furious and cursed, "Son of a. I was hiding so well, but you just had to expose me." Du Sun Kiem, the sword spirit who refused to reveal its name, angrily piped up. "You've already died once, and now you want to rise from the grave. If you're going to be resurrected, then so be it. But instead of tucking your tail, finding a wife, and having a son, you insist on seeking revenge. Do you think you're the main character in some manhwa? Are you some kind of returning king?" Fan Zhuang and his disciples were dumbfounded. A sword, a talking sword. Is this some kind of manhwa magic trick? Am I seeing things? Zhao Mok knew it, damn. This monstrous entity has indeed been summoned. Tu Kiem also realized it, a sword spirit, a real sword spirit actually exists. I've heard that only weapons that have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 1,000 years can develop a spirit and become sentient. I always thought it was just a legend, the kind of thing you only see in a manhwa. I never expected to see one in my lifetime. But it's not quite the same as what I imagined. The sword spirit immediately cursed back, "You damn old geezer, what are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Nuok Owen asked doubtfully, "If it was already awake, why didn't it help you earlier?" Tix Thian replied helplessly, "I never intended to rely on it in the first place. I was more afraid it would wake up after swallowing too much true qi. Its mouth is just too foul." The grumpy sword spirit blurted out, "I saw you were about to die, and I was planning to just wait for you to kick the bucket and then latch onto Lang Vu. I didn't expect you to be so cunning, daring to use me for a despicable sneak attack. You're truly shameless. I despise you." Fan Zhuang immediately commanded, "I think your composure is just a bluff. Sword control, exorcise the demon." In his heart, he thought, "Damn it, he must be pretending. I can't be defeated here." Nuok Owen asked directly the sword spirit, "What should we do now?" It insolently said, "You chirping thing, hurry up and get to the main event. Don't make me angry." Nuok Owen nearly choked on its words. "Thing," the sword spirit brusquely descended upon the group of cultivators below. "Do not call my name." The sword moved with an unstoppable, swirling aura. The shield that Fan Duong created already showed signs of cracking. After completing its mission, the sword spirit returned and arrogantly ordered Tix Thien, "I just saved your life. Aren't you going to kneel down quickly?" He threatened it, "If you cause trouble again, get lost." As for Nuok Oan and her father, they looked like their souls had left their bodies as they witnessed the scene. A single strike from the sword spirit had created a massive crater. Its destructive power was terrifying, like a scene from an epic manhwa. Tich Thien asked curiously, "Where's Fawn Hoa?" Nuok Owen pointed in one direction. "After she went into the wolf's stomach, I think she fell over there." Meanwhile, the sword spirit was trembling with anger as Tix Thien leaned on it. "Hey, you mother! You dare use me as a walking stick!" Lifting it up, Nuok Owen helped her father towards the crater. "Father, are you feeling any better?" He replied, "Much better, much better." Tichthien then guessed, she's probably in this crater. Seeing Fang Hoa in the form of a baby lying in the crater, he was very surprised. Who is this? Why has Fang Hoa become so small? This whole situation feels like a fantasy manhwa. Tichthien quickly went down to help her up. Fang Hoa, wake up. The sword spirit reminded him, hey, a powerful stream of true qi is pressing closer. If you want to live, leave now. If you don't, then bury me first. Thanks. He was also surprised, so fast. So they had caught up, but still couldn't find old Gu. Finally, Shi Tian decided to pull Ruo Ying and her father up. Ruo Ying held on tight, following his lead. They immediately flew away on their swords. The sword spirit reminded them to hold on tight. And steady, if you fall, I'm not taking responsibility. Bai Ruhei, a spectator leisurely sitting on a treetop, observed everything and spoke up. Tisk Tesk, what a lively and dramatic show. It's like a scene from a manhwa. Are they heading to the Nine Nether Ghost Spring for treatment? Looking at the group, he exclaimed, oh, you guys are here too? The other hall masters just arrived after the party's over. Fei Guang reported, Fei Guang of the Chengda sect has arrived to provide support. One of the hall masters asked Ruhei, Uncle Master Bai. We received an urgent distress call from the Yufeng sect and came immediately. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Someone else was also curious. What on earth happened? The Yufeng sect looks like it's been reduced to a pile of ruins. Another hall master guessed. Was it a demon clan counterattack? Quick, let's find where Taoist Ling Wu is now. Ru calmly announced, Lord Ling Wu has fallen in battle. Upon hearing this, a hall master replied, no matter who the opponent was that could defeat sect master Ling Wu. He must also be severely injured, like a typical manhwa villain. If we pursue now, we can definitely capture him. Uncle Master, do you know which way the enemy went? He said casually, I don't know. I only arrived a little earlier than you. Shi Tian had also just woken up. The poor guy had just regained consciousness, his mind was still foggy, and he was trying to move his body. Hearing a splash in the Nine Nether Spring, Shi Tian rushed over and asked, where is Yao Yue? Seeing this, the sword spirit burst out laughing. This is hilarious. Did you soak in the Nine Nether Ghost Spring for 3 days and 3 nights until you became muddle-headed? You can't even recognize the little dragon girl anymore. Hearing it say that, he finally came to his senses. Oh, right. Oh no. This is bad. I didn't react in time. I'm dead for sure this time. Just as Shi Tian predicted, Feng Hua shot up from the Nine Nether Spring and gave him a beating. You bastard. Did you want me to drown? This is such a classic manhwa betrayal scene. I shouldn't have given up hundreds of years of cultivation to help you fight. You shameless thing, repaying kindness with malice. He could only beg for mercy. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please calm down. Dragon's sister. Dragon's sister. Shi Tian asked curiously, do you shrink every time you transform into a dragon? What can I do to help you return to your original size? Feng Hua replied sulkily, forget it, you're just pretending. Transforming into a dragon drains all my true qi. I'll revert to my child form, a common trope in many a manhwa. During this time, if you dare to be careless, I'll sacrifice you to the heavens first once my true qi is restored. If you have the energy to stand here talking nonsense, you might as well go check on that ill-fated father and daughter pair. That old man looks like he's about to stop breathing. He was shocked. What? She explained. After returning from Dragon's Jaw Mountain, his injuries have been continuously worsening. It's basically uncontrollable. Shi Tian quickly ran over to the father and daughter. Ruo Ying, what happened? She urged anxiously, you're finally awake. Please save my father quickly. Shi Tian was also at a loss in this case. Demonic qi had already corroded his entire body. Who injured him so severely? This plot twist is like something from a manhwa. Ruo Ying recounted, Qing Yang, we ran into him while he was using a demon clan technique to heal and to silence us. He guessed with apprehension, Qing Yang, he actually used such a sinister technique. He truly inherited the ways of Wu Tieju. His heart meridians are almost completely corroded. It's a dark situation, straight out of a horror manhwa. I'm afraid, Ruo Ying cried and begged, Shi Tian, you also understand demon clan techniques. Please save my father. Her father advised, Ruo Ying, it's useless. I know my own condition well, don't waste your strength. He took the mortal immortal saintly codex from his robes and said, Ruo, Oan, I don't have much of value to leave you. This book is the culmination of my lifetime's medical experience. I hope it can help you someday. Although I never passed my medical skills on to you, the first time you performed acupuncture, you managed to heal Mo Fan's damaged meridians, which shows your comprehension is a rarity in this world. If you study it with your heart, your future achievements will surely surpass mine. Emperor Mo Fan, could this old man be so bold as to ask you for a favor? He always remembered Xiao Qian's kindness. He had once saved the people of the demon clan from dire straits. For such great kindness and virtue, I will certainly not let you down." So he agreed, "Please speak, I will certainly do it." He then entrusted his daughter to him, for his care. "I am not a capable man, and in this life, I couldn't provide my daughter with good support. After I'm gone, Ruo-an, I will have to trouble you with her care." He assured him, "All right, rest assured. Even if my bones are ground to dust, I will absolutely protect her and keep her safe." Hearing this guarantee, Xiao Qian could finally no longer hold on. A mouthful of blood spurted from his throat, and he made one last request. "There is one final matter. I ask that no matter what, you must tell me if you are that person." He confirmed, "To be honest, I am indeed Demon Lord Shi Tian, who by a twist of fate borrowed this body to be reborn. In a twist worthy of a manhwa, I hid my identity out of necessity, and I hope you can forgive me." Finally, he could close his eyes and pass away in peace. It seems this old man isn't senile yet. My judgment was correct. Sure enough, Xiao Qian's eyes closed and his life came to an end. Ruo-an cried in anguish, hugging his body. In a scene straight from a tragic manhwa, Shi Tian vigilantly sensed something approaching at an extremely high speed. Pursuers, elsewhere, Feng Hua was humming a song. "That's how I got to know that little brat. La 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 la." So that's how it was. Jian Ning, listening in from the side, felt that now that her body had shrunk, her personality had become just as childish. "Ha ha ha," she ordered it, "shut up. I like it. You got a problem with that?" Sensing a disturbance in the distance, Feng Hua immediately launched a palm strike towards it. "Even from so far away, I can smell on you that disgusting, rotten stench." From the bushes, a figure charged head-on, straight into the blast of power she released and was obviously sent flying by the explosion. Feng Hua said contemptuously, "You don't even know how to hide. All you do is eat the corpses of other races. Has your brain turned to maggots now?" The corpse poison monster, a creature straight out of a horror manhwa, was still unharmed after that explosion. It opened its hideous mouth and shot out a stream of poisonous gas. Seeing Feng Hua frozen in place, the sword spirit yelled, "What are you spacing out for? Move." Fortunately, Shi Tian managed to carry her away in time. Where the corpse poison landed, the entire patch of grass turned black. Ruo-an was stunned as she watched the smoke rise. It can even corrode the ground. That poison is too strong. After they were temporarily safe, he mocked her. "And you were talking about others. You don't even know how to dodge yourself." Feng Hua still stubbornly retorted, "Don't think you get to protect me just because I've gotten smaller. You'd better maintain that heart of reverence for me, or you'll die a miserable death." The sword spirit also agreed with Shi Tian's words. "You clearly couldn't react in time, yet you're still puffing up your chest to look tough, like some over-the-top manhwa character. When your true chi is depleted, don't show off, just accept reality." Feng Hua was so embarrassed she could only threaten, "Say one more word, or I'll throw you both into a cesspool." She continued her tirade, saying that your corpse ghoul clan invaded our dragon clan's sacred ground, and over 100,000 of our ancestors resting there were devoured completely. This blood feud, like something from a tragic manhwa, can never be forgotten. This venerable one has long sworn an oath to kill every single one I meet, with no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Tian understood. No wonder she acted with such deep-seated hatred towards the corpse ghoul at Mount Fuxi in that time. It turns out her ancestors' corpses were treated as food and eaten, but corpse ghouls inherently feed on rotten flesh to survive, so you could say they were just unlucky to mess with the true dragon clan, who deeply revere their ancestors. Feng Hua Haoshang declared, "To avenge our ancestors' shame." Seeing that the chi she released kept missing, Tian had to remind her, "Young lady, you can't even aim straight." As the corpse ghoul prepared to return to its original hiding spot in the bushes, it was blocked again by Feng Hua's chi. Finally landing a hit, she exhilaratingly exclaimed, "Not bad, this is the feeling." The more its filthy blood splattered, the more at ease this venerable one's heart became. Tian also sized it up. This corpse ghoul really isn't very intelligent. The corpse ghoul begged her, "My kin who offended your ancestors are sincerely sorry, but I have never left this forest, nor have I ever caused harm to anyone. Please spare me, I beg you." Hearing it speak, Feng Hua realized, "So you things can talk? I thought corpse ghouls were just wild beasts. Are you trying to argue when you're at death's door? It's too late." Ruo Ying keenly noticed, "Wait, it's protecting something. Hold your hand for a moment." Tian was also surprised. "How do you know?" The corpse ghoul hugged its swaddled child, pleading with them once more, "I beg you, if you must kill me to avenge your ancestors, so be it, but the child is innocent. Our village was slaughtered by humans, and only the two of us managed to escape, but the boy is gravely injured. Please let him heal in the spring." Ruo Ying then understood it wasn't that it was panicking and blindly got hit by her, but that it was using its body to protect its child. "Do you still want to kill it for revenge now?" With a sharp tongue but a soft heart, Feng Hua replied loudly, "This venerable one hasn't sunk so low as to pick on a widow and an orphan. It would bring shame to the dragon clan if word got out. Let it go heal." Watching the corpse ghoul, mother and child happily at the healing spring, Tian asked curiously, "As expected, your mind is more perceptive, but a normal person would have been scared senseless upon seeing a corpse ghoul, so why aren't you afraid at all?" Ruo Ying didn't answer the question. She just turned and walked away coldly. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to go bury my father." He was also helpless. After hiding his identity from her for so long, she was clearly angry. This whole situation is like a complicated manhwa plot. This is going to be troublesome. How do I console a girl? I have no experience with this. Ruo Ying had already set up a tombstone for her father, engraved with the words "Tomb of the late father Luo Xiaoqin." She stared blankly at the stone before her. Just then, Tian came to comfort her. "About that, please accept my condolences. Everyone dies eventually. Sooner or later, we all have to die." Ruo Ying coldly cut him off. "If you don't know what to say, then shut up." He gave a forced laugh and said, "All right, I'd rather fight 300 rounds with the 5 sects than try to comfort a woman. I really don't know what to do. I'm sorry, I never told you the truth before, because my identity is too sensitive." Ruo Ying remained silent. "It's fine. Back when I found you at the bottom of the cliff, I already felt something was off. The person I found was probably no longer the honest Mo Fan from before, but I never expected you to be the great enemy of our human race, the demon lord Shi Tian, a plot twist worthy of a manhwa." He asked directly, "Now that you know, what are your plans? If you want to leave, I can help you find a town to settle in, and then I'll arrange for Qi Liao to secretly protect you, so you can live out your days in peace." Ruo Ying was hurt by his words. Seeing her cry made Shi Tian panic. "Why are you crying? Oh no, Wu Zong. Where are you? Get over here, let's have a fight, so I have an excuse to get out of here." She furiously questioned Shi Tian. "After going through life and death together for so long, do you think I'm some weak character in a manhwa who clings to life and fears death, or do you just find me troublesome? I admit my strength doesn't compare to you and Feng Hua, but when it comes to medical skills, I'm not weak at all. If you really can't stand the sight of me, just say so, and I'll leave immediately and won't bother you anymore." He hastily denied it. "No, absolutely not. Your medical skills are superb, and I definitely couldn't bear to let you go." Seeing Ruo Ying stop, Shi Tian panicked even more. "What now?" She blushed and asked, "You said you couldn't bear to let me go? Why not? Is it because you have feelings for me?" She secretly hoped, could he be confessing to me at my most vulnerable moment? But dense as a post, Shi Tian confidently stated it was because he promised old man Luo he would protect her completely. Ruo Ying felt like she was dating a rock. She was so mad she could spit blood, and unable to contain her anger, she gave him a good beating. When it was over, she dusted off her hands and called him an idiot. Meanwhile, Shi Tian, with a swollen face, realized that women in this manhwa were indeed more terrifying than Wu Zong. Afterwards, he checked again. "My demonic artifacts from my past life total 5 items, namely the Juo Hua hat, the Ding Yue ring, the Shun Chan armor, the Ling Zun arm, and the Tu Shan sword. When my body was destroyed, my true qi scattered into these 5 demonic artifacts. Only by collecting them all can I, Shi Tian, return to my peak. This manhwa is setting up an epic journey. If the Yufeng sect alone has the Tu Shan sword, it's possible the other 4 items are held by the 4 other sects, so I must defeat the remaining 4 sects, not just for my demon kin, but also for the oppressed common people of the human race and other races exploited by the 4 sects." After hearing his story, Feng Hua was annoyed. "Just fight if you have to. Who do you want to deal with next?" Seeing the two of them staring at her, she said, "What are you looking at me for? If you want to eat, go pick it yourself." But Ruo Ying was a little curious. "You knew he was Shi Tian and you weren't surprised at all?" Feng Hua replied, "I figured it out a long time ago. He has a strange demonic quality about him. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Besides, in front of us, the true dragon clan, what is the demon clan?" Shi Tian awkwardly said, "Thank you, Sister Long, for your consideration." The sword spirit looked at Shi Tian with disdain. "This body of yours is so wrecked. It's like it's been run through by 50 big, burly guys. It definitely can't withstand my true qi. Therefore, strengthening your body is the top priority in this action manhwa, which means we must find the Ling Zun arm first." The truth hurts, and he replied, "Although what you said is correct, I still really want to rip your mouth to shreds." Ruo Ying wondered, "So, do you know which sect has the Ling Zun arm?" He was also at a loss. That's the hardest part. We need to get some good intel. This manhwa is now a quest for information. But this kind of information has to be obtained. Only high-level insiders would know where to find someone like that in this desolate mountain forest. Feng Hua turned and asked Shiba behind her, "Hey, which sect's territory is this?" Shiba reported, This is the territory of the Gyuyuan sect under the jurisdiction of Jiuhua Feng City. Did Shi Tian know of the Gyuyuan sect? When I was the demon lord, the Nine Nether Ghost Spring was still within the sphere of influence of my demon clan. Even if you had 100 times the courage, you wouldn't have dared to set foot in this mountain forest. The Sword Spirit and Feng Hua heard this and sneered. Only a country bumpkin brags about past glory. A true hero doesn't dwell on former valor. Shi Tian was left speechless. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind, drawing their attention. I told you there were fish that slipped through the net. Just as expected, they were hiding here. Shiba saw them and panicked. You really have to hunt us down to the last one. Please spare us and give us a way to live. Hu Dashuai, the son of the lord of Jiuhua Feng City, arrogantly replied, This young master despises you. Every single one of you is nauseating to look at. You're so ugly. You're not even as good-looking as a pig. The other monsters in the mountains don't like you either. This young master is simply following the will of the people, going through all this trouble to serve everyone. Shiba knew she was no match for them, so she grabbed her child and fled. Hu Dashuai ordered, Stop them. His retainers acted immediately. Yes, sir. The fiery flame spear unleashed countless arrows in pursuit of Shiba and her child. Seeing the arrows landing in front of her, Shiba retreated in fear. Shi Tian was surprised to see this. Even a mere retainer knows how to materialize his qi. Feng Hua wasn't too concerned. It was only the mid-stage of the condensation realm, but in a remote place like this, it was indeed quite rare. The whole scene felt like something out of a cultivation manhwa. Hu Dashuai finally noticed them. Hey, where did this family of three spring from? What are you doing? Shi Tian put on the appearance of a loving family of three, wrapping his arm around Ruo Ying's waist and cheerfully introducing them. We're here for a barbecue. He reminded Feng Hua, Good girl, call him uncle. Then he whispered to her, Don't make a move yet. Let's see what the deal is with these people. Hu Dashuai stared lecherously at Ruo Ying. To have such a great figure even after having a child. Tisk, tisk. His two retainers understood him perfectly. The young master has taken a liking to this married woman. Young master, are you still going to kill Shiba? Do you need us to do it for you? He commanded. Of course, we're killing her. Don't even think about competing with this young master. Keep an eye on this family for me. Sneaking around in these desolate mountains, they're definitely up to no good. As the young lord of Jiuhua Feng City, I naturally bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the people above all else. I will personally interrogate them later. Shi Tian now understood their background. They were the classic corrupt official's kids. Suddenly, I had a bold idea. Feng Hua sternly warned him, This is the last time this venerable one will warn you. If you dare to joke about my appearance again, I'll make you wish you were dead. It was the kind of chilling threat you would expect in a dark fantasy manhwa. Seeing that Shiba and her child had gotten far away, Hu Dashuai was very displeased. Didn't I tell you to block her? Why did you let her get away? The retainer explained. I was afraid of accidentally hurting her. So, he knocked an arrow on the bow his retainer handed him. Never mind, the short distance is nothing. He released the arrow, and it immediately struck Shiba in the calf. Hu Dashuai shot arrow after arrow, showing off with the flair of a true manhwa antagonist. See how accurate this young master's aim is? The retainers cheered him on. Amazing. It hit again. The young master is truly a divine archer of our time. Even Hao Yi shooting down the suns back in the day was probably just like this. That's all? Please, Hao Yi isn't even worthy of shining the young master's shoes. Seeing Shiba get shot in the back, they started cheering for the guy, to the high heavens. A hit, another hit. I can't believe my eyes. So accurate, it's insane. But Ying saw this and became indignant. These animals, they're clearly using Shiba for sport. I can't just sit back and watch. Shi Tian, who was beside her, stopped her. Don't be rash. First tell me what you know about the Gyuyuan sect. What is this Jiuhua Peak City's relationship with the Gyuyuan sect? She replied, The Gyuyuan sect's territory isn't large, but its sphere of influence is mainly the Dragon Vein land, the Tianao mountain range. The entire mountain range, a setting worthy of a manhwa, has divine mountains and fine steeds, and is rich in spiritual energy. Besides humans, there are also celestial demons by day, 100 monsters by night, and countless towns and cities of all sizes. The Gyuyuan sect chose 3 major towns to form a solid alliance, to restrain and rule over the various monsters. Jiuhua Peak City is one of the 3. Shi Tian understood now. It turned out this peculiar young master was a living source of information that was hard to come by, even with a lantern, which would save a lot of effort. Moreover, the number of Shiba in this area is quite large. Recruiting them as allies would be much better than letting this idiot kill them. The servants guarding them immediately blocked Shi Tian. Kid, behave yourself. I advise you not to go looking for trouble. A bang rang out, a sound effect straight from a manhwa, as the sword spirit released, its sword Shi, lightly grazing their necks. Over with the Shiba, the mother was hit by another arrow. Seeing this, The child Shiba burst into tears. Wah, mommy. Hudai got annoyed. So noisy, you're ruining my enjoyment of shooting arrows. His final arrow. It was aimed at the child, but before it could do any harm, the arrow was caught by a hand. Hudai saw this, and his jaw dropped. What? In a classic manhwa protagonist move, Shi Tian casually twirled the arrow and announced, "Pardon me, but the Shiba mother and child are now under my protection." Seeing him appear, Hudai furiously turned to his servants and yelled, "What kind of job are you doing? I'll kill you all." Feng Ba helpfully pointed out to him. Their heads have already rolled into the lake. Hearing this, Hudai exploded with rage and screamed, "You dare touch this young master's people! If I don't show you what's what, you won't know what it means to blot out the sky with one hand. Go!" The remaining servants moved at once. "Yes, sir." Shi Tian didn't even deign to look at them. "A bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, I don't even need to handle this myself," a classic line from an overpowered manhwa character. The sword spirit swept through the servant, clearing out his opponents for him. Watching his comrades get killed in an instant by something unidentifiable, the surviving servant felt hopeless. Hudai was also trembling, pointing as he exclaimed, "What? What is that thing?" The sword spirit irritably cursed at him. "Look at your country bumpkin face, like you've never seen the city before." Hudai grew even more terrified. "A talking sword? It's a spirit." The hot-tempered sword spirit dove straight for Hudai. "Spirit my foot, I'm about to turn you into mincemeat first." But the sword spirit was blocked by their shield. This made Shi Tian quite surprised. They had actually repelled Chi-Chi's attack. The servant reassured him, "Young master, do not panic. Once the Gyuyuan mountain merging formation is deployed, it's as unbreakable as diamond, untouchable by gods or ghosts. This is the great protective formation of the Gyuyuan sect, unbreakable as diamond, untouchable by gods or ghosts." He thought confidently. This time, the young master would surely remember his merit. Hudai took the opportunity to puff out his chest. "Did you hear that?" However, his moment of arrogance was over, as a massive wave of sword energy slashed through like a hurricane. A climactic moment in this as the wind swept the servant away. Chi-Chi kept only Hudai to make an example of him, sneering contemptuously before the final blow. "Indestructible diamond body? I haven't even released 1/10 of my true chi. How is he already done for?" Tianxi, standing nearby, regretfully scolded it. "You're quite generous, aren't you? All that true chi is something I'll need in the future. If you use it all up, what am I supposed to do?" Chi-Chi rationalized its extravagant spending. "Your body can't handle it anyway. Hoarding it is worse than letting me have some fun for once. Look at how stingy you are. I'll gather it back for you." Tianxi cursed it out. "Like hell you will. If you waste it like that again, I'll seal you away. At least then I won't have to listen to you babble from morning till night." Chi-Chi deliberately provoked him. "Na, boo-boo." Seeing Tianxi walk towards him, Hudai was terrified. He stammered out, "You, what do you want to do?" As Tianxi got closer, the man began to threaten him. "Let me tell you, my father is the city lord of 9 Flowers, Peak City, an honored guest of the Gyuyuan Sex Master. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, I will." In a classic manhwa move, Tianxi didn't care who his father was. A single punch distorted the man's face and made him spit up his guts. Hudai was sent flying into a tree before falling face first to the ground. Tianxi coldly asked, "I touched you. Now what?" Afterwards, Hudai was tied tightly to the tree. This time, he knew the meaning of fear and answered, "The Guiguan sect obtained Ling Zun's arm. I also heard my father talk about it." Tianxi asked, "Where is it kept?" The man exclaimed in shock, "Are you planning to steal Ling Zun's arm? This sounds like a plot from a wild manhwa. Are you insane?" Tianxi gave Hudai a choice. "Do you want the other side of your face to get a fist too?" The man obediently confessed, "It's probably inside the Guiyuan sect's triple gate. Otherwise, my father wouldn't be so concerned about it." "The secure core stone of 9 Flowers Peak City." Tianxi repeated the word dubiously. "A core stone," the man explained. "The core stones are linked by the teeming dragon vein. Under the center of each city, there's a core stone that gathers the spiritual energy from a 100-mile radius around it. This energy is channeled through the dragon vein to the core stone at the Gyuyuan Sect's mountain gate. The Gyuyuan Sect's core stone is inside the triple gate, and no one can open it except the Gyuyuan Sect Master. Unless the core stones of all 3 teeming cities are completely destroyed, the triple gate will lose its power source and open automatically. This complex security system is typical for a high-stakes manhwa." Tianxi asked again, "How do you destroy the core stone of 9 Flowers Peak City?" Seeing him raise his fist, the man panicked. "I really don't know about that. Hero, the secret passage to the core stone is top secret. Only my father knows. Why don't you two just fight it out?" Shaba, who was soaking in the 9 hells, spoke up. "Besides the city lord, I know one other person who knows where the secret passage is." Tianxi asked, "Who is it?" The answer he received was, "The patriarch of my Shiba clan. He's currently locked up on death row in the city, and he's scheduled to be executed in 3 days." The group immediately headed to the prison, a common setting in many action manhwa. Feng Hua took on the mission of luring the enemy. She exuded her charm and enticed them. "Come over here." The ghouls were hopelessly infatuated at the sight of her, a classic manhwa trope. Feng Hua gracefully lured them, "Come over here and catch me." The whole pack immediately chased after her. Their noises echoed out, making the two guards outside curious. "What are those ghouls screeching about? Did something happen?" The other one replied, "What could possibly happen? They're probably just going crazy again." Feng Hua had lured the ghouls upwards and jumped over the cave entrance. The entrance closed, and they were trapped in the formation that had been set up above. When the gatekeeper noticed it was quiet again, he went up, saying, they're all quiet now. They're just a bunch of beasts, no need to pay them any mind." On Feng Hua's side, she looked contemptuously at the crowd trapped within the sound-isolating barrier, wondering why they weren't off looking at their own demonic faces instead of daring to covet my beauty. Xue Tian now understood the situation. Everyone said the IQ of face demons wasn't high, and just like in any action, manhwa, they get all worked up the moment they see a girl. "Have they never seen a woman before?" Feng Hua arrogantly replied, "You fail to see the sorrow that lies beneath my magnificent aura." At the first underground level, Xue Tian had already rushed to seal both ends of the passage, not caring about any sorrow, and focused on the main task. Seeing this, Feng Hua scowled and said, "Man, watch your attitude." After everything was done, they both went to where Xue Tian guessed the clan leader was being held. It seemed that on the first level, all the prisoners were human. The demon prisoners were concentrated on the lower levels. Feng Hua got a chance to broaden her horizons. This manhwa certainly has many types of demons. After hearing her, Xue Tian paid attention to each cage and felt the same way. Glancing at the second creature, whose shape was even more bizarre than the first, he thought, "Their forms are a bit strange." Stopping at an empty cell, Xue Tian sighed, "So tiring, and we still haven't found the Shiba leader." Feng Hua suggested, "Could it be that we're too late?" A voice came from behind them. "Are you looking for the leader of the Shiba? I know where he is." "Ru, he made a request, but you have to get me out of here first." The two of them observed him as if visiting a zoo. The world is vast, full of novelties. A demon with an appearance so human is truly a staple in the fantasy manhwa genre. "That's right, this nose, these eyes. What kind of demon are you?" "Ru," he explained, "I'm a real person, you guys." Feng Hua asked cautiously, "Then what did you do to them to be imprisoned with demons?" "Ru," he calmly replied, "I just stole some money from the city lord's treasury." Xue Tian decided to break the cell door. "Getting you out is fine, but I can't guarantee your safety after we leave." "Ru," he said politely, "Thank you." He commanded, "Step back to avoid getting hurt." Xue Tian released his sword spirit. The sword spirit just lightly made a few basic slashes, and the prison bars were severed. Seeing this, Ru, his eyes lit up as he praised, "A fine sword, what's its name?" He replied coldly, "None of your business. Where is the elder of the Shiba clan imprisoned? Speak." He pointed in one direction. "Behind the wall, there's a secret chamber hidden by magic. If you break the wall, you'll see it." The Shiba clan attempted a classic manhwa-style prison break, but they couldn't find him and were all caught in a net. After hearing this, Xue Tian understood. No wonder it was so easy to get in. There was a hidden mechanism. Feng Hua exclaimed with a smile, "A prison break is easy." Xue Tian remained serious. "Let's break this wall first, then talk." Meanwhile, Ru, he had secretly been casting a spell behind his back. "If you think this manhwa plot is too easy, then let's increase the difficulty a bit." Xue Tian's spiritual energy struck the wall in front of him. When the wall crumbled, he shouted, "Found him!" The weakened leader of the Shiba clan spoke up. Who are you?" Xue Tian introduced them. "We're here to save you. As for other matters, we can talk after we get out of here." The clan leader understood. While they weren't paying attention, Ru, he cast a spell to release the face demons, who snarled and charged. Facing them, Feng Hua unleashed a chi attack, but it passed right through them like air. She was astonished, exclaiming, "What?" Absolutely no reaction. She had forgotten about her own abilities at that moment. Xue Tian hoisted the patriarch onto his shoulder and reminded her, "They don't feel any pain. The guards will surely hear the commotion and discover us. Let's get out of here now. You." The three of them regrouped. Ru, he clung tightly to Xue Tian's arm, while Feng Hua hugged his leg, already dreaming of eating chicken and sleeping in when she got home. "Ru," he said shamelessly, "You already agreed to take me with you." Her attitude left him speechless. "You," Xue Tian, annoyed, called Ru Hie dead weight and used his flash step technique, a classic move in any action manhwa. The horde of ghouls stared blankly as he suddenly vanished. Just as he got outside, He caught Hu Dai in the act of launching a sneak attack on Ruo Ying. She screamed for Shi Tian's help. He gave Hu Dai a grim look. "Do you have any idea what you're doing? Are you really looking for a death wish?" Hu Dai said arrogantly. "Enough talk. This is my territory. None of you are getting out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, he was silenced by the Xiaoyin muting array. He, furiously, gave Hu Dai a sound beating, a scene straight out of a revenge manhwa. "You just laid a hand on the woman I swore to protect with my life." Seeing this, Ru, his eyes lit up, so fast. But Feng Hua looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you still here?" Inside, in the city lord of Ju Huafeng City's room, a subordinate came in to report, "My lord, someone just led the patriarch of the Shiba clan away. It might be connected to the young master's disappearance." The city lord ordered, "I know, lock down the entire city." City lord Tai Shuai continued, "I can smell that little brat. He must be captured." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Shi Tian supported the patriarch with one arm while dragging Hu Dai with the other. They were fleeing from the pursuit of the guards, and shouts echoed everywhere. "Surround them." "I think they went that way." Ruhi asked curiously, "Why? Are we running away on foot? Can't you just instantly teleport us out of the city like in a manhwa?" Shi Tian explained, "The entire city is on lockdown right now. What if we teleport right in front of them? Now get out of here, and stop causing trouble." Suddenly, a giant boulder fell from the sky, causing someone to shout, "Watch out!" Shi Tian unleashed his sword spirit in a stunning manhwa panel. Asterisk, screech, 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 asterisk. The sword spirit made a few basic cuts on the surface of the boulder, object fall from the sky. They quickly formed a protective shield. Hu Dai angrily cursed, "Are you trying to crush this young master to death?" Ruo Ying realized this wasn't fire magic, but a molten rock fireball. Shi Tian was surprised. Are they seriously using a catapult to attack us here? Brimming with fighting spirit, he raised his sword spirit. So he's the city lord? Just as I thought. He's an idiot compared to Yu Fengzun and the other hall masters. Since we've already met, I might as well just take him out directly, right? The other three suggested, "Could you please get us to safety first?" Only. He was wholeheartedly cheering him on. "Go on, beat him to a pulp." As another giant boulder flew towards them, the whole group started running for their lives. Shi Tian yelled, "All right, time to handle this urgent matter." Countless more boulders rained down on them. Tai Shuai said menacingly, his words sounding like they were from a grimdark manhwa, "You still think you can run at this point? Innocent citizens are getting caught in the crossfire. What's going on? Somebody help." Feng Hua felt pretty lucky. Thankfully, the buildings provided some cover, making them feel a little safer. Homes were destroyed, and a child cried over his mother's body. "Mommy!" Cries for help echoed all around. "Is anyone there? Get over here." On the wall, a subordinate raised his binoculars to observe and then reported, "City Lord, they are hiding under that pile of rubble to block our line of sight." He lifted a boulder and said casually, "Then let's just level everything at once." But just then, he saw Shi Tian use his chi to form a spear, cursing, "You son of a." He forcefully threw the spear towards the leader inside the city walls. A subordinate urgently shouted, "City Lord, watch out, it's dangerous." The spear shot through the air towards Tai Shuai, a high-stakes moment you'd see in any great manhwa. But it didn't even faze him. The spear was stopped. Shi Tian realized this guy's body was indeed incredibly tough, almost absurdly so, like a final boss from a popular manhwa. The subordinates were completely stunned. The city lord was attacked by some nameless nobody. "Stop chattering and get the city lord up here," someone reported. "Bad news. The thieves escaped the city through the west gate. Get over here and help." Tai Shuai rose from the rubble, causing his subordinate to sigh in relief. "City lord." He ordered in a grim voice, "Assemble the troops and pursue them for me, even if you have to chase them to the ends of the earth. You must chop them into 100 pieces." The entire group shouted, "Yes, sir." On Shi Tian's side, Hu Dai was screaming his head off. "Help me! Is anyone there?" Feng Hua threatened him, "Shut your mouth. Keep screaming and I'll cut out your tongue." Up with them. But unfortunately, he tripped and fell. He whispered weakly, I can't run anymore." Shi Tian replied, "They probably haven't caught up yet. Let's rest for a moment." Hu Dai was also out of breath. You guys, let me rest a bit. I've never run this far in my entire life." Feng Hua immediately considered setting him free, permanently. "I'll grant your wish. Carrying you along is just extra baggage anyway." He immediately begged, Don't, miss. I was just kidding." The clan chief voiced his question. This hero dared to break into Juhua City's prison to save someone he doesn't even know like me. Such a reckless act, what is it all for? This whole rescue felt like a key plot point in an epic manhwa. Secret path to the rock of Juhua Peak. The clan chief was stunned upon hearing this. "You can't be planning to attack the rock, are you?" Hu Dai also shouted, "Do you know the consequences of attacking the rock?" The entire Guiyuan sect of this Juhua Peak city will see you as an enemy. This is the kind of world building that makes a manhwa so compelling. Who told you to speak? Shut your mouth. Ruo Ying suggested to the group, let's find a more secluded place to talk. It's not very safe here. He also agreed with her. That's right. Who knows, if someone is hiding around here eavesdropping, it would be a huge pain if we were discovered. The group fell silent upon hearing that. Then the three of them each gave him a swift kick. Isn't that person you? And you're acting so self-righteous about it? Ruo Ying voiced her suspicion. I think this person's background is very strange. We should make a decision about him soon. He replied, I know. But Feng Hua also pointed her sword at Ru He. If the secret is already known, then there's no need to let him live in this world. It was a tense moment, a common trope in this kind of manhwa, from Master Hu's treasury. Keep me alive, you might need me. We're all in the same boat now. But Xu Tian felt something was off, and Ming kept feeling like he was familiar, as if from a past life scene in a manhwa. The chieftain spoke up at this moment. Since you are all my saviors, I will absolutely not keep any secrets related to the lava secret passage anymore. First, follow me back to the village to find a place to rest, then we can discuss further. He agreed immediately. All right, as for Ru He, you decide. Let's say he still has some use. Feng Hua gave him a chance to live. He snorted and stopped his actions. Over at the prison, the soldiers and the demon-faced army had gathered. Reporting to the city lord, the troops are assembled and can depart at any moment, but the Shiba village has been more than halfway destroyed. The remaining places are all in remote, deep mountains, so I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find them. Tai Shuai gave the order. If you can't find them, burn the mountains and forests. I refuse to believe we can't force them out. The subordinate acknowledged the truly villainous Manhwa command, saying yes. Once, and another person stepped forward to report. My lord, city lord, there is someone outside seeking an audience, saying that Sheng Dezun has arrived. He refused to see them. This is the territory of the Gui Yuan sect. Tell them to go back to wherever they came from. A voice then rang out. As an ally of the five sects, why does City Lord Hu treat a friend this way? I'm afraid that's not very appropriate. Tai Shuai looked cautiously in that direction as the intruder appeared, a classic manhwa entrance, and his subordinate immediately shouted, Who's there? Protect the city lord. How did you get in here? But Tai Shuai had already spoken. I was wondering who it was. So it's the glory-seeking dog who betrays his master? What are you doing in my Jiu Huafeng city? Is Sheng Dezun also interested in my position as city lord? That person was Zhao Mu. He replied, City lord, who is joking? I have no such intentions. I just hope that on a night like this, you won't leave the city to catch those thieves, but instead focus on guarding the city. If you need to capture someone, just let me take this assassin to do it. That person was Wei Ming. In a cave, deep in the desolate mountains where the Shibao tribe was hiding, Feng Hua was sitting silently to recover her cultivation. A tranquil moment often seen in this type of manhwa, was leisurely sitting nearby, flirting with the Shibao women there. Hey beautiful, want to play for a bit? In the chieftain's room, he had laid out the map of the secret passage and began to explain. Because my tribe is skilled at digging tunnels, Tai Shuai sent us to dig the secret passage. To protect this secret, he blatantly ordered the capture of my Shiba people. If it weren't for the young hero's help, I probably wouldn't have survived today. But when Ying looked down at the paths on the map, which looked like a maze from a dungeon manhwa, she was also stunned. There are so many branches, one wrong move and you'll get lost immediately. Even with a map, you have to be careful. The chieftain replied, the entrance. There's only one, and it's still in the city lord's mansion. Instead of worrying about getting lost, you should think about how to get into the city. If I'm not mistaken, right now, not even a fly can get into Juhuafeng City. The thing guarding Juhuafeng City is the crystal cannon. The sheer scale of this weapon is something straight out of a military manhwa. Couldn't withstand a single blast from the crystal. The chieftain recounted that during his observation, he saw the subordinates giving orders. Check if the spiritual power of the crystal is sufficient. If not, go to the warehouse and get more. The fortress is very well fortified. Xu Tian replied, I've heard of this thing before. Firing 1,000 cannons at once is the kind of overwhelming power you see in a war manhwa to die. But if we sneak in at night, it should be fine, right? The chieftain explained, although the darkness can hide your figure, it can't hide your scent. They also have a wolf that can smell you, anyone who tries to get within a 3-mile radius. At the same time, they also fire their magic crystal cannons. You wouldn't even touch the city walls before being blown into 100 pieces, so we can only sneak in from the sky. In the sky, you just become a sitting duck. Let's think of another way. Feng Hua has recovered her cultivation. She said excitedly, let's lead a few people and charge through. That wolf can't tell who is who. We can just slip in during the chaos, right? Shi Tian was very surprised. Her skills improved so quickly in such a short time, but Ruo Ying pointed out the flaw in this solution. But the problem is we only have a few people. We can't overwhelm that wolf's sense of smell. This is a classic dilemma in many a fantasy manhwa. Feng Hua replied with a faint smile. Of course we have people. Aren't there many people from the Shibatsu clan here? The key point lies right there. Are they willing to expose themselves? Shi Tian interrupted her. Feng Hua, don't talk nonsense. This is our own business. How can we let the Shibatsu people sacrifice themselves for nothing? The clan chief quickly intervened. It's all right. This young lady is just being a bit sharp-tongued. The two of them started arguing fiercely. Feng Hua shouted, if they don't fight back, they'll be killed in the end anyway. In a classic manhwa protagonist move, Shi Tian deliberately said, they are doing it willingly. What business is it of yours? What if the Shibatsu clan is naturally weak and can't fight back? The clan chief explained, young hero, there's something you may not know. It's not that we lack courage, but suddenly another Shibatsu ran in to report. Clan chief, sir, look what the person you brought back has done. He was dragged back by Damen and explained, brother, calm down, I just took a wrong turn. The clan chief asked, Daman, what happened? He angrily recounted, this guy was hiding behind the bathhouse door, peeping at the women bathing. Shi Tian's face darkened as he looked at Ru. You won't even spare the Shibatsu. Brother, you have some wild tastes. He forced a smile and explained, I just thought their bodies were quite beautiful. Hearing this, Daman flew into a rage, lifting Ru high into the air. You still dare to say that without any shame? I have no choice but to smash your head in. The clan chief hurriedly stopped him. Daman, stop, he is my savior. Wait, I don't think it was him. He screamed for help. Help me. Just as his head was about to hit the ground, Shi Tian's foot caught it and pulled him up. Shi Tian tried to snatch the man from Damen's hands. I still have a use for this scumbag. You can't kill him. He said with emotion. Thanks for caring about me, but Damen wasn't having any of it. So the women were all seen by him, and we're just supposed to endure it? Shi Tian coldly provoked him. Strange, isn't the Shibatsu clan a bunch of cowards? The people from 9 Phoenix City hunted and killed you like that, and you didn't even dare to fart. This is just someone peeping at the women bathing. You should be happy. Daman's pride was wounded, and he shouted, I am the #1 warrior of the Shibatsu clan. Who are you to insult me like this? I must duel you. The clan chief tried to persuade him, Daman, don't be disrespectful. This man is my savior. Feng Hua also advised the chief. It was so hard to stir up this much courage. Don't stop him. It's a good time for them to witness a little of the Shibatsu clan's fighting strength. When the two of them arrived at the dueling area, the Shibatsu clan began to buzz with discussion. Look, Daman is about to fight a human. The tension in this manhwa scene is palpable as Shi Tian continued with his plan of provocation. Remember your promise. If you lose, you have to kneel and kowtow to me 3 times. Then you must obediently offer up your wife to that kid over there. These words made Damen so angry his muscles tensed. He agreed, fine, but you can't even dream of beating me. My wife's beautiful face will not be defiled by you filthy humans. Damon's wife was very moved upon hearing these words. When Nuhak saw her face clearly, he froze. The light in the room wasn't very good, so he couldn't see her features clearly. This manhwa is full of surprises. But why do I get the feeling she's not wiping away tears, but wiping away drool? Damon declared, I won't be unfair. I'll let you use a weapon to fight me. Shi Tian raised one finger and said, this finger is my weapon. Damon thought he had misheard. What? Nuhak cheered for him. Damon, get him. You can do it. You have to protect your beautiful love. Feng Hua also spoke up. You idiot who plays like that. While Ruo Ying asked unhappily, whose side are you on anyway? Damon's iron mace came crashing down with the speed of the wind. He roared imposingly. You dare look down on me. This fight scene is getting intense, just like in a top-tier manhwa. I'll smash you into meat patties. Shi Tian nimbly jumped back, taunting Damon. Let's see if you have what it takes. The chief was also very worried. We're doomed. My lord, this Damon has gone crazy. Ruo Ying spoke up. Damon's strength is probably only around the foundation establishment stage, right? Shi Tian can definitely handle him. This is he revealed, although Damon's cultivation isn't high, the power within his body is quite formidable. A full force strike from him can even reduce Tai Shuai's power by half. Ruo Ying screamed in shock. What? Hearing this, Shi Tian was very pleased. He had indeed not misjudged. This Damon and Tai Shuai both possessed a type of close combat power, which was a perfect opportunity for him to train his muscles and bones. Qi manifestation, demonic energy surge was unleashed, he decided. If he could only reduce Tai Shuai's power by half, then he would start by using 30% of his true Qi to test the waters. Damon had already swung his iron mace and charged forward. Die! That iron mace shattered upon impact with Shi Tian. The chief was scared out of his wits. Stammering, the iron mace shattered. Nuhak also held his head and lamented, It's over. Ruo Ying let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Damon was still full of fighting spirit as he threw a punch. Even without a weapon, I can still. But he had just gotten to that point when he fell silent, seeing that the boy's finger had bent back, then flicked, making Damon feel like his head was about to explode. This manhwa sure knows how to build suspense. The hero of the Shiba clan fell face first to the ground. Only then did the chief dare to believe. Did he really just use a fingertip to defeat our strongest warrior? This scene is straight out of an action manhwa. Feng Hua kindly reminded him, while there's still time, you should go make some food to nourish your lower back. Damon was in too much pain to speak. The boy walked over and reminded him, the joke has gone a bit too far. Now, fulfill your promise. Kneeling and kowtowing, Damon followed his orders, completely convinced, I lost. Speak, I will obey you. The boy suddenly said, is that so? I've changed my mind. You don't need to give your wife to that guy anymore. The plot of this manhwa is full of twists. Hearing this, New Hack gave him a thumbs up. You'll always be my idol. The boy commanded Damon, go kill her. These words stunned Feng Hua. What? Damon stammered back, kill my wife? The chief also spoke up. Young hero, for my sake, please let this matter go. Damon knows he was wrong. Please be lenient. Shi Tian coldly, this manhwa leaves us on a cliffhanger. He asked coldly. Stop joking. Did you really show up? I only asked for your help to scout out Yan Shi's secret path. Now that you have no more use, you're as good as dead. The clan leader guessed. Don't tell me you intend to? He shouted. That's right. Today I will slaughter all of you filthy corpse fiends. Seeing this intense display, Feng Hua charged forward. Kid, you've finally seen the light. This master was getting impatient. He menacingly grabbed Da Man by the hair and interrogated him. Weren't you so high and mighty just now? Now you don't even dare to look at me. Is that it? He was thrown towards his wife. Do it. Kill her. Da Man begged tearfully. I beg you. Please spare my wife. He put on a ferocious expression, stomped hard on Damon's head, and yelled, What are you crying for? Don't even have the guts to kill a woman? You coward. He continued to hurl insults at them. You corpse fiends are all cowards. So many of you, yet you don't dare to fight back when your people are oppressed, just waiting for me to come and knock some sense into you. How can you even show your faces in this world? The corpse fiend clan is trash. You'd be better off dead. A female corpse fiend spoke up resentfully. We just want to live in peace. Why must you people keep oppressing us? He replied, because in this world, the weak don't deserve to live. A classic line you'd find in any action manhwa. The men of the clan stood up in unison. We are not weak. You can kill us, but you cannot humiliate us. The Corpse Fiend clan has an incredibly glorious history. The clan leader was no longer cowardly. He yelled, Kid, you think we have no backbone, is that it? Then we will prove it to you. That's right, the Corpse Fiend clan will never be slaves. The blood that flows in our veins must not go extinct. Attack Jufeng, He City, to wash away the shame of the Corpse Fiend clan, to avenge our people. The entire clan shouted in unison, Attack Jufeng, He City, to wash away the shame of the Corpse Fiend clan, to avenge our people. This powerful display, worthy of a top-tier manhwa, startled Shi Tian. Damn it, the Corpse Fiend clan is truly great, even stronger than I imagined. The man beside him also chanted the slogan, Attack Jufeng, He City, to wash away the shame of the Corpse Fiend clan, to avenge our people. Even Ru He joined in, Attack Feng He City, to wash away the shame of the Corpse Fiend clan, to avenge our people. Seeing this, Feng Hua blurted out in confusion, What the heck is going on? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Ruo Ying whispered an explanation. That was Shi Tian and the clan leader putting on an act just now. The plan was a success. Shi Tian happily shook the clan leader's hand and praised him. Thank you, clan leader. Your acting was so good it got everyone incredibly fired up. He explained shyly, It's a good thing I often interact with cunning humans like you, otherwise I would have thought it was real too. In any case, it's a good thing that it boosted the clan's morale. Ru He went to console Feng Hua. Don't be mad anymore. I didn't know they were acting either. Look, I shouted until my voice went hoarse. She was still very angry. Don't lump this master in with an idiot like you. Ruo Ying came over and said, Now that we have the Corpse Fiend clan's help, attacking Jufeng, He City, seems much easier now. The clan leader denied it. It's not that easy. Do you know why our Corpse Fiend clan ended up wandering in this land? Shi Tian asked, Is it because of the Ghostface? He answered bitterly, That's right. My Corpse Fiend clan and the Ghostface clan are the two oldest and most powerful clans in the mountains, a classic manhwa rivalry. Here, for thousands of years, we've fought relentlessly. Although we're mortal enemies, a few years ago when the Demon Clan ruled, we could be considered to have a symbiotic relationship. After the Demon Lord's power waned, the Gyuin sect roped in the Ghostface clan to hunt down and kill the Heretic clan. The Ghostface clan is naturally brutal and sees us as their sworn enemies. Moreover, their movement techniques are swift and agile, which happens to perfectly counter the Heretic clan's techniques, so we truly can't fight back. If only humans were defending the city, our corpse clan could still win by deploying corpse magic. But now that the Ghostface clan and humans are working together, if our clan attacks the city, we will surely fail and might even be wiped out. Shu Tian said casually, "This matter is simple. Just tell me where the Ghostface clan lives, and I'll go kill them." The words, though spoken lightly, carried such weight that they stunned the clan leader. In the Nine Peaks Dark Lair, the den of the Ghostface clan, the Ghostface King had a teacup thrown right in his face. A henchman from the Gyuan sect furiously yelled, "You useless trash! A bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even guard a prison properly. You made me lose face in front of the city, Lord. Are you trying to mess with me?" The Ghostface King hurriedly begged, "I'm truly sorry for causing you more trouble." The Ghostface King presented a bag of gifts and reported, "To show our sincerity, we will offer double the tribute this month. Please continue to look after us." The man took the bag of bribes, weighed it in his hand, and then cursed, "You dare offer this meager amount? I had to shamelessly suck up to get close to the city lord. I really don't know how you vile and wicked creatures have the nerve to keep living in this world. Just go and die already." The Ghostface King bowed and forced a smile. "You jest, my lord." Only after the man left did the other Ghostfaces dare to voice their grievances that had built up for so long. "Great King, the Gyuan sect's treatment of us is becoming more and more outrageous. What should we do now?" The helpless Ghostface King replied, "We are weak and outnumbered. For now, we can only endure." As he let his subordinate pour water to wipe the shoe print off his face, he said, "Letting the Corpse Clan leader escape is actually a good thing. As long as the Corpse Clan leader isn't eliminated, the city of Nine Peaks Flower won't dare to discard us. As long as the Corpse Clan causes trouble, they will still have to rely on us." Seeing the two ghost faces finish their task, he immediately scolded them. "Is that it? Why did you only wipe one spot?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Years ago, the Ghostface clan single-handedly fought the Dire Wolf clan, a battle worthy of any Manhwa. And yet now, you've fallen so low as to be trampled under the foot of a petty Taoist. How pathetic." Seeing the dark figure before them, they asked cautiously, "Who are you? A fallen one?" The Ghostface King realized, "You mangy toad, why does this guy look like a human?" Other Ghostfaces rushed forward to attack from behind while the person was speaking. "Before coming here, I thought I would just round you all up in one go, but now I've changed my mind." The sword spirit flashed through the ghost faces like a scene from a top-tier manhwa, and Shui Tian continued, "I will show you a brighter path." The ghost face, seeing his subordinates shattered into pieces by the boy's single move, exclaimed, "What kind of technique was that? It's like something out of a cultivation manhwa. How could you kill all my guards with just one move? Could it be that you're an expert who knows transformation?" The ghost face king guessed, "Are you from the Corpse Clan? I wonder what you mean by a brighter path." Shui Tian replied like a true manhwa protagonist, "Form an alliance with the Corpse Clan, follow my command, and overthrow the rule of the city of Nine Peaks Flower, and reclaim freedom and dignity for the Ghostface clan." A ghost face behind him was stunned by this manhwa-level plot twist. "You insolent brat, how could I form an alliance with the Corpse Demon clan?" The Demon Face King was also surprised, confronting Zhu Feng Hua. "May I ask how many soldiers you have?" Shi Tian calmly raised his hand and stated the number, 4 people. The Demon Face King felt as if he was being played with and became enraged. "Such big talk, huh? I thought you were some big shot, but it turns out you're just a braggart." He seethed with power, transforming his body further, and exclaimed, "This king happens to be extremely angry, so I'll take it out on you." Shi Tian replied, "My words and my strength always go hand in hand, a common trope in many a manhwa. If you don't believe me, you can test it." The Demon Face King snorted coldly and raised his finger. His bone-melting dark flame surged and crashed down. The other demon-faced beings came to watch the spectacle, gossiping amongst themselves. "What's wrong? Someone snuck in and angered the great king. He's transformed into his battle god form. That's the bone-melting dark flame. It's going to incinerate Dragonbone City. Just watch, that kid will be burned to a crisp in an instant. He's a madman, a classic manhwa protagonist. Only 4 people, and he dares to challenge Jiu Feng Hua City." The Demon Face King also looked disdainfully at the pile of ashes before him. He couldn't even block a single move, yet he dares to command us. What shameless boasting. He said to the advisor beside him, "Master, perhaps you should hide a little further away?" The advisor was stunned and exclaimed, "Could it be?" The Demon Face King explained, "Fortunately, my perception in my battle god state is doubled, so I was able to sense the human's scent. I can't believe he managed to escape the range of the bone-melting dark flame in an instant. Such movement technique. Where did the sword spirit come from?" He then spotted him on the other side and managed to dodge in time. He released a soul-devouring ghost and shouted, "Found you! This kind of epic battle is why I read manhwa." Shi Tian's hands were trapped by the soul-devouring ghost. The Demon Face King said smugly, "No matter how profound your techniques are, Once you're caught by my soul-devouring ghost, you can't move. Now, for another shot of the bone-melting dark flame to send you to hell. Shi Tian calmly replied, the move is indeed very dangerous. It's just a pity. The demon-faced king roared with power, pointing a finger to the sky to summon his attack. Less talk, bone-melting dark flame, but the sword spirit had already ruthlessly pierced through him. Shi Tian asked with a smile, did you run out of true qi to attack? The scenes in this manhwa are so intense. Looking down at the sword embedded in his body, he asked, is this sword devouring my true qi? The sword's spirit joyfully feasted on the demon-faced king's true qi, thinking, delicious. He heard Chi-Chi's voice and panicked. A sword spirit, this sword has cultivated. After absorbing enough true qi, the sword spirit coldly zipped away. I didn't expect the true qi of a demon face to taste so much like pork, but a change of pace is fine now and then. Shi Tian used another taunt, a classic Manhwa tactic. Did you really think I'd be foolish enough to attack your soul with a sword? No wonder you're so oppressed by Tai Shui that you don't dare to fight back. What utter foolishness. The demon-faced king would rather die than suffer this humiliation. You can kill me, but you cannot insult me. Since I have lost, there's nothing more to say. Do it, but you are not to touch my people. They are innocent. Shi Tian repeated. I'll ask you one last time. Will you agree to submit to me? He remained incredibly stubborn. Kid, I admit you have some skill, but you should know the consequences of opposing Jufenghua City. This kind of cliffhanger is typical for a manhwa. Even if we win, behind Jufenghua City is the Guiyuan sect, and behind them. This manhwa just keeps escalating the stakes. The Guiyuan sect still has 4 other grandmasters, and even the demon lord Shi Tian was killed by the 5 sects. For a small demon-faced tribe, do we even have a path to survival? Shi Tian immediately grabbed the demon-faced king, ignoring the advisor behind him who was shouting, how dare you seize our great king? What a disgrace. What a disgrace. He brought the demon-faced king close to his face and whispered, I am the demon lord Shi Tian. I have returned for revenge. Don't let anyone know. Just then, the other demon faces charged forward in unison. The brothers of the demon-faced tribe rushed to save their great king. The demon-faced king ordered, don't come over here, and the group stopped immediately. The demon-faced king began to analyze, a divine weapon possessing a sword, spirit, and knowing the instantaneous movement technique. Are you really Shi Tian? He continued. Demon-faced king, for better or worse, we have met once before, don't you recognize me? The demon-faced king cried out, my lord, you have finally returned. Jianning spoke doubtfully. Why do I feel like the anger I was about to vent, the urge to beat this kid up, has to be swallowed back down now? From a cave, the sound of discussion echoed. From now on, the conflict between our 2 tribes is considered resolved. Now we must work together to face the enemy. The 2 tribes being able to sit together is truly a good thing. The chieftain and the demon-faced king stared at each other with sharp, hostile eyes. Ruo Ying immediately poured them wine. Come, let's raise a toast. The demon-faced king spoke up. This king is only here out of respect for Shi Tian. The chieftain, not to be outdone, retorted, you scum of the demon-faced tribe. If it weren't for the bigger picture, I would have kicked you to the ground to eat grass. The 2 sides argued loudly. Say that again? What do you mean by that? Not convinced? Believe I'll rip that stinking mouth of yours apart? Come at me if you've got the guts. I'll punch you to death. Standing in the middle of this verbal brawl, Ruo Ying's face darkened as she wondered why she was called here. That rotten Shi Tian. Where did he run off to? The Shi Tian that she was cursing was deep in the Xuanli forest. He was cultivating his technique. The training arc in this manhwa is really starting to heat up. At this moment, he felt that although the demon lord's techniques looked similar, harmonizing and merging them was not easy at all. It was as if there was a wall inside his body, separating the 2 sources of power. From beginning to end, they couldn't merge. Each time, he could only channel half of his true qi. This would be a huge disadvantage in a fight. Suddenly, the stench of blood wafted over, putting him on alert. Shi Tian stood up and raised his sword spirit defensively. Such a strong smell of blood. Are you afraid I wouldn't know you're here? Countless hidden weapons were launched. Shi Tian swung his sword in a few basic moves. The action in this manhwa is relentless. He guessed that the spine being exposed meant this wasn't human, so could it be a guard from the corpse demon tribe? Who on earth could be so vicious? Looking at the thing before him, Shi Tian guessed, was that the boundless earth thorn? A slash came down, forcing him to jump back, and he asked doubtfully, the golden light cross slash? Suddenly he realized, wait, how can I name these moves so clearly? I've obviously never seen them before. This is a common trope in reincarnation manhwa. Then, a raging assault carrying fiery power surged towards him. He knew it was a raging assault just by looking at it. Another sword strike slashed through, and he shouted angrily, you coward, get out here. The sword sheath sliced the raging assault in 2. Watching the thing before him explode, he snorted coldly. Playing tricks and hiding, You dared disturb my cultivation. A figure gradually appeared in the hazy mist. Since you're already here, then watch. Seeing the person appear like a fierce demon, he was shocked to realize, Old Man Gu? Qing Yang had also appeared. He explained that the person before them was no longer the original Old Man Gu. Under the training of the Holy Virtue Sovereign, he had become a cold-blooded killing machine that everyone feared. A berserk beast. This manhwa scene was intense as Shi Tian's eyes filled with killing intent. Qing Yang, you animal. You're the most shameless bastard I've ever met. Even a dog knows to repay a life-saving debt to its savior. Qing Yang whipped Wei Ming. What right do you have to criticize me? Today, I will achieve a great, earth-shattering feat that the five sects have never accomplished before. Shi Tian, prepare to die. But Shi Tian couldn't bear to see Wei Ming in this state. Wei Ming's claws lunged forward. Shi Tian immediately blocked it with the sword spirit. Seeing him only defending and not attacking, the sword spirit scolded. Did your brain get waterlogged? At a time like this, you're still not using your full strength. He yelled at it to shut up. Looking at Wei Ming before him, he thought to himself, Old Man Gu's consciousness is completely gone, and his true chi is much stronger than before. What on earth did they do to Old Man Gu? The plot of this manhwa is thickening. Qing Yang can command him, so that whip in his hand must be very important. He used his true chi to create a wave of energy, knocking Wei Ming back. Seeing the person in front of him had vanished, Qing Yang let out a gasp of surprise. Shi Tian's grim voice echoed in his ear. Today, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Zifeng Tongdao. Wei Ming appeared just in time, launching a claw to create an opportunity for Qing Yang. Shi Tian thought, this damn guy actually managed to keep up with me? It seems I have to deal with Qing Yang first, or at least hold him off for a moment. But first, I need to figure out how to not injure him. He suddenly remembered, that's right, for his previous moves, I'll first use the formless ground strike to make him jump, then while he's in midair and can't dodge, I'll use the cross light of death. It was a classic manhwa battle strategy. As Wei Ming was sent flying by the cross, he knew this was his chance. Qing Yang realized they were using identical techniques. He spoke with jealousy, Wei Ming, you animal, you actually pass on everything you learned to a demon. Suddenly, he noticed, where's the Tushan sword in his hand? The Tushan sword he was wondering about had suddenly pierced right through him. Qing Yang cried out in pained disbelief, a truly shocking manhwa panel. Shi Tian seized the opportunity to give him a kick, a piece of trash like he wants to take my life. He snatched the whip from Qing Yang's hand. Just as Wei Ming charged forward, he shouted, stop. His footsteps halted completely. Shi Tian was pleased. That's more like it. He was in the middle of saying he should submit first when a claw swiped past him. Shi Tian couldn't believe it. How can he still attack me without someone controlling him? Suddenly, Wei Ming let out a cold laugh, and the figure of the Holy Virtue Sovereign appeared behind him. Shi Tian, long time no see. This manhwa's main villain finally revealed himself. The Holy Virtue sect was originally a second, but because the sovereign of that era, Xuan Huang Dao ancestor, inherited the Great Robe, the strength of its followers grew immensely, and in the blink of an eye, it became the #1 sect in the world. The Holy Virtue sect's techniques, as detailed in this manhwa, are mysterious, and outsiders know little about them. It's rumored in the martial world, a common trope in this type of manhwa, that they incorporated demonic techniques which are still effective to this day. Shi Tian, he spoke coldly, controlling the soul, making someone's life a living hell. A technique so sinister, it's like something out of a dark manhwa, and cruel. It has truly broadened my horizons. Qingde replied, I never thought the combined forces of the 5 sects would be drawn out by you, but this is fine too. A terrifying power, straight out of a battle manhwa, erupted from Wei Ming's entire body as the old man spoke. He continued, your true demon pill can only belong to me. Shi Tian realized Qingde's scheme. He was trying to force out his true chi. Not only would it consume many golden pills, but his body would also explode from the strain. Just as he predicted, Wei Ming unleashed a massive torrent of true chi. The Xuanzhen technique shot from Wei Ming's mouth like a raging waterfall. Xue Tian dodged nimbly, but he knew if this continued, it would be a tragic ending for this manhwa chapter, and everyone would die. His hand immediately clamped down on the old man's head, forcing his mouth shut. Xu Tian strained to put Wei Ming in a chokehold. Stop struggling. You'll pass out from lack of air soon, and I'll figure out how to save you then. With his throat constricted, Wei Ming struggled to breathe. Suddenly, he spun around and grabbed Xu Tian in a tight embrace. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Qingde gloated, Xue Tian, I never imagined you'd be this naive. Xu Tian was now hanging onto Wei Ming's back, his hands still locked around the man's neck, thinking to himself, I'm screwed. I've dug my own grave. Qingde gave him one last chance. Hand over your true demon pill now. A massive surge of energy, a classic manhwa power-up, was about to strike, leaving Xu Tian stunned. The demonic chi in Wei Ming's body erupted outwards as he let out a grunt. Then he fell into a coma. After the energy dissipated, Xue Tian was still suspicious. What was that? Why didn't that energy harm me? His plan thwarted, Qingde roared in anger. Who could possibly sever the connection between me and him? Could it be that brat of Yuan Zun's? Impossible. How would he dare to oppose me? Or perhaps besides Xue Tian is another master? Meanwhile, Xue Tian followed the lingering traces and found their source. Found it. It came from here. Seeing the remnants on the ground, he thought regretfully. Looks like I was a step too late. They're already gone. Just who is secretly helping me, and how can they counter the technique of that old Xuan Huang geezer? The plot of this manhwa is getting complex. As he cautiously turned, he saw Qing Yang, who had just woken up, preparing to take Wei Ming away. You useless old fool. Xue Tian sent his spirit sword flying and said, After all this, you think you can just retreat safely? My dear senior brother? That's pretty naive of you. Qing Yang's voice was grim. Kill me. You'd better think this through. If I die, he won't survive either. To erase his mind, Jia Mu has been feeding him poison, and by now it's become extremely severe. If he doesn't get the antidote within 1 hour, he will die. This cruel twist, common in a thriller manhwa, left Xue Tian at a loss for words. What kind of monstrous plot is this? You animal, Qing Yang threatened. You're a smart guy. If you have any brains, you'll let me go now. Otherwise, he had barely finished his sentence when the spirit sword flashed past his wrist. Xue Tian said coldly, Losing a hand and a foot should still be enough for you to get back to the city. Qing Yang swore furiously. Xue Tian, you just wait. The day will come when I make you repay this blood debt 100 times over. A vow worthy of any manhwa villain. He watched as Qing Yang limped away carrying Wei Ming and called out, Give a message to Tai Shui and Jia Mu. Tell them to wash their necks and wait. I'll be there to collect in 3 days. Old man Gu. Ru. He watched this scene and thought to himself, so brutal. If the conversation goes wrong, they just chop off legs and arms. He vigilantly turned his head to stare at the newcomer. The sword spirit curiously asked, What do we do now? Should we go find that mysterious master? He replied, No need. Let's focus on the main task first. Gather the team and prepare to attack the city. The plot of this manhwa was moving quickly. In Marshal Tai's room, Qing Yang had been helped out. Jiao Mu instructed him, Rest up and heal well. When we get back, I'll ask the Dao ancestor to mend your tendons and bones. Meanwhile, Marshal Tai was furious, leaving my forces in the city while your people run off to capture him without a word. You really have no respect for me at all. Jiao Mu reminded him, City Lord Hugh, calm down. We only did it because we were afraid of tipping off our enemy. The mission is urgent. We must strengthen our defenses to avoid being caught off guard by that scoundrel in 3 days. Marshal Tai was angered by these words. He became enraged. Attack the city? Attack my ass. My 9-flower peak city is not made of paper, he roared like a classic manhwa villain. If he dares to come, I'll make sure he dies without a proper burial. Meanwhile, Jiao Mu was suspicious. Why would he tell Qing Yang that he would attack the city in 3 days? Is it a delaying tactic, or is he deliberately trying to mislead us? Or is he confident enough to defeat 9-flower peak city? I figured it out. He wants us to focus all our energy on the 3rd day, and then he'll launch a surprise attack now. What a cunning plan, straight out of a tactical manhwa. That's why he asked City Lord Hugh to order all the guards into position. That scoundrel is about to launch a sneak attack. Marshal Tai exclaimed in confusion. What? The order was given, get ready. The moment you hear the signal, charge out immediately. Dead or alive, whoever captures that scoundrel will be rewarded with 20,000 taels of gold. Marshal Tai stood on the watchtower, observing the guards all in ambush. But are you sure they will come today? Jiao Mu affirmed. There's no mistake. We could be fighting at any moment, so everyone must stay sharp and absolutely not let down your guard. He was ready. Come on, this old man is getting impatient. I must avenge my son. The next day, they waited and waited, but no one came. A tired Marshal Tai muttered, Why haven't they come yet? By the 3rd day, the city lord's eyes had dark circles like a panda. He crushed the binoculars in his hand, his mind frayed from severe sleep deprivation, and screamed, Tai Tian, you lying bastard, why haven't you shown up yet? Meanwhile, the lying bastard he was cursing out was leisurely eating a delicious roasted chicken leg, a true manhwa protagonist power move. He immediately agreed. All right, on the 3rd day, he shouted with great vigor. I said 3 days, and 3 days it is. The time has come. Attack the city. Take 9-flower city, overthrow Marshal Tai. A handsome man always keeps his word. By this 3rd day, the soldiers on the walls had grown weary. An arrow flew out and sent a sleep-deprived soldier to the afterlife. The rain of arrows was like a scene from an action manhwa, causing them to panic. The enemy is attacking. How did they get so close? The wolves must have been asleep, so they didn't detect any movement from them. Brothers, it's the Shiba clan. From above, Marshal Tai impatiently yelled, "You bunch of fools have finally arrived. I was getting sick of waiting for you." He then immediately commanded, "Magic crystal cannons, fire!" The Shiba army below also gave the order, "Advance, advance." From a tree, clan leader Zhu also directed, "Prepare the smoke." The coordinated attack was straight out of a war manhwa. Another group of Shiba members were assigned to blow air to spread the black smoke. The soldiers on the walls grew curious as they saw the black smoke everywhere, asked, "What are they doing blowing all that smoke? What kind of trick is this?" The clan chief asked his comrades behind him, "Is this distance good enough?" The Demon Face King replied, "It's been good for a while now." He commanded, "Brothers of the Demon Face clan, do not lose to these gray-skinned monsters." The soldiers on the wall panicked when they saw the Demon Face army charging, a scene straight out of a horror manhwa. "What is that? Demon Faces? The Demon Face clan has betrayed us." Their power swept through, scattering the soldiers. Seeing this, Tai Soai cursed, "Damn it, then why are those Demon Face mongrels fighting alongside the Corpse Devil clan? Where the hell did Jiao Mu go?" A soldier immediately replied, "He disappeared a while ago." Hearing this news, he grew even more furious. "A bunch of useless fools. Pull yourselves together. They're just a bunch of mountain and river monsters, the kind you see in any action manhwa. Today, we'll slaughter them all." At another part of the wall, a group of 4 soldiers were discussing, "The east side is really heating up. I heard the Demon Face and Corpse Devil clans have teamed up." "Huh? Don't those 2 clans have a deep-seated hatred for each other? Who could possibly have the power to make them cooperate like this?" Overall, the situation doesn't look too optimistic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved a bunch of soldiers from here over there. "We have to keep a sharp lookout. Don't let those monsters attack." Taking advantage of their distraction, Shi Tian's group successfully snuck past, like protagonists in a stealth manhwa. He praised them. "Good job. Infiltration successful." Feng Hua replied, "I guess so." He reminded Ru He behind him, "Pick up the pace and lead the way. We have to destroy the magma core before they find out." Ru, he held the map and pointed the way for them. "This way, this way." Stopping at a certain spot, he looked bewildered. "Wait, that's not right. We're lost. The map clearly shows a path, so why does it end right here? This feels like a classic manhwa trope. That old man didn't trick us, did he?" Shi Tian smacked Ru He on the head. "Open your damn eyes and look properly. You're holding it upside down." He realized it too. "Ah, crap. You're right." Shi Tian glared at Ru He with a dark expression. "You can't even read a map. Looks like you're not familiar with this place at all. You're definitely not a local. I already felt that you were hiding something. I'll have to use some tricks to force the truth out of you." He tried to explain, "How could I not be familiar with it? I can tell with one glance, the entrance is right." Suddenly, Ru He let out a shout, while Shi Tian was ready to make a move, his stance like a warrior from a martial arts manhwa. "What now? What trick are you trying to pull?" He reported, "The entrance to the secret passage is in Tai Soai's Lord's Manor." The group moved again towards the Lord's Manor. Shi Tian exclaimed with regret, "If I had known the entrance was in his house, I would have brought him along." Ruo Ying replied, "The Corpse Devil clan probably fed him to Hu De Soai, bones and all." The emptiness of the place raised suspicion in Shi Tian's mind, and yet there are no guards. If this place leads to the entrance of the magma core's secret passage, he should have at least posted guards. This is too strange, a classic trap set up in a manhwa. Ru He continued walking straight ahead. "If I'm not mistaken, the entrance to the secret passage is." He stopped in front of a room and said, "In this room." With just a light push, the door opened. "Huh, it's not locked. I was about to break it down. I can't believe those guys forgot to lock it." Feng Hua sensed something was off, and Ruo Ying agreed, "This is too weird. Even an idiot would know something is wrong." Ru, he smiled brightly and asked, "So, you guys don't doubt my identity anymore, right?" Feng Hua replied, "Don't mention him. This fool has no value to exploit anyway." Meanwhile, Shi Tian waited, his patience a defining trait for any manhwa protagonist. "I want to see what he's really made of." A few drops of water fell, surprising him. "Is it raining?" It turned out to be the drool of a demonic beast. Ru, he was so scared his eyes were about to pop out, screaming, "Mommy!" This scene was straight out of a horror manhwa. Ruo Ying looked around worriedly. He would attract unwanted attention like this. Meanwhile, Shi Tian had already pointed his sword forward, so scared that his hair was standing on end. What a useless guy. Ru, he went into a state of playing dead, while Shi Tian had his answer. Why Henry didn't have any guards? It turns out he has a magical beast. The magical beast had spotted him and was preparing to attack. Seeing the magical beast's appearance clearly, Shi Tian immediately turned back. Seeing him return, Feng Hua asked suspiciously, "A single magical beast scared you that much?" Ruo Ying was also worried. "What's wrong?" He asked her. "Is this the beastly pig mentioned in the legends? I'm not too sure." Feng Hua, help me take a look. Feng Hua observed it closely and realized White fur under its forehead, ear fur pointing to the sky, a chain on its chest. We're near Mount Chanao. The spiritual energy of Mount Chanao is incredible. A rare beast from thousands of years ago is now a watchdog. This is the kind of twist you'd find in a popular manhwa. That Grand Marshal really knows how to use heavenly treasures, doesn't he? Ruo Ying didn't know its origins, so she asked, "Is this pig that powerful?" He explained, "Although its physical strength is immense, its combat power is quite average, but its blood is a bizarre poison. A single drop of blood is enough to corrode a city wall that's 100 meters thick. It's a good thing I didn't chase after it, otherwise the Tushin sword would have become useless." Jianning hurriedly urged, "Then hurry up and put me away." They were very worried. What should they do now? It's blocking the door, and if we can't kill this thing, we won't be able to enter the secret passage. Shi Tian already had a plan. We just need to kill it before it bleeds. Ruo Ying asked doubtfully, "Is that possible?" Feng Hua added, "This pig's strength is terrifying. It's unusually ferocious. One bite can sever your meridians. Don't be reckless. This isn't some power fantasy manhwa." Standing before the pig demon, Shi Tian took the initiative to greet it. "Hello, little piggy." He raised his fist and reassured his companions. "Don't worry, I'll make it work." The small Shi Tian prepared to punch it straight in the stomach, and he immediately took action. "Feel this hard, black blade." Seeing the pig demon stick out its tongue and die, he exclaimed, "Good. The control was just right. The technique was very stable. No blood was shed. This kind of perfect execution is what makes a manhwa protagonist so cool." They entered the room and said, "It must be behind this wall." Ruhi hugged his leg and begged, "Brave hero, you are my guardian angel. Don't leave me." Shi Tian heartlessly pushed him away. "Get lost. I have no interest in you." Meanwhile, Feng Hua was estimating the door in front of them. This is forged from refined steel. It must weigh at least 500 kilograms. Ruo Ying was a bit worried. "So do we need to find some horses to pull it?" He had already gripped the door latch and told them, "Everyone, step back a bit." The muscles on his arms bulged impressively. He used his strength to pull the handle. The door was lifted off as if it were a feather, astonishing his companions in a classic manhwa power flex. The entire door, estimated to weigh 500 kilograms, was thrown aside. Looking at the empty space ahead, he said with satisfaction, "No more obstacles now, right?" Seeing his companions still dumbfounded, Shi Tian urged, "Let's go down." "What's wrong with you guys?" Ruo Ying asked in shock. "Were your muscles possessed just now? How did they suddenly get so big?" He explained, "Yeah, this is the primordial thunderclap chi technique created by the demon clan master Lei Lei. It can transform the body for a short period of time. A certain body part will definitely become firm and muscular." "Ru," he asked curiously, "transforming a specific part? Any part of the body can be enlarged?" Feng Hua found him very annoying, really wanting to shut his mouth. As soon as Shi Tian jumped down, his arm returned to its normal state and he said, "Oh, is that right?" He led the group inside. It seems Tai Shui overestimated that strange beast, not even bothering to station guards along the entire path for protection, so it's better to be cautious. Seeing the red light at the end of the tunnel, he knew they had arrived. Ruo Ying was also stunned and exclaimed, "So, the so-called core is actually this." Looking at the mountain's heart before her, she regained her composure and continued, "It's this big? You can even hear it beating. Is this the heart of the Tianao mountain range? The scale of this world is incredible for a manhwa." Shi Tian immediately flew towards the mountain's core. Even a mountain can gain sentience. No wonder the spiritual energy here nourishes all things so well. He swung his sword down again. "I'm sorry. After this venerable one gets his revenge, I will definitely return to atone for this sin." But that sword strike didn't cause any damage to the mountain's core. Ruo Ying was also surprised. "What is this?" Feng Hua guessed it was magma in a self-defense reaction. He urgently warned, "The shape of this talisman is the demonic domain heavenly wheel formation. Get out of the magic array now." Inside the mountain's core, the formation began to shrink relentlessly. Looking at the array beneath their feet, they lost their composure and exclaimed, "What is this? A ceiling barrier. This barrier is shrinking." Shi Tian knew right away, so this was the trick used to deal with him. "Jiao Mu, get out here right now." After Jiao Mu appeared, he asked, "Still remember this move? What do you think?" Shi Tian, "Back then you personally experienced this technique. My use of it isn't bad, is it?" A classic manhwa villain monologue. In the past, Jiao Mu had once happily boasted, I did it, I created the demonic domain heavenly wheel formation. Lord, I succeeded." He had also been very happy, patting his head. Not bad. You learned the demonic domain heavenly wheel formation in just 3 days. You truly are our exceptionally talented Jiao Mu. I'm a little envious, you know. Remember, the demonic domain heavenly wheel formation can absolutely not be broken, and the spiritual energy inside is incredibly chaotic, making it impossible to even teleport out. The power scaling and anyone trapped inside will have no choice but to be turned into mincemeat. You must never use this vicious trick on your friends. Jiao Mu had obediently replied, yes. He now confessed, actually, I didn't want to use your own technique to kill you. But after thinking it over, only the demonic domain heavenly wheel formation can counter your teleportation. As for those others, they originally had a chance to survive, but they insisted on walking into my formation. This betrayal plot twist is a classic manhwa element, so I have no choice. Ruo Ying and Feng Hua both glared at him, their eyes filled with fury. Looking at the back of Ru He, Jiao Mu wondered why there was an extra person. That person's back looked so familiar. Meanwhile, Ru He lamented silently, I'm so screwed, I can't believe I ran into this guy here. Seeing Jiao Mu staring blankly, the two women grew curious. What is he looking at? Who knows? Maybe he sprained his neck. Just then, Shi Tian spoke up. Betraying me once wasn't enough for you? You want to personally kill me a second time? The sword spirit was already aimed at him. I treated you well enough. Why must you repay kindness with hatred? Jiao Mu repeated grimly. Treated me well? You clearly knew. I was the most talented one, but you never intended for me to be your successor. I served you with all my heart, but you only wanted me to be your servant forever, your slave, your dog. Shi Tian finally understood the conflict in Jiao Mu's heart. So you wanted to be the demon lord? He yelled. Stop pretending. I hinted at it so many times. How could you not know? He quickly denied it. No, I didn't. I really didn't know. Jiao Mu immediately retorted. Shut up. You were just jealous of my talent. You were afraid I would surpass your achievements. Ruo Ying guessed. Is Shi Tian deliberately provoking him? Feng Hua replied, probably not. Ruo Ying stepped forward to mediate between them. Don't get agitated. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. Let's clear up all the issues today. She turned to Jiao Mu. You should speak clearly. Why didn't he let you take over in the beginning? He replied, don't ask. I already know the answer. I'm sure you're going to say you knew long ago that my methods were corrupt or something, right? Such empty cliches are really. Shi Tian cut him off immediately. Are you kidding me? We're the demon clan, not the five sects. Why would I think about whether your methods are corrupt or not? In this Manhwa world, it's because you were too weak, you simply couldn't deal with the five sects, so I never considered letting you inherit my position. This insult, a classic Manhwa trope, made Jiao Mu's blood boil again. Isn't it because you refused to teach me the techniques? My own talent was enough to make you openly jealous, and if I had been taught, how could I have not fought against the five sects, those damned old geezers? Shi Tian was surprised and asked, don't tell me you actually believe that. I was just bluffing back then. Let's talk about the Heavenly Wheel Demon Domain Array. Back then, it took me less than an incense stick's time to learn the technique, while you took 3 whole days and 3 nights. It gave me a headache. How can you be so old and still so overconfident? These words had a devastating impact, like an arrow piercing Jiao Mu's chest. Feng Hua said helplessly, well, I thought they were going to clear up their misunderstanding, but the truth turned out to be even crueler. Jiao Mu had reached his limit, his rage reminiscent of a Manhwa villain's final stand. He roared, damn you, damn you, damn you. You're about to die and you still want to humiliate me, Shi Tian. I won't fall for your tricks, just die for me. He channeled his true chi into the mountain range. Inside, Shi Tian was tense as the barrier shrank smaller and smaller. I need to find a way out of here fast. Let's risk it all, teleport. But as soon as he jumped up, he was blocked by the shield. Damn it. Seeing him fall to the ground, Ruo Ying shouted worriedly, Shi Tian. Jiao Mu laughed loudly. Did you get water in your brain when you were reborn? This isn't a power fantasy manhwa where you can just teleport out. The Heavenly Wheel Demon Domain Array can disrupt all spiritual energy movement, and you still want to teleport. Are you an idiot? He replied, you're right. Right now in my body, my true chi is in chaos, like a tangled mess. Ruo Ying asked with concern, then what do we do? He raised the spirit sword. I'll have to rely on this. Ruo Ying didn't understand his intention. Chi-chi. Meanwhile, Jiao Mu laughed loudly. Are you stupid? Using the Tushan sword is useless. This manhwa's logic is cruel. The Heavenly Wheel Demon Domain Array grows stronger against stronger attacks, unless its energy is 10,000 times stronger than— Do you believe my array can crush your sword? Shi Tian cut him off. Who said I was going to attack the barrier? My target is the bedrock. Ruo Ying was doubtful. The bedrock? And Jiao Mu was secretly drawing on his face to remove his makeup. Shi Tian explained to them. That's right. The lava contains a massive amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Once it's broken, the spiritual energy within will erupt outwards in an instant and can destroy the barrier. This is our only chance, a classic dilemma in any manhwa. But Ruo Ying pointed out the plan's weakness. So if we're inside, won't we get hurt even more severely? It seems Xue Tian is well aware of this. Although the explosion can break the barrier, I will quickly use instant teleportation. Otherwise, we will indeed be gravely injured. The only problem is that I can only take one person with me, which means 2 out of the 3 of you will have to stay behind, and will most likely die. But Ruo Ying offered to stay. My strength is the weakest, so let me. Feng Hua didn't allow it. You're a doctor, we can't let anything happen to you. You go with him, I'll try my best to hold on here and then you can come back and save me and this idiot. He was stunned at being suddenly insulted. Xue Tian also agreed. Feng Hua has a point. We must protect Ruo Ying's safety for everyone to have a chance to survive. She was still hesitant, but Feng Hua cut in. What are you hesitating for? This venerable one has spoken. Are you still going to refuse? She finally agreed. All right, let's begin then. Ru He, being left behind, pleaded, don't leave me, hero. I still have an elderly mother who is 80 years old and a 3-year-old child. Feng Hua consoled him. Stop crying like an old woman. This venerable one has the protection of a true dragon. You won't die. As for Jia Mu, he couldn't believe it. This plot twist was wilder than any manhwa. Are you serious? Xu Tian provoked him. If you're scared of dying, then you better run. I don't want you getting stuck here, since I have to be the one to personally kill you later. Jia Mu left with a final word and hastily departed. Damn it, Xu Tian, you just wait. I will definitely be back. The sword spirit had also appeared, piercing straight into the mountain range, and an explosion erupted like a scene from an action manhwa. Xu Tian instantly teleported Ruo Ying outside, shouting, come out. After escaping, she looked back inside worriedly, calling for Feng Hua. He stopped Ruo Ying, don't go, the cave has collapsed. She was still worried. Then what about Feng Hua and the others? At this moment, he revealed the truth. We tricked you. Feng Hua knew that once the explosion happened, the two of them would have no chance of survival. She said that just so you would come out with me. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, a truly heartbreaking manhwa moment as she exclaimed, what? Feng Hua. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, making them both overjoyed. Stop shouting, you'll shout a living person to death. He had saved them both. Feng Hua praised him. Well done, you idiot. Hiding your skills and you even know instant teleportation, just like a hidden OP character in a manhwa. Xu Tian was surprised to hear that, in instant teleportation, he didn't know how to explain. He stammered, I don't know how I know it either. Maybe I just learned it from seeing Ba Xu Tian use it so often, a skill worthy of a manhwa protagonist. I'm very smart, you know. I can do calculations from 1 to 10 without using my fingers. Xu Tian didn't want to hear any more of Ru. He's nonsense, and his sword shot past him. He looked at him with a wary gaze. Nonsense. Instant teleportation is a top secret of the demon clan. Only successive demon lords can learn it. That's some serious manhwa lore. Who on earth did you learn it from? Hearing this, he knew he had slipped up again. Is that so? So only demon lords can learn this move? Really? Doesn't that mean I've hit the jackpot? Feng Hua stepped in to stop them. Calm down. Let's go. For better or worse, he saved my life. We're still in the city now. Let's get out of here first and talk later. Just then, an angry shout echoed out. You destroyed my rock and you still want to leave? Tai Sui exposed their plot. You had those freaks lure me out of the city, while you snuck in here to destroy my rock. What a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. Shi Tian quickly launched his sword spirit, ordering, anyone not involved, get out now. Tai Sui used his golden bell shield to block his sword strike. The ground beneath their feet trembled, making them anxious. Feng Hua shouted, the golden bell shield is too strong. It can block the Tu Shan sword head-on, just like in a manhwa. We can't fight with Qi. It'll make the cave collapse. Ruo Ying also said urgently, the cave is about to collapse. Tai Sui confidently flew his sword spirit. I don't even need to use Qi. He immediately closed in for a melee fight with Shi Tian. He warned his companions, get back. The pressure from the man forced him to dig his heels in and struggle to hold on. Tai Sui pushed down with more force. Kid, you want to match strength with me? You're about to be crushed into meat paste. Shi Tian didn't panic at all and looked at him. Don't speak too soon, you stupid pig. A surge of true Qi, worthy of a top-tier manhwa protagonist, erupted from around Shi Tian. Seeing his opponent counterattack, Tai Sui couldn't believe it. How is this possible? This is the body hardening technique, He recognized it immediately. The body hardening technique? I love the body hardening technique the most. I must learn it and then use it. Feng Hua warned from the side, if you dare say another word, I'll cut your tongue out. Seeing Tai Sui get pushed back, he cheered. The big-headed pig is scared now. Tai Sui's anger flared, his muscles bulging furiously like some monster from a dark fantasy manhwa. You beast, don't underestimate me. Seeing this, Ruo Ying asked curiously, what's wrong with his body? Feng Hua guessed wildly, he probably eats too many nutritional supplements. Even though he's a pervert, he's no different from a wild beast. Tai Sui then roared, die! A relentless rain of fists poured down. Shi Tian's ki also slowly flowed into his muscles, causing his biceps to bulge. Finally, he seized an opportunity and punched straight at the weak spot on the man's abdomen. "There's an opening." The man arrogantly retorted, "So what if there's an opening? My golden bell shield is the hardest in the world." But he spoke too soon. Shi Tian's shaped fist, like a spearhead from a martial arts manhwa, caused a crack to appear on his golden bell shield. He was astonished and screamed, "What?" Ruo Ying cheered from the side. "I can't believe he fused his enhanced muscles with the sharpness of the Tu Shan sword to break the golden bell shield." Feng Hua and Ru he also cheered for him. "Go for it. That's awesome." Tai Shuai clasped his hands together, raised his fist high and brought it down. "You filth." But before he could act, a punch from Shi Tian landed squarely on his abdomen. This single punch carried extraordinary power, a force that pierced right through Tai Shuai, a truly epic manhwa moment. Ruo Ying was also flabbergasted. Using a headbutt palm, he's going to be completely smashed. Feng Hua watched with satisfaction. "I really like this part." Meanwhile, Ru, he continued his crazed fan act. "A miracle has happened. Everyone, this is better than any manhwa I've read. So cool. So cool." He had just said that when he froze, seeing Shi Tian staring at him and uttering, "You're next." Ru, he let out a whimper. As he was lifted by the collar, he still tried to explain, "I'm just a copycat who learns by watching. I don't even know how I know it myself." Shi Tian wasn't fooled at all. "It's all lies," Feng Hua reminded him. He said, "Calm down. Seeing you constantly protect this guy, do you think you want to betray me too?" Feng Hua used her power to stop him. "Betrayal? You rotten brat, did I ever say you were my master? You act without even asking. Striking so hastily, aren't you afraid of killing the wrong person?" He exposed Ru. Not a single word this bastard says is true at all. If we don't kill him, he'll bring disaster upon us sooner or later. Feng Hua started to lose her patience. "What in the world is going on? Explain yourself clearly while I can still protect you." Ru he hid behind her and explained, "I just used it. Unconsciously. I don't even know when I learned how to use it," she guessed. "You don't know? Could it be you have amnesia?" This excuse was exactly what Ruhi wanted. "That's right, I have amnesia." Tai Tian spoke up. "Amnesia? Huh? In that case, what a coincidence, I have a way." 3 minutes later, Ruhi was trapped under a formation array, begging Feng Hua, Big sister. "Why did you make me lie down here? Are you planning to kill me with one strike now?" She said coldly, "Don't move. If you keep squirming around, I'll really do it." Next, I will use the Dragon Clan's Divine Spirit Array technique to scan his brain. It's a classic ability in this kind of manhwa. Everything you've experienced will appear before my eyes. After hearing this, Ru, he replied, "Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble you." Just as he said that, the Divine Spirit cleansing chi shot down, and she warned, "Don't move." Upon connecting with Ru, he's subconscious. She immediately began the probe. When Feng Hua's divine sense entered a vast, desolate space, she was stunned. First, seeing bolts of heavenly lightning crashing down from the sky, she was shocked. What the heck is this? This scene was straight out of a divine punishment manhwa, grunted and stumbled backward. She came to a conclusion. He doesn't have amnesia, his memories are sealed, and it's impossible to access the memory area in his brain, Tai Tian reported. "With my current cultivation level, there's no way to break the seal. The one who cast the seal must be at least a master at the peak Tribulation Transcendence realm." Ruo Ying guessed, "The Tribulation Transcendence realm? Then that person must be someone incredibly special to our master." He continued, "Regardless, he's hiding many secrets from us. If we keep him, he could be an unpredictable threat or perhaps an incredibly powerful ally. It's a classic manhwa dilemma." Ru, he blurted out naively, "You mean even Big Sister is helpless?" Ruo Ying asked curiously, "Brother Tai Tian, what's your plan?" He replied, looking troubled, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to deal with this fool. We'll deal with it after he regains his memory. We've been gone for a while, right? I bet Shiba and me and Gi are getting impatient." Ruo Ying criticized, "You were just about to kill the man and you won't even offer a single word of apology. So rude." Seeing him drag Tai Shuai's corpse, she was very surprised. "What are you going to do with that?" He said cryptically, "I have a use for it." Behind them, Ru, he thought to himself, "Even the true Dragon Clan can't break this seal. It seems I can only rely on myself." A classic manhwa protagonist realization, the entire city was now engulfed in flames. The soldiers were like headless chickens clamoring, "Where's the city lord? Where did he go?" The city lord left right after the big explosion. "We don't know where he went either. The rebels are attacking." Tai Tian threw Tai Shuai's corpse out in front of them. "Your city lord is right here. If you don't want to end up like him, surrender now. This is a power move straight out of an action manhwa. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as Tai Shuai's." The soldiers were terrified. Even the city lord was. "This guy is a monster, men. We can't beat him." He warned them, "Your lives are your own to decide." Think carefully. The power gap shown is a common theme in this manhwa, and the obvious result was their victory. The Demon Face and Shiba clans cheered joyfully. We won! After this great victory, the clan leaders stepped forward to thank him. On behalf of the clan, young hero Shi Tian, the remnants of the Gui Yuan sect at Juhua Peak have all been eliminated. It was thanks to you killing Marshal Tai that we could completely crush their will to resist. Otherwise, our two clans would have had to sacrifice countless more people. Shi Tian replied casually. The two clan leaders are too kind, but Ru Ying brought him bad news. Shi Tian, I led my men and turned the whole city upside down, but we couldn't find Teacher Gu and Qing Yang. Jiamu was also nowhere to be found. Hearing this, he was surprised. What? You couldn't find Teacher Gu and Qing Yang? A subordinate reported. I heard that Qing Yang was beaten by someone until his arms and legs were broken, and he was taken to the Gui Yuan sect's headquarters that very night for treatment. He guessed. It seems Teacher Gu was also taken away. Ru Ying added, Jiamu is also missing. He probably took advantage of the chaos to slip away. Feng Hua asked for his opinion. What should we do now? The foundation rock of Jiuhua Peak City has been destroyed, so the Gui Yuan sect will definitely not ignore this. There are 2 more cities, and that will be the real fierce battle. Ru, he immediately agreed. Big Sister is absolutely right. During a meeting, Shi Tian analyzed the situation like a true manhwa protagonist. Of the 3 Taiming cities, there are 2 left, Hun Yuan City and Fa Erjai City. These 2 cities in Jiuhua Peak form 3 corners that depend on each other. Which city do you all think the Gui Yuan sect will focus on protecting? The clan leader answered hesitantly. This, we truly do not know. He asked a second question. Normally, which city does the Gui Yuan sect master interact with more often? He revealed, people usually call the Gui Yuan sect master the hidden shadow master, who has never left the headquarters, is incredibly mysterious, and no one knows what kind of person he is. In the world of this manhwa, there are even rumors that he is a woman. Meanwhile, Jiamu, who was injured by the exploding foundation rock, had returned. He immediately reported, the rebel Shi Tian destroyed the foundation rock of Jiuhua Peak City. There are 2 cities left. The Gui Yuan sect master exclaimed, don't rush to personally help, or you will suffer even greater losses. At the Gui Yuan sect headquarters, the hidden shadow master listened to his report and then asked irritably, since when did the affairs of the Gui Yuan sect need a dog from the Holy Virtue Lord to run its mouth and lecture me? Use your brain and get a little smarter. This isn't your master's territory. If this sect master wanted to kill you, it would be easier than killing an ant. Jiamu hastily admitted his fault. Yes, I was presumptuous. Please, for the sake of my merits in fighting demons, heal my wounds. That bastard Shi Tian destroyed the foundation rock, causing fragments to fly and pierce my internal organs. It was a miracle I managed to fly back here. I really can't endure it any longer. The hidden shadow master, a classic manhwa villain, frowned upon hearing this and sneered. A masterless dog is also worthy of my help. Get lost and go find your master. Jiamu was dragged out, still trying to beg, Sect Master, at least please let me see Qing Yang, his injuries. A subordinate announced. The 2 of them were sent back to the Holy Virtue Lord. It was a long time ago. If you want to see them, go find them there. Jiamu was stunned. Sent away? What about Qing Yang's injuries? The 2 subordinates shouted at him before throwing him out the gate, a harsh reality often depicted in a manhwa. What are you thinking? Did you think our sect master would use his true energy to heal you fools? In your dreams, scram, and don't let us see you again. The humiliation of this day, he has remembered. Very well, Yi Yuan sect. Wait until I've healed my wounds, and I'll come settle the score with you. At Han Yuan City, a powerful force descended with a person. Someone shouted, City Lord Ma is standing on the city wall looking down at the smoke and fire below. Wobao asked his subordinate, has the Sovereign Lord gone to Fanner Fortress City? The subordinate reported, yes. Fanner Fortress City received intelligence that a large number of ghouls and demons are advancing to attack the city, so the Sovereign Lord had to rush there for reinforcements. Guo Bao laughed after hearing this. This whole situation is like a dramatic manhwa. Let the Sovereign Lord stay at Fa, near Fortress City fighting a life or death battle with the rebels. I'll wait for the immortal pill to fall into my hands, then clean up the mess. It's not too late. I'll give him a big surprise. Looking at the heavenly heart grass before him, he asked, the energy of the rock core, how much is left? The subordinate reported, the heavenly heart grass is very tough, very strong. Last night we just channeled the spiritual energy of the southern city's rock core into it, but we still couldn't refine it. Today, we increased it to 80%, but it's still the same as before. The old man decided, then use it all. Things have come to this point, there's no need to be secretive anymore. He was doubtful, use it all? The rock core's spiritual energy will cause a massive explosion. The shockwave will even reach the Giyuan sect at that point, trying to go back. Guobao said confidently, "It's time for the immortal pill to emerge. I have already cultivated to the human realm, attain the Tao, and become an immortal. Why would I fear the Guiyuan sect? Besides, aren't the rebels also eyeing the rock core? Even if the immortal pill isn't created, we can still say that the rock core was destroyed due to our carelessness. The Grand Marshal couldn't even protect it. He definitely won't blame us." Hearing this plan, the subordinates began to flatter him endlessly. As expected of the city lord, this plan to kill two birds with one stone is as brilliant as one from a manhwa. "I will follow the city lord, even in death. Ah no, the sovereign lord, I won't give up even if I'm torn to shreds." Suddenly, a scene straight out of a manhwa appeared in the sky. Four peculiar lights from the night sky were preparing to descend, making them curious. "What is that?" It was Shi Tian's group. He asked, "The rock core is under the lava, right?" Ruo Ying confirmed. "That's right." Feng Hua proudly spoke up. "We'll ride our swords into the sky and then dive down for a surprise strike." To think of such a perfect plan, it could only be me. Shi Tian raised his sword with great presence. If the Tushan sword uses its full power, I'm certain that a single strike is enough to shatter the rock core. The power to do that is the kind of epic moment you'd see in a manhwa. The subordinate below was dumbfounded. They're going to strike the rock core? The alarm rang throughout the city. "Intruders! Guards! Protect the city!" Ruo Ying realized worriedly. "We've been discovered." Feng Hua remained calm. "From this far away, they can't stop us." Guobao grabbed a man by the collar and dragged him out. "Didn't you say you wouldn't give up even if you're torn to shreds? Well, it's your time to shine." The man was stunned as the old man transferred true energy into him. "What the F?" Guobao increased the power flowing into him. His entire body swelled up like a monster from a horror manhwa. His clothes tore apart, and he screamed, It hurts so much." After succeeding, Guobao sent the man flying with a single palm strike. Meanwhile, Shi Tian was still estimating the distance. "This distance should be enough. Everyone get back. Don't get hurt by the lava." Ruo Ying, at that moment, promptly. He spotted something. "What is that?" He guessed it was a person. Seeing the fat guy being thrown over, Feng Hua didn't seem to care, just letting it happen. As the fat guy flew closer, he seemed to sense some kind of intention. He slashed out with his sword. Shi Tian warned those behind him, "Get back." The fat guy's entire body exploded. Following the explosion, countless arrows shot out. Shi Tian cursed, "Damn it, using a subordinate's body as a living bomb to stop us is a classic manhwa villain move." He cried out in worry. "Those two have fainted." Shi Tian hurriedly chased after Ruo Ying and Feng Hua. Both girls were unconscious, falling into the lava pit below. In a classic manhwa rescue scene, Shi Tian dived down after them. Ruo Ying, Feng Hua, he finally managed to catch them both. His falling speed also stopped. Then Shi Tian immediately teleported away. He brought them to a safe place. Meanwhile, Guobao had figured out his plan, sending the entire team to Farajai City, while he himself came here to launch a sneak attack on Hunyuan City. Kids these days have no morals. Seeing Guobao's technique, Shi Tian thought to himself, "While I was dodging the electric current, you pull a move like this. Who's the one with no morals here?" He then teleported behind Ru He, leaving him to block Guobao's attack alone in a move straight out of a battle manhwa. The old man snorted coldly and said, "There's still one more. Who wants to die, Ru?" He replied, "If you want to touch them, you'll have to defeat me." A single palm strike caused He's chi to spin chaotically, making him unable to attack. Shi Tian had already moved the two girls to a distant corner before returning. He spoke up as a reminder. His technique is mainly based on internal shockwaves. If you're hit by him, even if there's no external injury, your bones and tendons will be shattered from the inside. Guobao was quite surprised. "Kid, you've got some knowledge. As long as you don't ruin my plans, I'll spare your life." He casually launched a palm strike. "Well, sorry about that. I love coming here to mess with you." Guobao calmly dispersed the palm strike, causing it to explode. The old man snorted, always trying to show off. Suddenly, Shi Tian's figure vanished from in front of him, leaving the old man stunned. "Humph, where did he go?" A subordinate from afar reported, "City Lord, he's over here." But Shi Tian had his own plan. His target was the rock formation behind them. This strategic shift is common in a good manhwa. One of Guobao's attacks slammed into the ground, unleashing a surging power that cracked the earth. The old man shouted, "In your dreams." Shi Tian was immediately sent flying by the force from below his feet. The old man's subordinate was also blown away. Knowing that the guy had plummeted into the lava lake behind them, he began to feel overwhelmed. He muttered, "The Grand Marshal is hard and yang, while Guobao is yin and soft. How can I even fight this?" Just as he was momentarily careless, Guobao attacked. He struggled to raise his sword to block. He suffered internal injuries so severe he coughed up blood. It's over. His internal shockwave has entered my body. The brutal impact was a staple in action manhwa. That one palm strike seemed to pass right through Shi Tian's body. Guo Bao said coldly, "Young man, with such meager talent, you dare to come and sneak attack my Hun, Yuan City? I advise you to worry about yourself first." Seeing Shi Tian jump backward, the old man was quite surprised. "You can still jump?" He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "I originally planned to destroy the rock formation first and then deal with you, but it seems I'll have to change the order now." The sword spirit was ready for battle, a magnificent weapon fit for any manhwa, and he launched it toward his opponent. Guo Bao used his divine palm to block it. "Foolish kids, how can a hard object like this possibly injure me? Watch me counter it bare-handed." After those words, an explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. When the thick dust and smoke cleared, the figure of Guo Bao, now charred black from the explosion, looking like a defeated manhwa villain. He calmly revealed, "If you wanted to use softness to overcome hardness, then I will use explosives to overcome your insidious softness." The old man prepared to counterattack, to defeat a scoundrel like you. "I have painstakingly worked for so many years for the chance to refine this immortal elixir. The ultimate goal was for the elixir to grant me more power, not for you to just destroy it like this." He charged forward with the fury of a manhwa protagonist. "Don't anyone dare try to stop me. Anyone who blocks my path will die." Ru He, watching from a distance, spoke up, "So that means as long as the immortal elixir is refined, the rock will be ours to deal with." Right, the battle over there was reaching its climax, and their forces were about to collide with each other. At this moment, at the City Lord's Manor in Hunyuan City, a banner was hung before the gate, a warm welcome to the young Mo fan, visiting Hunyuan City to inspect and guide our work. In a twist worthy of a manhwa, Shi Tian and Guo Bao had now become drinking buddies. The old man was a bit tipsy, like a great river meeting the Dragon King's temple. "We were family, but didn't even recognize each other. Younger brother, if you had said something sooner, how could we brothers have ended up trying to kill each other like that?" Shi Tian replied with a bright smile, "Old brother, you're absolutely right. It was my mistake." Ruo Ying asked curiously, "Why are those two calling each other brothers now?" Feng Hua was only concerned with eating. "This whole act is like something out of a dramatic manhwa. Let's just ignore them and eat." Shi Tian raised his cup again. "Old brother, you are truly blessed by a lucky star to think you could find the rare treasure, the heaven's heart grass. Now, with this immortal elixir in hand, it's truly a joyous occasion." The old man recounted, "Refining this immortal elixir is no easy task. Even pouring all the rock's energy into it doesn't guarantee success. It's such a waste of effort. Moreover, your big brother here is worried that if the rock's energy weakens, it will make the sovereign suspicious. Younger brother, can you quickly go to Fanerjai City and stop that old scoundrel Yin Ying? Once your big brother successfully refines the immortal elixir, I will immediately come to your aid. With you and I joining forces, surely no one will be able to defeat us." He assured him, "Old brother, rest assured. Your business is my business. Your little brother will go at once. As long as you succeed this time, brother, your little brother wouldn't hesitate even if it meant being torn to pieces." After that grand declaration, the two of them were so moved they were on the verge of tears. At another table, he was busy stuffing his face, while Feng Hua was so full she felt sick. Shi Tian and Guo Bao became sworn brothers that night. Guo Bao saw him off. "Have a safe journey, little brother." He left cheerfully. "Got it, old brother." After seeing them leave, Guo Bao's expression immediately changed. He commanded, "No need to worry anymore. Release all the rock's energy at once and refine the elixir quickly." His subordinate was still worried. "My lord, if the energy is too strong, it will shatter the rock, and the sovereign will find out." The old man replied sinisterly, "We don't need to be afraid anymore. I have a fool drawing the sovereign's attention for me now. Once I get the immortal elixir, I'll send those two on their way to the afterlife," a classic manhwa villain move. After they had gone some distance, Ruo Ying saw him resting at the base of a tree and asked, "Why are you sleeping? Aren't we going anymore?" He replied, "What's the rush? I'll sleep for an hour, then we'll sneak back into Hunyuan City to get ready for a good show, just like in an action manhwa." In Fanerjai City, as night fell, a subordinate entered the city lord's manor to report, "Your Excellency, the sovereign, the ghost-faced corpse fiends, who were about 30 miles from the city, have suddenly vanished. The city lord is leading men out to search for them." Yin Ying uttered, I see." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual, a plot development straight from a manhwa. Sound. He immediately chased after the source of the disturbance, ignoring his subordinate who was shouting, "Sect Master." Looking at the hole in the roof, they still tried to call out, "Lord Sect Master." In Seoul Origin City, at the lava rock's location, the heaven's heart grass began to stir. Seeing the result before him, Guo Bao joyfully exclaimed, "Success! It's a success." He drew the immortal pill towards himself, and the pill shot towards him with the force of his pull. The disciples of Seoul Origin City knelt and congratulated him. Congratulations, City Lord. The immortal pill is complete. You can finally ascend and attain the Tao. We have waited so long for this day. Shi Tian's group used an invisibility formation to observe the situation, a classic move in any action manhwa. Ruo Ying asked curiously, "He's already made the immortal pill, so where's the good show you were talking about? I don't see it yet." He replied, "The lava rock was just drained dry. They must be flying over here right now." Feng Hua immediately understood. You want to watch the sect master and the city lord fight until they're both seriously injured. Don't forget, once Guobao takes that pill, the Gi Yuan sect master might not be his match. The stakes in this manhwa are getting higher. I say we should take this chance to snatch the immortal pill now. Ru Hima massaged Feng Hua's calves and chimed in. That's right, that's right. But Shi Tian just smiled, pointed in a direction, and said, "Too late. Everyone, look over there." They saw a point of light flashing in the distance, and the subordinates quickly announced, "The sect master is here, city lord," and the sect master has found out. The old man calmly put the immortal pill in his mouth. That fool is truly useless, but arriving now is already too late. Yin Ying had already detected him, and at first thought some wretch was destroying his lava rock, a crucial resource in this manhwa's world. So, it's one of my own people? Countless arrows formed from his true chi shot out. All of Guobao's subordinates screamed, "Help us, city lord." Only then did Feng Hua confirm that the rumors were true. Dressed so formally, his features were hard to make out. Ruo Ying commented, "That's a pretty cool move." Guobao said coldly, "I was originally going to let you live a few more days, but I didn't expect you to come seeking your own demise. Since that's the case, this immortal will see you off." Yin Ying found this utterly ridiculous. "Immortal? Have you lost your mind?" he roared, then unleashed a powerful attack at Yin Ying. "Insolence! How dare you speak to an immortal that way?" Yin Ying raised his hand to block the palm strike, but was ultimately still sent flying into the cliff face behind him. Feng Hua exclaimed, "I told you we shouldn't have waited for him to take the immortal pill. Now he's even harder to deal with." Ruo Ying was also stunned. Just a casual lift of his hand, and the power is already that immense. Shi Tian realized his cultivation had indeed increased significantly, a common power-up in this type of manhwa. But the sky had split open with a beam of light. Thunder rumbled, and a dazzling light shone down from the rift, illuminating the dark night. Guobao thought the immortals were coming to receive him. Shi Tian was in disbelief. He's becoming an immortal just like that? Without even a heavenly tribulation, Feng Hua angrily smacked him from behind. "Do you regret it now?" However, he remained calm. Don't worry, his immortal pill has a fatal flaw. Becoming an immortal? Not so fast. Besides, whether he can actually become one depends on whether his sect master agrees. Just as he predicted, Yin Ying spoke up, "You fool! Did you destroy my lava rock just to see that 7-colored rainbow?" Guobao was still completely confident. "Look closely. This is proof that it's a good omen from the immortal realm. I'm about to ascend and become an immortal. I am now invincible." A murderous aura radiated from Yin Ying, setting up the classic manhwa showdown. It plunged the surroundings into darkness. Making you the city lord was the greatest mistake of my life. Today, I will correct that mistake, to atone for my mistakes. Guobao immediately rushed forward to attack, speaking arrogantly. "Before I ascend to the heavens, I'll send you on your way. I was on your way to wash away the hatred of all these years." Yin Ying launched countless ice needles, a spectacular move right out of a manhwa, to block his path. The old man was merely nonchalant. A single wave of his hand could block all the damaging attacks. "You think you can fight me with these petty tricks?" A grand formation. It was set up behind Guobao, and at the same time, Yin Ying's ice rain surged forward. The hand of the great mighty military chief, the old man created a circular barrier, then pushed the ice arrows forward. The great mighty military chief drove the arrows into the cliff where Yin Ying was standing. But when the light faded, Guobao was stunned when he saw that his figure was no longer there. The old man angrily goaded him. "As a sect master, do you only know how to hide? Do you dare to face me head-on?" Of course not. Yin Ying had already launched a sneak attack from behind him, a classic manhwa tactic. A single punch landed squarely on Guobao's back, but his entire hand twisted tightly upon contact. Yin Ying's whole body began to spin uncontrollably. But Oan, seeing this, was curious. What did Guobao do to Yin Ying? It's making his whole body spin around. Tian explained, Guobao wants to use the twisting force to break his arm, but he is controlling his own body to neutralize that energy. Unless Yin Yang is skilled in telekinesis and can instantly control his body, it's clear who will win and who will lose. And indeed, the sect master spun and fell to the ground, and Guobao immediately rushed forward, just pretending to have an opening as expected. "You really fell for it. Witness my ultimate move, and I'll send you off." but he was suddenly struck by an electric current that made his whole body go rigid. The electric attacks came from all directions, a shocking development in this manhwa, causing him internal injuries and making him spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't withstand it, and collapsed to the ground. But Oan still didn't understand what Master Yin Ying had done to him. He replied, "It wasn't Yin Ying, it was the toxicity of the immortal pill he used taking effect." Shi Tian explained, "The heavenly heart grass is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. The legend says it must be refined with 81 types of spiritual medicines to achieve immortality. But this is only a legend. After being concocted and consumed, it will only weaken the true qi in the body, a terrible side effect often seen in a cultivation manhwa, ultimately leading to only one path, death." It was curious. My father has researched countless spiritual medicines in this manhwa world, but I've never heard him mention the heavenly heart medicine. Ever. How do you know that? Feng Hua, on the other hand, assumed. "No wonder he can't become an immortal. You must have tried it before, right?" He replied sadly, "I've never tried it, I've only seen it." Yin Ying coldly cursed the old fool, delusional. "To think you could use a medicinal pill to ascend to immortality, you were truly seeking your own demise." Guo Bao's body couldn't stop trembling as he stammered out, "No, it can't be. The immortal is coming to receive me." The old man stared foolishly at the sky. When he heard his name being called, Shi Tian exclaimed with interest, "They've really arrived. The plot of this manhwa is really picking up." The celestial being criticized his actions of the old man. "You did not cultivate with a pure heart. Instead, you committed rebellious acts. You pinned your hopes on a dream elixir to become an immortal, truly pitiful, detestable, and hateful." Guo Bao begged in agony while bleeding from all 7 orifices, "Please, please, celestial being, save me." The immortal coldly waved his hand and celestial arts radiated out. "The heavenly Tao is constant. Why should it tolerate you?" The celestial arts suppressed Guo Bao's body, forcing him to tremble and kneel, his mouth unable to form words. Immediately after, Guo Bao exploded, and the entire night sky lit up brightly, a truly explosive ending for this manhwa chapter. The old man's desperate scream. That immortal technique, straight out of a manhwa, spread to Shi Tian's group, making them struggle and gape in shock, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my god." He thought to himself, a casual move is already this terrifying. Is this the power of an immortal? Where Yin Ying once stood was now a deep, large crater inside the barrier. Ruo Ying asked worriedly, "Will we be okay being this close? What if immortal Yin Ying sees us?" Shi Tian replied, "He's long gone." He was also curious, "I can't even see the bottom of the hole. Don't tell me it blasted straight through the earth." Seeing that he didn't hesitate, he immediately jumped into the crater. Ruo Ying called after him, "Where are you going?" Shi Tian's target was the restored Heaven's Heart grass, because he knew its most miraculous trait was its ability to regenerate and combine. Looking at the perfectly restored Heaven's Heart grass, he said happily, "After waiting so long, besides scouting out that old Yin Ying, my goal was to pick this Heaven's Heart grass." He jumped back up and announced to the group, "Let's go. Now only Fanerjai City is left." Ruo Ying looked up and asked, "Isn't it extremely poisonous? It has no effect on cultivators, so why do you still need the Heaven's Heart grass?" Shi Tian explained, "Just because Guo Bao doesn't know how to refine it, doesn't mean I don't." Hearing this, He immediately hugged his leg and begged, "Master, oh great master, I beg you for an immortal pill. My heart, my body, will all be yours." He annoyedly pushed him away. "Get the hell away from me." In the end, Shi Tian had to flee from Ru's frantic pursuit. "Come on, whatever position you want, I know them all." He deeply regretted it. "I should have killed you with 1/ long ago." Ruo Ying saw someone else still standing motionless and called out, "Feng Hua, let's go." Hatred stirred in Feng Hua's heart. "You despicable people, you caused this venerable one to suffer in the mountains for so many years. There will come a day when this venerable one reaches the immortal realm and I will chop you all into 1,000 pieces." Southwest, over 30 miles from Fanerjai City, the chieftain had reached a conclusion after studying the map. The Gyuan sect scouts are now just over 2 miles away. The Ghost-Faced King said urgently, "We must have the young ones retreat immediately." Just then, Shi Tian's group returned. He called out, "We're back." The chieftain saw him and greeted him happily. "Young hero Shi Tian, it's only been 1 day and you've already returned." He asked them, "Is the foundation rock of Hunyuan City destroyed yet? What's the situation over here?" The Ghost-Faced King replied, "Yes, now only Fanerjai City is left." After the Gyuan sect heard we attacked Fanerjai City, they immediately sent people here to defend it, and are currently pursuing us outside the city. Our young warriors and their scouts have had a few skirmishes, and although there were casualties, our main force is intact. There is also another piece of important news. According to our intelligence, in a plot twist worthy of a manhwa, immortal Yin Ying suddenly left Fanerjai City last night, and when he returned this afternoon, he seemed to be heavily injured and has gone back to the Gyuan sect headquarters. He repeated doubtfully, he left? Ruo Ying surmised he was probably affected by that heavenly thunder Dao. This made him very happy. In that case, Fanerjai City only has its city lord left. This is a rare opportunity, the kind of opening a manhwa protagonist dreams of. The chieftain revealed, the city lord of Fanerjai City is named Lady Guang Yao. Her strength is said to be average, so she should be easy to deal with. Shi Tian decided, if that's the case, let's take this chance while Yin Ying is away and seize Fanerjai City quickly. The entire ghost-faced army was ready. Fall back, lead the main army away from Fanerjai Fortress, and create an opportunity for us to enter. Dong Qing replied, yes sir. Night fell. At the fortress lord's manor in Fanerjai, the patrolling soldiers were gossiping amongst themselves. I heard our brothers outside the fortress have been busy all day, but they haven't even seen a shadow of the rebel army. So stupid. Shi Tian, hiding from a distance, observed and then assigned tasks to his team members. According to intel, the bedrock of Fanerjai Fortress has a protective formation seal, and only Lady Yao has the key. After we get in, split up and search. When you find her, don't alert the enemy. 1 hour later, we'll regroup here. They agreed. The four of them then scaled the wall and slipped inside. He carefully instructed, Manhwa, you're with me. Don't go beyond the agreed-upon distance. She replied irritably, stop nagging this venerable one. And inside the fortress, Shi Tian and Manhwa immediately headed towards the target. He looked around suspiciously, certain that the fortress lord wouldn't be in these shabby rooms. Looking at the large courtyard ahead, he thought it had to be at least over there. Immediately after, Shi Tian leaped into that courtyard. He carefully observed the situation inside. No one was there. Outside, he heard the voices of guards. We'll check later. Hurry up and get dressed. The other guard reminded him, if the fortress lord sees you improperly dressed later, you'll be in for it. He decided to leave the room, thinking it would be more effective to find an opportunity to catch a stray sheep for questioning. Just then, a woman opened the door and walked in wearing a seductive nightgown, startling Shi Tian. This scene felt straight out of a romance manhwa. That woman was Guang Yao. She looked at him with an expression filled with scrutiny. You! Shi Tian hastily rushed to stop her. Don't speak. He began his interrogation. Answer what I ask. Don't make any sudden noises, or I have 100 ways to make you. Humph. Seeing the expression on the woman beneath him, he realized she wasn't scared at all, but on the contrary, seemed a bit thrilled. After learning Shi Tian's purpose, she let out an interested, oh, you're looking for Lady Yao? She's not here. He hurriedly asked, where is she? Just tell me honestly, and I won't make things difficult for you. She replied, mighty hero, as long as you can satisfy me, I'll tell you anything. Shi Tian looked troubled. A request like this is something I've only read about in a manhwa. So outrageous, this is truly the first time I've encountered such a thing. Guang Yao provoked him. What's wrong? Am I not beautiful enough? Or is it that you don't dare? Although he was having a nosebleed, a man's dignity couldn't be lost. He said stubbornly, don't dare? You're too naive then. Back in the day, this venerable one's harem had more than 3,000. In his heart, he told himself, but how can I sell my own body just to achieve my goal? My principles absolutely won't allow it. Looking as if he was sacrificing himself for the greater good, he decided, fine, the bigger picture is what's important. For our dear readers of this manhwa, I'll sacrifice my handsome face this one time. Shi Tian stepped forward and lifted Guang Yao's chin. If you go back on your word later, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. She replied, a fate worse than death? I'm so looking forward to it. Shi Tian, impatient, was about to pounce. In that case, it's better to obey than to be polite. Vigorous chi technique, localized reinforcement. Guang Yao enticed him. Come here. But suddenly, a light flashed from below, making him want to curse. What the hell is this? At the same time, the other three had regrouped, unaware of the dramatic manhwa plot unfolding nearby. Manhwa asked, how are things on your end? Ruo Ying replied, nothing to report, Shi Tian Tong. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from somewhere, causing the whole group was on alert. They immediately moved in that direction. Ruo Ying shouted Shi Tian's name, while Feng, he felt certain that something had happened. The three of them arrived where Shi Tian was in trouble. Ruo Ying was still worriedly calling for Shi Tian. Seeing him get knocked far away, she became even more frantic. She rushed over to help him up. What happened to you? Where are you hurt? His face purple, he stammered and pointed towards Guang Yao, down. Down there is, you are. Meanwhile, his eyes lit up from behind, as he said, wow, a beauty. Shi Tian was finally able to finish his sentence. Is that a cross-dressing master? He spoke with annoyance. That's way too over the top. Hearing this, he was stunned. No way. How can someone that beautiful be a dude? Feng, he reminded him from the side, maybe you should go and check for proof. At the same time, the guards rushed in to protect the city lord. Assassins. This scene feels like it's straight out of a dramatic action manhwa. Only then did Shi Tian realize the city lord? Your Lady Guangyao? Still in the mood to tease them. You want to destroy the rock core, don't you? It's the same old line, if you can satisfy me, you can do anything. Shi Tian felt humiliated and charged forward to attack. Ah, you bastard, you still want more. But someone was even faster than him. Ruo Ying landed a punch on her. How dare you try to seduce Shi Tian? Take a look at yourself. This female lead is a classic trope in many a manhwa. Still not satisfied, she rushed forward to deliver another blow to her. You wench, just looking at you makes me angry. Shi Tian hurriedly stopped her. All right, sis. We still haven't asked for the location of the rock core. Ru He, watching from behind, had his eyes opened. Women are terrifying. Feng, he replied, a jealous woman is more terrifying than a berserk beast. And the group of guards was so scared they didn't dare to move. A murderous aura emanated from Guang Yao. She uttered coldly, you refused to do it the easy way, so now you'll do it the hard way. I want all of you to die. She ordered the guards, seize them for me. Shi Tian used his spirit sword to slash horizontally in a single motion, sending the whole group to their graves. Get lost, small fry. The enraged Guang Yao took action personally. Damn it, how dare you treat my subordinates like that? Shi Tian said nonchalantly, what's wrong? Does it break your heart? She lifted her leg, intending to give him another kick. Shi Tian's body turned to stone when he saw that thing. He was defeated at the feet of Guang Yao. She shouted, an opening. Ruo Ying worriedly called out to Shi Tian. Then she launched 3 streams of true energy, shaped like arrows, towards Guang Yao. But she nimbly dodged them, not forgetting to mock her. Is that all the skill you have? Every action manhwa needs a villain with this level of agility. In the back, Feng, he reminded Ru He as he was using a formation to hold back the guards, be careful, don't turn around. He wondered why Guang Yao had suddenly appeared behind them, using a strange technique to jump on Ru He's head, causing him to spit blood on the spot. Feng, he exclaimed helplessly, I told you not to turn around, what a tragedy. The face of Ru. He also turned to stone, dark and grim just like his comrade. After taking care of things, it took 5 minutes to silence the area, and outside the courtyard, it became quiet. But inside, Guang Yao was painfully clutching her crotch, while Ru He, with a large bump on his head, could only cry out in pain. Shi Tian also screamed, it burns, it burns. Seeing this, Ruo Ying fell silent. Feng, he had trapped Guang Yao in a formation. Stop dawdling and honestly tell us the location of the rock core. But she used the golden cicada shell technique to escape. Her figure teleported away, leaving only her clothes behind. This is a classic escape move you'd read in a cultivation manhwa. Running out naked, she vowed revenge. You just wait, this lady won't take this lying down. Feng, he held an indescribable object in his hand. The final panel of this manhwa chapter must be then watch the naked person use a lightness skill to leave and thought to himself, how strange. How could someone like that become a city lord? The guard led them to where Fan Jai City's magma stone was kept. Esteemed masters, this is the magma stone. He patted the guard's shoulder in praise. Very good, thank you for guiding us. With a swollen face, the guard humbly replied, it was my duty, my duty. Ru, he suggested, leave it to me. I'm the man who defeated the lord of Fan Jai City. Feng Hua caringly reminded him to wash his hair when he got out, a comment that struck a painful chord in Ru He's heart. First, he announced not to destroy the magma stone yet to avoid alerting that old dog Yin Ying, letting him figure out a way to make it a time bomb. Meanwhile, on Yin Ying's side, he was enjoying a grand feast with performances. Seeing a guard approach, he asked, is there any movement from Fan Jai City? The guard reported that everything with the magma stone was fine. The rebel army had retreated at the first sign of trouble, and Lady Guo Yao was sending people to clean up, when suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the main hall, paralyzing Yin Yang. It was the sword spirit, which had pierced through the roof and descended. Yin Yang, the sect master of the Gui Yuan sect, was instantly taken out, and the entire hall erupted in chaos. The scene was as dramatic as the people inside ran around like a disturbed beehive. Ah, the sect master is dead. Feng Hua blocked their path, stopped screaming. The demonic energy she released made them all faint. Feng Hua leisurely walked inside, thinking it was all going smoother than she could have ever imagined. From the roof, Shi Tian and Ruo Ying's group also jumped down. The guard next to Yin Ying's corpse begged in fear, don't kill me, please don't kill me. He pointed his sword straight at the guard's face. I'll only ask once, where is the magma stone? This whole setup felt like a classic manhwa interrogation scene. He replied, yes, the magma stone is. Just then, a mysterious box fell from above. He shouted, watch out, and quickly used a flash step to get away. But Ruo Ying wasn't so lucky. On Feng Hua's side, the situation was no better. She struck the wall of the box with her true energy, which bastard launched a sneak attack from behind. Ru, he was also startled. What's going on? Suddenly, a laugh echoed out. It was Guo Yao. She said grimly, Such fast reflexes, and yet I still couldn't catch you. He replied, because I didn't believe things could go this smoothly. I had already anticipated a follow-up move. This kind of foresight is common for a manhwa protagonist. Ru-hee, however, was shocked. It's you, the cross-dressing big shot. Let's not fight anymore. Even your sect master is dead. What's the point of risking it all? Shi Tian reminded him, don't be a fool. This person is the true sect master of the Gui Yuan sect, the real Yin Yang. The plot twist was worthy of a top-tier manhwa. The whole group shouted, what? Ru, he pointed at her and asked, she's the sect master. Impossible. Then who was the person we just killed? He explained, the one we just killed was nothing more than a worthless decoy you pushed onto the stage. You disguised yourself as the Lord of Fanerjai City, living freely while controlling the entire situation. Am I wrong? Her identity exposed, she burst out laughing. I've hidden for so many years. Even those other sect masters couldn't see through me. I never expected you to see through it at a glance. Impressive. You truly live up to your name as the Demon Lord Shi Tian. This is a classic villain reveal in many a manhwa. Shi Tian raised his sword. When you fought the national treasure, you weren't injured at all. The news about you returning to headquarters to heal was spread just to lure us into the city. Originally, you wanted to catch all of us in one net in Fanerjai City, but you didn't expect a critical spot to be hit so hard, so you fled to the Gui Yuan sect to continue waiting for an opportunity. The intricate plotting is typical of a complex manhwa narrative. Ru-hee, embarrassed, whispered to Shi Tian, big bro, don't get sidetracked. So frustrating. This banter adds a lighthearted touch to the intense manhwa confrontation. Was furious enough to want to destroy Ru-hee. You bastard, this lady will remember you. Now, I'll turn you into a meat paste to console my spirit. In the heavens, the barrier around Ru, he began to shrink, and he exclaimed in shock, it's closing in just like that? As the barrier continued to shrink until there was no room left, Ru, he begged, oh my god, someone save me. Shui Tian sent his sword spirit flying, which struck the barrier but left it completely unharmed. He was stunned and thought, not even the Tushan sword can cut it? Yin Ying's power-filled fist was raised, go to hell and atone to my spirit. Seeing this, Feng Hua shouted worriedly, Ru-hee. What? But in the end, he still managed to escape, leaving Yin Ying stunned. What? Shui Tian asked, confused. Wouldn't it have been better to use Flash Step earlier? You just had to wait until the last second for the thrill, like in some dramatic manhwa. Ru, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was too close. But Ying exclaimed, we're in trouble. As she saw Yin Ying turn to attack, I don't believe these two also know Flash Step. To attract her attention, Shui Tian scolded Ru, why did you have to say that? Lady Yao watched limply, powerless, as someone put on a performance worthy of a manhwa villain, while Ru, he was still trying to process things. Huh? Are you asking because his thing is broken? He replied, no. Shui Tian deliberately emphasized, what? You're saying his body is asymmetrical. How could you even tell? Ru, he could only deny it. I didn't. Ignoring the murderous aura radiating from Yin Ying, he continued, you mean that certain part is missing one? Though it's not certain, maybe both are broken, which is still very symmetrical. Yin Ying's rage flared to the heavens as she snarled, you damn beast. Ru-hee, on the verge of tears, tremblingly explained, I didn't say it. Countless blasts of power shot towards Ru-hee. This lady will mince you first. He still didn't understand, why are you only chasing me? Taking that opportunity, Shu Tian immediately used Flash Step to rescue Ruo Ying. This guy isn't completely useless. At least he can draw fire at critical moments, a classic manhwa trope. Feng Hua criticized his method. If it were me, I would have fought you to the death long ago. But he asserted, he doesn't have the brains for it. After that statement, they saw Ru-hee had been beaten until his body was numb. Yin Ying unleashed a barrage of attacks, shooting towards Ru-hee. Alright, since you rescued her, then you can play with me. Ru, he had been beaten so badly his teeth were rattling, and he stammered a plea. Go play with them. Don't play with me. Shu Tian suddenly spoke up. Long time no see. Your telekinesis has improved quite a bit. He thought to himself, from such a great distance, to be able to control such a small vibration on a person is not simple. Yin Ying replied, you flatter me, but no matter how strong my telekinesis is, catching you is still very difficult. Their sharp gazes met, and Yin Ying's palm strike shot out. At that moment, he used Flash Step to appear behind his opponent. Good chance, but the sword's spirit was bent when it struck her back. Shui Tian stared blankly at his sword, which was now bent like a willow leaf. It was an unbelievable manhwa scene. They began to press him from both sides. Yin Ying said smugly, you're dead for sure. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Shui Tian cursed. Damn it. He shouted an order to his sword spirit, Chi-Chi, channel the energy in the explosive sword. Immediately after, the energy exploded in a classic manhwa power-up, knocking Yin Ying back, and she asked, This sword can self-destruct. Shu Tian gave her no chance and used Flash Step to charge forward. One sword slash came down, but Yin Yang nimbly dodged it. The action in this manhwa is truly on another level. She decided, my psionic powers can't defend against explosions, I have to use that move quickly. But the sword spirit was already preparing to explode again right in front of her, leaving her stunned, finally. Hidden Shadows still couldn't escape the fate of being caught in the explosion, and this time it was even more terrifying than the last. With a body full of injuries, Hidden Shadow cursed furiously. Damn, you bastard. Inside the created barrier, Ruhi asked joyfully, did we win? Feng Hua replied coolly, how could it be that easy? Standing amidst the rubble, Hidden Shadow cursed at him. You bastard. Go ahead and blow it up again, I'll go all out with you. My makeup is all smudged. Seeing her tone was still so arrogant, he grew tense internally. This is tough. The stored true energy of the Tushin sword is already half depleted. This type of attack method, straight out of a manhwa, can't be used many times. The sword spirit also reminded him. Only 30% remains. My big brother, Shi Tian, decided, then let's finish her in one go. Seeing this, Hidden Shadow became frightened. Again, she quickly erected a sturdy wall. There's a first and a second time, but there won't be a third or fourth. He said scornfully, you think you can block the Tushin sword just by infusing a little true energy. Watching the sword pierce through the wall, she could only feel helpless. Again, you want to blow me up again? The concentrated true energy caused the entire wall to explode. When the smoke and dust cleared, he looked inside and exclaimed, she's gone. Just then, Hidden Shadow appeared right behind him. Countless figures appeared. She said arrogantly, fool, don't think you're the only one who can leap around. Although my speed isn't equal to a flash step, it's enough to deal with you. Seeing this, Ru Oan turned pale. Oh my god, this one learned flash step too. Hearing that, Feng Hua denied it. That's not flash step, it's just using psychic power to control the body for rapid movement. Hidden Shadow proposed to him, dare to have a contest with me? If you can catch me, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. This whole manhwa plot is escalating quickly. Shi Tian said coldly, I have no interest in your kind. This statement enraged Hidden Shadow, and his feet stopped in place. Those watching from afar were confused. Why isn't Mo Fan moving? Is he giving up? No, something must be wrong. Mo Fan couldn't control his own body. He tensed up as he realized he was feeling increasing pressure from all sides. Invisible threads grazed past Shi Tian's face. Looking at the threads crisscrossing around him, he exclaimed, so that's it. Your jumping around earlier was actually to set up these true energy threads. The strategy in this manhwa is quite detailed. Her grand plan successful, Hidden Shadow laughed triumphantly. It's too late to figure it out now. This entire grand hall is my true energy thread array. Let's see how you'll escape. Ru He looked around, shouting in fear. True energy threads. Where? Seeing this, Ru Oan warned, don't move. Shi Tian thought to himself, the secret technique of the Gyuan sect, the true energy thread array, has been lost for 100 years. To confirm whether she had mastered it, I even specifically watched her fight with Guo Bao. I didn't expect her cunning to be so deep, refusing to use this move until the very end. Her character is like a classic manhwa villain. Hidden Shadow spoke with amusement. Curious why you can't use Flash Step. Look at your feet. A formation had activated beneath his feet, and she asked, like it. It's a little trick I learned from Jiao Mu. The power systems in this manhwa are getting complex. It's over, Shi Tian. I'm going to crush your bones from top to bottom, piece by piece. Shi Tian's face was already bleeding from the threads grazing him, and the entire space was filled with a deadly aura. Seeing this, Ru He exclaimed in despair. He's going to be torn to shreds. Meanwhile, a heartbroken Ruan covered her eyes, unable to watch. Hidden Shadow laughed loudly and said, Shi Tian, I can't believe you actually. But her smile vanished when she realized the space in front of her was empty. He's gone, damn it, and I only managed to take one of his arms. Looking at the hole below, she knew Shi Tian had burrowed underground to escape. She felt extremely irritated. I still underestimated that bastard. For him to break through a weak point in the chi net and escape is like a scene from a manhwa. On the other side, with the trio, Ruo Ying cried out in anguish, but his left arm. Meanwhile, Ru, he muttered, too dangerous. This is straight out of a horror manhwa. Feng Hua sighed and said, let's dig a hole and run too. Yin Ying angrily activated her formation and giant stone pillars erupted from the ground. She roared, get out here. The remaining 3 people were immediately surrounded by the stone pillars. Watch out! A crack appeared in the ground behind Ru He while he was panicking. What do we do now? Shi Tian appeared, quickly grabbed Ruo Ying's hand, and told his companions to hold on. Tight to me. Yin Yang used her chi to form a vortex. Don't even think about running. The whirlwind then shot straight towards Shi Tian. She thought angrily to herself, Tesk, I should have controlled the 3 of them from the very beginning. If they escape, underground, they might run into that thing. The three of them had already burrowed down into the tunnel, but Ruhi, unfortunately, landed headfirst on the ground with a cry of pain. Ruo Ying quickly began to heal him. "I'll stop the bleeding for you." He reminded them, "We can't stay here long, we have to move immediately. This Manhwa plot is getting intense." Ruhi felt that this place was just like the lava tunnel at Nine Blossom Peak City, wasn't it? Feng Hua added, "I guess we're not completely unlucky. If we follow this path, we'll probably be able to find the final bedrock." He replied, "The problem is, which way do we go?" She didn't have an answer either. "Don't look at me, I don't have a dog's nose." Shi Tian spoke up, "I can sense it in that direction. At the far end of the deep, dark tunnel. You know it's calling to me." A few minutes later, a small hole appeared in the ceiling of the tunnel, and Ying jumped down through it. Observing her surroundings, she realized, damn it, they really came here. Fearing something big might happen, Ying released her demonic beast. "Go." On Shi Tian's side, the four of them were also in a race against time, a classic manhwa trope. Ruo Ying announced, "I see it. There are 3 ceiling arrays." 3 consecutive arrays were right in front of them. Shi Tian unleashed the sword spirit to break the array, but the formation was struck by the sword spirit without taking any damage. The sword spirit sensed danger and shouted, "This is bad, get back now." The sword spirit was sent spinning by the array's power. Having come this far, Feng Hua activated her dragon scale armor, a legendary item often seen in a manhwa. An immense force shot towards them, as if to crush her dragon scale armor. "Ru," he cheered from behind. "Feng Hua, hang in there." But Feng Hua was starting to struggle. She tried to muster her strength. Ha! She poured all her remaining chi into breaking the array. "Open for me." After a moment of resistance, Feng Hua's hand was burned to the point of smoking. She exclaimed nervously, "It's just a small array. Why does it have such intense power? Even though my chi isn't what it used to be, the dragon scale armor is a solid defense that can even withstand heavenly lightning." The sword spirit explained, "This is the ghost curtain triple array of the ancient god, a legendary formation often depicted in manhwa, protecting the tomb. It will attack any attack can be returned with double the force," she said doubtfully. "But the ancient god clan went extinct long ago, and their secret formations were lost with them. Why would it suddenly appear at the Gui Yuan sect?" Thixtian guessed, "I'm afraid she must have found the tomb of the ancient god clan and even stole the formation, so it's likely only she can disable the mechanisms here." Just then, he sensed danger from behind. Shi Tian warned the group that something was coming. "Ru," he said fearfully, You're not scaring me." The 3 demon beasts that Yin Yang had released had caught up. When he saw them, he was scared out of his wits and screamed, "What a big black puppy." Shi Tian cursed, "Puppy, my foot. These are hell black spirit hounds." He immediately released the sword spirit. Although its attacks were incredibly swift, if it got bitten, its true chi would be completely drained. It moved to block them. Their movements were extremely agile, making it difficult for the sword spirit to land a hit. It got furious and chased after them. "Stand still for me." One of the spirit hounds was struck hard by the sword spirit. The entire tunnel echoed with the howls of the pack. Feng Hua couldn't take it anymore. "This venerable one will fight you to the death." Shi Tian ordered everyone to prepare for battle, while he was rummaging in his robes. "Where's that leftover pork knuckle I was eating yesterday?" As the spirit hounds snarled and lunged, a stone wall suddenly crashed down. It was the earth wall flying ridge. Ruo Ying breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing I didn't forget the incantation." Shi Tian asked in surprise, "Did you learn this move at school?" She shyly recounted, "Did you just sleep through all your classes?" This is just an entry-level defense spell. When old teacher Gu first demonstrated it, he moved an entire mountain, like a scene from a fantasy manhwa. The sword spirit exclaimed happily, "I told you so. Why would the demon lord bring a nuisance along? This time you were a huge help. Is this really an entry-level spell? This girl is really..." Before it could finish, the sword spirit screamed, "Ah!" It warned in fear. "The human demon is here. Hurry!" Yin Yang had caught up, and she pulled the sword spirit towards herself and asked, "My poor dears, were you scared by the demon miasma triple formation? Every manhwa seems to have a villain like her." The sword spirit angrily replied, "Damn it! If my true chi wasn't depleted, how could I have been caught by you?" She remained very calm. "Don't be hasty. We have plenty of time. Let's play slowly." Shi Tian already had a plan. "There's no way back. I can only think of one way. Ruo Ying, success or failure depends entirely on you," she said worriedly. "This earth wall can only deal with the black spirit hounds. It can't stop her at all." He denied it. "I don't need you to stop her. I need you to kill her." Yin Ying shattered the wall Ruo Ying had erected, so it was over. Shi Tian stood behind Ruo Ying and instructed her on casting the spell. "Do it now." Ruo Ying took action, gathering her strength to create a formation at her feet, her heart filled with determination. "I can't just hide behind him forever. I want to be useful too, like a true manhwa heroine. Yin Ying asked suspiciously, "What is this?" The ground in front of her split into layers like a staircase, but she casually shattered the spell with a flick of her finger. She scoffed. "What's the point of using low-level earth magic to stall for time?" The shattering rock and earth rained down, causing Ruhi to scream, "I'm about to be buried alive." He struggled alone in a pit. "Oh my god, why is there already a pit dug here?" Meanwhile, Shi Tian and Feng Hua were struggling against the power of the miasma triple formation. This man Hua is getting intense. He reminded the person behind him, Ru. He is safe now. The two combined their true chi to materialize an arrow, shooting it straight at the center of the formation. Go! The concentrated true chi struck the very center, then pierced through the first protective layer. As soon as the true chi penetrated inside, it was met with a resisting force. The miasma triple formation amplified the power of that true chi, and then struck back, bounced back. The three of them immediately jumped into the pit that Ruoying had created earlier, while Yin Ying was trapped inside the earthwall prison. She cursed, "Damn it, my vision is completely blocked. What the hell are they planning?" The power of the triple barrier array rebounded towards her, weakening the earth wave, and Yin Ying was immediately sent flying in a spectacular manhwa fashion. Ru He, hiding in the pit, was stunned, speechless, watching that wave of power sweep by. That force shot straight through the tunnel and into the sky. After the aftershock passed, the three of them peeked out. Feng Hua asked curiously, "Did we get her?" When the dust settled, Yin Ying shakily stood up, her body covered in injuries, and she couldn't help but curse, You bastards, you dare to use the moment my vision was obscured, borrowing the power of the ghostly triple barrier array to amplify a sneak attack, while you hide in a hole." Ruoying was also surprised. She's still alive after that? Meanwhile, Shi Tian began to condense his true energy, looking at the triple barrier array like a true manhwa protagonist behind them. "Then let's do it one more time," Yin Ying angrily retorted. "In your dreams." The incantation was shouted, "Dispel array." She thought to herself, "If I take another hit like that, I'll definitely die." Shi Tian immediately rushed towards the array, not forgetting to reply to her, "Thanks." Only then did Yin Ying realize the danger. She had fallen into a trap. She immediately chased after him. "Stop!" But Shi Tian was already dashing forward, to the spot where the three arrays had just been broken by Yin Ying. "I can feel it. It's right ahead." He shouted, "On my command, awaken in your original position." Ling Zun's arm, at the end of the tunnel, flashed with a mysterious light as if it was waiting for Shi Tian. Inside that glow, an arm was encased. The very artifact this manhwa has been building up to had appeared right before their eyes. Yin Ying furiously screamed, "Don't even think about it." Threads shot out as she yelled, "Ling Zun's arm is mine." The threads converged to surround the arm, but Shi Tian's true energy caused the threads to snap. Yin Ying screamed in disbelief. "What?" The arm was pulled towards Shi Tian, and then perfectly attached to his real arm. Seeing this, Ru He sighed in relief. Finally, a success. "Amazing." Jian Ning, hiding nearby, also cheered, "We won." In a classic manhwa power-up, he felt the strength in his body and joyfully thought, "It's finally back." Yin Ying was still not convinced. She began to gather her power, just a cripple. That massive power shot straight towards Shi Tian. She growled, "You really think you're the Demon Lord?" This manhwa's protagonist, Shi Tian, remained very calm. The pupils in his eyes had turned a mystical red, and with just his bare hands, Shi Tian pulled off a move straight from a manhwa and deflected that power right back at her. Yin Ying could only watch helplessly as the spot where she stood exploded, its shockwave shaking the entire tunnel. Shi Tian provoked his opponent. "While you're still alive, you better bring out any trump cards you have left." Although the explosion had torn her clothes to shreds, leaving only a loincloth, she was still defiant. "Bastard, getting cocky, are we?" Threads shot out from Yin Ying's fingertips as she screamed, "In this narrow cave, let's see how you're going to dodge this." A torrent of true energy threads rushed towards Shi Tian. Feng Hua and Ruoying saw this and shouted in unison, "Danger, there's no escape." But in a shocking manhwa twist, the threads were drawn in by Shi Tian's arm. He calmly controlled the situation, while Yin Ying, misunderstanding, pulled the threads back and laughed triumphantly. "Scared stiff, are you? Too precious to use that arm, watch me slice you into pieces." But the coiled threads on Shi Tian's side remained motionless, which left her stunned. "How can this be? My invincible chi threads can't even leave a single scratch." He coldly yanked the thread, pulling an An along with it. He shouted, "Get over here. I have something I've always wanted to tell you." An An was utterly terrified, praying in midair. He didn't hesitate to land a punch on her. "You ambiguous freak, I've put up with you for far too long." This single punch sent an An to her grave. He said nonchalantly, "To die at the hands of this venerable one is your honor." New Hack, who was behind, saw this and exclaimed, "Incredible. The action in this manhwa is truly top tier." you're worthy of the title." But just as he said that, his entire body stiffened and his eyes flashed with an eerie light. Yu Ako-an joyfully ran over, hooking his arm and praising. That was awesome, but he quickly sensed the danger from behind. "Look out!" Kiem Nin flew towards them like it had gone berserk. He caught it with his bare hand and scolded it. "Have you gone mad?" Kiem Nin replied with a sense of grievance. "It was New Hack who threw me." This unexpected turn of events took him completely by surprise. New Hack? He's lost his mind. A strange power erupted from his body, and his face became like that of a soulless puppet. The plot twist in this manhwa is insane. Fang Hoa spoke coldly. "After hiding for so long, you finally decided to show your true colors? I should have known you were up to no good a long time ago." Tich Thien replied, "His consciousness is being controlled." Yu Ako-an heard this and was shocked. "What?" A familiar face appeared behind New Hack. "Tich Thien, we meet again. I never expected you to even defeat Quan Yu. It seems I truly underestimated you." He replied, "You're no slouch either, being able to plant a pawn by my side for so long." The other person denied it. "You're mistaken. I never planned for you and New Hack to meet. I just didn't expect that after all these years, the seal would weaken, and it seems he recovered a fragment of his memory, daring to defy my command and secretly seek you out." Tich Thien found it hard to understand. "Seek me out? Why would he want to find me?" At this question, the man laughed. "This reveal changes everything we thought we knew about this manhwa's story. Have you still not figured it out? But then again, it's understandable. His appearance has changed so much from back then. Do you remember one of the direct disciples of the previous Demon Lord, your junior brother, Mok Fan Long?" He couldn't believe it. "Impossible. He was." The man continued, "You thought he died protecting the old Demon Lord? That was just a small deception I orchestrated. He is a crucial catalyst for this venerable one's ascension to immortality." His demonic energy shot forward. "Die, Tich Thien." He let out a cold laugh. "So you finally revealed your true intentions. The protagonist in this manhwa is always one step ahead." The man was confused. "What?" As Tich Thien blocked the attack, he shouted, "Fang Hoa." Fang Hoa, right behind him, responded, "On it." New Hack's body was once again tightly bound by a formation. He said smugly, "I knew Old Bai was acting strange, so I had Fang Hoa set up a sealing formation in advance. As expected, it came in handy." Fang Hoa replied cheerfully, "Well, of course. It's because this venerable one's skills are so masterful that I went undetected, isn't it?" Realizing he'd been tricked, the man cursed furiously. "Damn you! You think you can control me with just this pathetic array?" With that, he escaped. "Just you wait. Next time, I will definitely take your life." What a cliffhanger. This is why I love reading this manhwa. Yours. Watching his escaping figure, Shi Tian cursed bitterly. "Damn it." Feng Hua also couldn't stomach this anger. It seems he's being manipulated. We couldn't completely lock down his chi. He also realized, no wonder. This kind of plot twist is common in a manhwa. So that's what that strange feeling was. It turns out it's junior brother Qing Long. This manhwa won't end here. Wait for me. I will definitely save you. Yeah,